Okay. Oh, yeah. Ready? Right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn. She should be coming through the door any moment. And our Board Member Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is our Attorney Hillary Emerson, our Zoning Board Executive Director Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities, whether remote or in person. If you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to appear. You can identify the case property address with your Zoom webinar registration. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. Following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And finally, if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there so we can account for you. Let's look at our schedule for today. Number 1, MI 2025-003, 579 918 East Chelton Avenue. That case is continued to August 19th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Number 3, MI 2025-003, 594 917 East Passyunk Avenue. That case is continued to August 19th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Number, what's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Number 3 is withdrawn. So that's MI 2025-003, 594 917 East Passyunk Avenue. Case is withdrawn. Number 4, MI 2025-003, 596 4556 Wayne Avenue. That case is continued to August 19th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Number 5, MI 2025-003, 639 843 North 42nd Street. That case is continued to August 19th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Let's see here, that was 42nd Street. Number 6, MI 2025-004, 782 6021 Delancey Street. At the Penn Properties is the current owner. Is anyone in the audience from that group?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, so MI 2025-004-782, 6021 Delancey Street. That case is continued until August 19th, 2026 at 9:30. Mark must be heard.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to note for the record, we believe the applicant needs to retain an attorney for this matter, and we are also missing some required documents.
Thank you very much. This one is number 10. Let's see. Number 10, MI 2025-006-251, 4420 North 15th Street. Cases continued to August 19th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Number 13. Number 13, MI 2025-006-391, 210 Higbee Street. This case has been withdrawn. Number 16. MI 2026-001-699, 109 Hilltop Road. This case has been continued to August 19th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. For 17. MI 2026-001-701, 109 Hilltop Road. This case has also been continued to August 19th, 2026. And number 2. Number 2, MI 2025-003-588, 5720 Marvine Street. Valerie Crawford is the owner applicant. Is Valerie Crawford in the audience? Is Valerie Crawford in the audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, so this case will be continued until August 19th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. and this mark must be heard. Is there any other request for continuances?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, we're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, 2025-007-195, 6134 rear to 46 Wayne Avenue. Let's see here. I vote yes, appeal granted. Permit extended to 4/7/27.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, appeal granted with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is appeal granted with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is appeal granted with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is appeal granted with proviso.
Number 2, MI 2025-004-184, 1720 68th Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Interior trash storage.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
And our vice chair will handle the next add-on.
Okay, thank you, Chair. MI 2025-006299, 1401 East Cheltenham Avenue. My vote is yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Okay, here we go. We're going to go to our regular list. Number 7. MI 2025-006-173, 3545 North 11th Street. Joseph Consul is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelist.
Sure.
Morning.
Number 1. We continued that, I think. Hi, Mr. Consul. Could you please state your name as spelled for the stenographer?
Yes, Joseph Consul. It's Joseph. Last name Consul, Console.
Right. Joe, you're a little it's hard to hear you.
Second.
Could you state your name one more time, Joe? We had a hard time hearing it.
Joseph Consul, is that
There
better?
you go. Right. Yes,
Joseph. Last name Consul, Console.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you identify your client, a relationship to the property?
Yeah. The individual's name is Kirk Wechter, and his company is K&K Acquisition Holdings, LLC, the owner of the property.
Right. And we also have a letter of support with provisos from Nicetown, Tioga, and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
I think you can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right, my screen is shared. We're before you regarding the property at 3545 North 11th Street. That's an exterior photo of it. This property is currently located in RSA 5 residential district. We are respectfully requesting a use permit for 4 dwelling units. Currently, the city recognizes this property as a legal 3-unit building. However, we're seeking to legalize a 4th unit that has been in existence as far back as at least 70 years per the records of the city. We have overwhelming community support. We submitted the RCO letter as well as a petition with a lot of signatures regarding this, the folks' approval of this property. So there's no interior or exterior expansion to the building. We're proposing 4 dwelling units, and I'll go through the photos in a minute. The first floor is 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit. Second floor has 2 units, 2 front and 2 rear. Each of those is 1 bedroom, 1 bath. And then the third floor is a 1 bedroom, 1 bath unit. As I mentioned, if you go through the historical data, and I anticipate city attorney asking me to upload this because I don't think that I did, but if you go back in time as far back as 1963, you have an owner requesting 4-unit approval, stating that when they purchased the property in 1956, it was a 4-unit property. And then going forward in time, you have instances of it being noted as a 4-unit building several times between 1963 and 2005. So we're talking 70 years of these 4 units existing in this property. So we're not cramming something in there that has not been approved. So second to that, the neighboring properties, literally the property right next door is approved for 4 units. Granted, they allowed their license to lapse, but this is the direct neighbor. And then I was able to find 3 doors down or so another, again, they allowed it to lapse in 2015, but a 4-unit property. Again, these are all identical in size. Back to mine, this is our refusal. It's photos of our posters. You'll see the interior renovations that my client is working on now. The property is not occupied. I'll show you all the units in a second. That's a proof of mailing. It's our petition. And at the RCO, they audited all these signatures and they were happy with them. Application, project information form, tax clearance certificate. All right, there's our letter of support from Nicetown, Tioga. I'll start with Unit 1 on the first floor. Go to the top. Sorry for scrolling. It's going to give you all the interior photos. You can see the work that my client's doing on this property. This is Unit 1. It's the entryway. Another photo of the entryway. Going up to the second floor, I'll start with 2 rear. Kind of got a blue vibe going there. To front. And then finally, Unit 3. Zoom in a little bit. Give you an idea of the kind of TLC he's putting into this property. And boom. So that's the four units. Here is the floor plan. It's the first floor layout, as mentioned. I said 2-bedroom, but it looks like it's a bedroom and a living room. My client can confirm this might just be a single bedroom with a large living room. Second floor, 2 front, 2 rear, 2 1-bedrooms. And then third floor, 1 bedroom, 1 bath. Again, I can go back and focus on any of these. But the goal is to legalize these. We have good neighborhood support. And as you can see, my client's committed to creating a good product for this neighborhood. With that, I'll call in
Will your
Clerk
client
Rector, if you could raise your hand.
They're being promoted to panelist chair.
Thank you.
Hi, do you need my camera on?
Yeah, why don't you put your camera on, sir? Your video. Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Kirk Wechter, Kirk Waechter.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Good morning, Kirk. Did you hear my testimony just now regarding your property on North 11th?
I did.
Do you adopt it as your own?
I do.
All right. Regarding the provisos from the Nicetown, Tioga, do you intend to keep the? These are not enforceable, but they stated keep rents affordable and accepting if necessary Section 8 vouchers.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, not really.
Okay.
Joe,
Got
you
nothing.
see the ones that we believe are enforceable: interior trash storage, no household living in a basement.
Do you agree to those as well, Kirk?
Absolutely.
Questions from
Thank
the
you.
board? Questions from the board?
Can you go back to the second floor?
Yeah. You want the plan or the photos?
The plan.
They did not label it, and Kirk's here to help explain it to you. They didn't label Unit 2R and 2F on
Okay,
here.
so this is 2 separate units.
Yes, correct. Could you explain how it works?
Yep. So on the left-hand side, you'll see the stairs coming up from the first floor. You would make an immediate right into the unit 2F. There's a door
Through the
there.
kitchen. Through
Yeah,
the
there's a
space that's
kitchen.
marked kitchen.
Correct. And this actually has two egresses. So you'll see from the bedroom, you can actually have an egress as well to the common area. But then, the kitchen flows into the bedroom, bathroom, so forth.
Okay. I think, I mean, just generally, I think I'll say some of these layouts are interesting. I would revisit the first floor for sure. I think you have a lot of instances where people are walking through a bedroom to get to a common area, and I think it's what's making it a little confusing to read the plans. And then I have a question about trash storage
Hmm.
for the units.
Proviso says trash storage has to be inside.
It does, but there's no
Yep.
place to put
Yep.
them, so that's sort of
Yep.
the question.
So the basement is huge, and is being built out with storage bins for each tenant. Also trash bins, and what we discussed in the neighborhood meeting, kind of in detail about this is creating a storage bin in the basement for the tenant's trash, and at the appropriate time, having that trash taken out to the street.
Like a trash room.
Yeah, exactly.
Does the basement have like walkout access to the street, or would the tenants be expected to carry these bins up the stairs?
They
Down
would
the
have to
stairs
carry,
to take them to
yeah,
the-
so if you look at maybe the first floor,
I'm going to go to the what you call it? Sorry.
yeah,
The plans?
Yeah.
Okay, that's first floor.
Okay, so that stairway that you see that goes up but also goes down into the basement, that's where it's accessible, and it's actually wide open, so that all tenants can carry their laundry downstairs and carry the trash upstairs or down.
Okay.
So that's how that would work.
I get that. I would just say, just based on human behavior, for you to have 4 units in this building, it is unlikely that 4 units worth of people are going to go down to the basement and carry the trash out to the front. Would you be opposed to commercial trash pickup?
Actually, what we discussed and agreed on in the meeting was that I will have the building maintained by my people weekly, so common area, plus the trash removal. So I'm actually taking on the trash removal
You're taking the
myself.
trash out. Okay.
Yeah.
And then my other question is about the rear yard. Is there access to the rear yard?
By the first floor only.
By the rear, by this one big unit. Okay. And where is their access? Because I don't see a door. Is it the one that's through the?
We're looking at the second floor now.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
on the second floor.
sorry.
It's through that bedroom in the back, or the.
See the bathroom in the back?
I see it. Okay.
There's a
So
door
only
right
that
to the
unit
right.
has access to the rear yard. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes. Can we take a look at the first floor again? Where is the bathroom in that?
At the very back.
Okay. So there's the living room. What's this? It's a little small. Okay. So you got the living room, the bedroom. What is this? Hall, kitchen, and then the bathroom is way there in the back. So that you got to wander, like one of my little pet peeves, you got to wander through the property to get to, from a bedroom to get to a bathroom. And I just think that, that's
Well,
pretty-
and so just to point out too, there's also 2 means of egress in this apartment as well. So if you see the entry door, you
Mhm.
come in and to the right, there's a means of entry into the living room there directly. Or if you continue straight past the stairway, you'll see another means of egress there. That actually brings you into a really nice kind of a foyer. Hang your coats, put your shoes down. It's all tiled and nice. And then you can just meander right into the kitchen, and then the bathroom is right there.
Yeah, that's not my issue. My issue is that to get from the bedroom to the bathroom, you got to wander through that hall and kitchen and what have you. And that's, at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's a little trip. And you have the same thing going on when it comes to that second floor with the 2 units where the, again, to get from the bedroom to the bathrooms, you got to go through the living dining area. To me, it's just a poor layout. Okay. That's one of my little
I'm sure
pet
if
peeves.
Kirk had built
And
it
I didn't even look at the
from
3rd floor yet.
the ground up, he might have done it differently.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Questions
Just
from our
my
attorney?
comment.
Just one comment, Mr. Consul. Yes,
Yes.
the interior photos and the historical archive documents, if you could upload those, please, that for the
Yeah.
record.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. I did compile them this morning. So there you go.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the audience here?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. David
Morning,
Fecteau,
David.
FECTEAU, with the City Planning Commission.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Chair and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2024 in a council-requested and community-supported map change. The city issued a rental license in 2025 for 3 dwelling units. Most of the homes on the east side of the 3500 block of North 11th Street have either 3 or 4 dwelling units. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for a 4th dwelling unit.
MI 2025-006-173, 3545 North 11th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Interior trash storage, no household living in basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ty Owen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Number 8, MI 2025-006-174, 2346 North 6th Street. Meredith Furlicker is the attorney. There's a letter of support from APM, the RCO.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Good morning, council.
members of the board.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Meredith Furliger, Ferleger.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Did you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is ESK Properties, and that LLC is represented today by Ellis Keplani, who is on Zoom with us.
Okay, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen, proceed with the case.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as I mentioned, my client today is ESK Properties, represented by Ellis and Alda Kaplani. And you'll forgive me, I'm a little bit under the weather today, so you'll forgive me this morning and this afternoon. The property before the board today is 2342 North 6th Street in North Philadelphia. The board has, just by way of context, heard 2 other cases on this exact same block and granted identical relief given the unique circumstances. So I will be brief and I can expand on any point should the board require additional detail. The exhibit packet in front of you contains 17 exhibits. Due to the relatively low RCO meeting turnout, I did also include our certificates of mailing, although given the details of this case, I think you'll likely understand why no one felt compelled to attend the RCO meeting. Starting first with just a basic property overview. As you can see here up on your screen from the aerials at Exhibit 6, the newly constructed building that is in front of you today sits on North 6th Street, and that is between West York Street and West Dauphin Street. Next to the building, headed towards Dauphin Street, is a religious institution to the left. And then to the right, which you'll see in the photographs, is another newly constructed multifamily property that again, you'll see in a moment. The only other structures on this particular block on the north side of the street are similar residential uses. Flipping to the east-looking view on the next page, and this is looking on the other side of the street. Again, you'll note here the dominantly residential uses or otherwise vacant land that exists on this block. From the photographs that are up on your screen at Exhibit 8, you'll see again the newly constructed building that's in front of you today. It is the portion in this photograph with the white brick facade. The adjoining building that was also recently constructed with the gray bay was developed by a separate owner, but was granted identical relief to that which is requested before the board today. From this front view, again, you'll notice that this project was originally approved and constructed with 6 dwelling units with large windows and doors at the ground floor to support the required CMX2 non-residential use on the ground floor. Another view of the building from clever little drones is shown in the next photograph. And again, this is looking down from overhead. I'm on Adobe, cooperate. In the next photograph, this looks out towards Dauphin Street. And again, the board will see here the church that occupies much of the rest of this block headed towards Dauphin Street. And again, just for some full context, I did include some additional photographs just to show you the quality of this new construction. And this one is shown from the side of the building. I did also include a few other photographs of the block. This one is shown looking in the opposite direction towards York Street. And again, here you can see the fairly exclusive residential use of the existing structures. It's really not until you reach West York Street that the pretty much only commercial use on this block emerges, which coincidentally happens to be one that is not characteristically compliant with CMX2 mandates. The final 2 views that I have in the packet here, again, are shown on the Dauphin side of the street, which again shows the residential character of the opposing side of the street, as well as the church. And we did also include our timely posting evidence in the packet as well. Looking at the zoning map at Exhibit 5, you'll see that this property is zoned CMX2. However, this is a fairly unique block in that it is the only block of North 6th Street with CMX2 zoning in an otherwise C of RM1 zoning. Even at that, only one side of this street bears the CMX2 zoning. The crux of this case is fairly simple. My client built this to be a code-compliant project, fully intending to rent the ground floor commercial space. As you can see, it was plainly built to support a commercial use. As the photographs show here at Exhibit 10, the space itself is large with high ceilings, and flipping in the other direction with large double sets of doors that would support the needs of a commercial user. Yet, as I'll show in a moment, we're nearing a year later from construction, and my client is unable to locate a single commercial tenant with any interest in occupying this space. The request today is simply to convert this 950 square foot space into a 7th residential unit, which requires 2 variances. At Exhibit 1, you'll see that one refusal is for failure to maintain the CMX2 required non-residential space, and the second refusal is for increasing the maximum density permitted by 1 extra unit. I have a few additional pieces of information for the board that will clearly establish my client's hardship. First, if you refer to Exhibit 7, I have a copy of the proposed plans. Let me zoom in on these. On the left, you'll see the current floor plan with a 950 square foot commercial space, which was designed to have an ADA accessible bathroom. On the right is my client's intended design for a conversion to a residential unit with 2 bedrooms. Because this project is built slab on grade with no basement, this unit will be Type B accessible, joining the other ground floor unit as Type B as well. A slight modification will be made to the front to eliminate one set of doors and convert them instead to windows. In terms of the quality of my client's construction, I did also include some photographs of the other units in this building, just so the board can get an understanding of the high quality of residential living that will be duplicated for this ground floor unit. All 6 existing units in the building are currently fully occupied. I've included sample kitchen, bathroom, living space, and bedroom space photographs. It should go without saying, but for the avoidance of any doubt, it would be a considerable hardship to convert the entire ground floor space into one unit and thereby avoid the density refusal, as the ground floor unit is already occupied and would require disrupting a perfectly happy tenant. It would also create an entirely uncharacteristic and unmarketable unit of nearly 2,000 square feet that would be extremely awkwardly laid out, given the central staircase design here. I will also note that the density restriction here is based in the VDO overlay calculations and not in the standard CMX2 calculations, which would allow that 7th unit by right. In terms of the commercial space itself, there are 2 main hardships that support the board's grant of relief. First and foremost, as I mentioned, the board has granted 2 other variances on this block, shown at Exhibit 12, for exactly the same relief. One was granted immediately next door at 2346 North 6th Street, and one was granted at 2360 North 6th Street. I did include the refusals in the packet just to establish that the nature of the relief is identical, to support that there's a clearly established hardship on this block that just does not support that CMX2 required non-residential ground floor use. Now, I can't comment on the timing of these other particular requests for relief, but here the timing is even more compelling in terms of this board granting relief. In my client's case, they did fully intend to build and occupy a zoning code compliant project. They did not seek relief from this board before even attempting compliance. However, at Exhibit 14, I have showed a sampling of the history of showings or attempted showings of the commercial space, which date back to June of 2025. The showings either occurred or led nowhere, were scheduled and canceled, or simply were not requested at all, with even the most recent showing held in January, long after we had filed this appeal. The only tenants that expressed any interest wanted to use the space for an event venue, which would not only have required a special exception, but the owner felt would be quite disruptive of a use for this otherwise residential street. They did truly try, but given the nearly exclusively residential makeup of this block, no one was interested in occupying the space for any commercial purpose, and my client simply cannot leave the space vacant any longer, particularly since all 6 existing residential units are fully occupied. You can, just to conclude, at Exhibit 13, you can see the business license map that I pulled from the city's website, further showing the lack of dominant commercial use on this CMX2 block, which is further evidenced by the land use map on the next page, where again, you can see the sea of orange multifamily existing uses, or yellow, again, indicating residential uses. Finally, the commercial corridor map on the next page shows that this block is not on or near any of the area's more dominant commercial corridors, which sit mostly around Lehigh Avenue, Front or Broad Street. The Lower Northwest District Plan did recommend this property to be zoned RM1, so this proposal is also fully consistent with the comprehensive plan. As always, we submit the proposal will not increase congestion, harm neighbors' properties, or impair light and air, and a full legal analysis is provided in the memo of law submitted to the board at Exhibit 11. Happy to answer questions on this or any more points. At this time, I would ask if the administrator could look for Ellis Keplani and have him unmuted.
They're being promoted to panelists.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Ellis Kaplani. First name is Elis, last name is Kaplani, Kaplani.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Ellis, can you confirm that you are authorized to speak on behalf of ESK Properties LLC?
Yes, I'm authorized.
And did you hear all of the testimony and evidence that I offered in front of the board today?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree that testimony was true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had given it yourself?
Yes, I do.
Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board?
I have two questions. Looking at the first floor plan, understanding that we're converting both of these to wheelchair accessible units, but I was a little confused about the grade change on the first floor because I see that it's at grade at the front entrance, but there's steps that look like they're getting out to the rear, and wanted just more clarity about the wheelchair accessible path for both of those and if they're going to have access to the rear yard.
So let me answer one, and while I'm doing that, if the administrator could look for Logan Dry, our architect who should be on the Zoom, to answer the second part of that question. But I just want to address the first part. It's only one space that's being converted. The one that you see in the back already exists.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. I just
But
want
that
to
one
make-
is also wheelchair accessible.
Yeah.
So I was, the reason I asked is because from the original plans, it looked like the wheelchair accessible entrance for the unit at the rear was through that main front door that would now service both of the units, but they have a direct access to stairs. And so I was trying to figure out, will both units have an access now to the rear yard, and what was going on with the grade change?
Understood. If Logan is on, he should be on. He can address that question.
And then my second question, while we're waiting for him to come, you can probably answer, but was the original development done by right?
Yes.
Logan?
Yep, I'm here.
Logan, could you turn on your video, please?
Sure.
Sure. Logan, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Logan Dry, Logandry.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Logan, did you hear the board member's question relative to the stairs and the type B accessibility?
Yep. So the existing building as it was built, we were required to have that back unit as a type B handicapped accessible unit. As far as the grade change goes, it is even with the sidewalk at the front, and then the rear yard does, go lower so that the stairs are there. So for the back unit, being a type B unit, that does have access to the rear yard, and you're permitted to have the stairs. As far as the path to get to that unit from the street, there's no stairs to get from the street through that entrance hall to the back of that unit. So that is all on one floor, including the trash room as well. As far as the unit in the front there for commercial, we've got the stairs there because they built it that way for the commercial space. The reality is when that gets fitted out, we're not probably going to remove the stairs to the backyard, but if it's handicapped accessible, we could always potentially remove those and install a ramp. But then that sort of convolutes things a little bit with the staircase in the back for the type B unit to access the yard. So I would say at this point, the stairs and the door to the backyard from that front unit are just there because they currently exist when it was built out as part of the commercial. But the reality is that front unit probably wouldn't have access to the rear yard. Again, they do have access to the common hall as well as the trash room, which is all on the same level. But, the reality is that door, could be converted into a window or stay as it is. But, if you're in a wheelchair, I don't foresee you having access to the back there just because of how it's built and the grade that it already exists.
I mean, it does seem like you have a lot of space there. A suggestion I would be to convert those stairs to a wheelchair ramp that you could have a landing that hits the other unit, but again, that's not zoning, so.
Understood.
But I do think to try to create a type A unit where the tenants have full access to all of the amenities on the property is just good practice.
Other questions from the board? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience here?
No hands at this time.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from CMX2, commercial mixed use, to RM1, residential multifamily. This neighborhood still carries its original 1933 zoning.
Wow.
The proposed removal of this required ground floor commercial space would be allowed by right. The proposed fully residential building matches the character of the other buildings on this block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variances.
MI 2025-006-174, 2342 North 6th Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Charles Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Wood, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
See you later.
Sure, okay. Number 9, MI 2025-006-177, 6335 Tulip Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
You're being promoted to panelist.
We're selling out there. Does she have another one? She is this afternoon, right? Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Vern Anastasio, Anastasio.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Mr. Raymond Lee, the owner of the property.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen to proceed with the case.
Do we have a deed, Hillary?
I don't, there is one, I don't think it was submitted, but we do have one we can pull, so that's
Good,
fine.
sure,
Just
sure.
make sure you're a little bit closer to the microphone.
Thank you.
There's also a letter of support from the Tacony Civic Association. Yeah, I know.
Sorry for the slow roll.
Sure.
I'm used to doing this at home, so. Okay, so I've got a 53-page exhibit binder. And the use is for the legalization of a pre-existing non-conforming two-family dwelling. This property was built as a duplex, as was all the properties on this block. And the Tacony folks who've lived there their whole lives, they recognize that. The letter states that this property was initially built as a duplex. We had rental licenses going way back to 2001. That's all on the record. And at some point, there was, I think, the planning commission sort of snafu. And the properties.
Could you get that a little closer?
Yep, sure. And the properties
There you go. That's perfect.
the properties were rezoned RSA 5. But the properties have always been and always from the day they were built, two-family dwellings, as is the adjacent property next to it and the property on the other side of it. There's 2 electric meters as well. And enough of them talking, I'm just going to show you what we have. As you can see, that's the exterior.
That's 2 doors leading in. Right?
That's correct.
Right.
Then we've got the existing building. Here's the first floor. You can see it's a 2-bedroom, full bath, nice size laundry room, open concept living and kitchen. There's the second floor. It's identical layout. There's a 3D CAD. And here are some photos. There's the 2 electric meters, plus the third for the common area. Here's exterior where trash is stored. This is the letter that was mailed to all interested parties. There are 2 existing leases from our tenants. And I also want to, for a point for the record, rental license number 806266, rental license 526135, rental license 420920, and rental license 261414. All are part of the city record, moving that into evidence as well, that this property has had a 2-unit rental license as far back as 2001. Again, there must have been some sort of planning commission snafu at some point, and the block has been rezoned RSA 5. So we're here asking respectfully for relief. Mr. Lee, Raymond Lee, is joining us virtually, and I'm asking him to raise his virtual hand. Thank you.
There be a promoted to panelist.
Okay. Properties on the whole block are all duplexes?
All duplexes.
Yep, okay.
Yep, the way it was built.
Mr. Lee?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Of course. My name is Raymond Lee. Raymond's RAYMOND. Last name Lee, LEE.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lee, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
Yes, I did.
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Thank you.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
No questions. There's a couple things I didn't see that submitted. I know you've had some technical issues, so feel free to email those, but the CAD drawing and the lease, and if you had a printout of, I know you gave the lease, the rental license numbers, but if you had submitted a printout, I don't think that came through. So I just wanted to let you know to
Thank you.
resubmit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the present audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fector with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 1990 in a council-supported map change. This appears to be legalization of an existing use. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
MI 2025-006-177, 6335 Tulip Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ty Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council,
Yep.
number 11, MI 2025-006-256, 7175 Ogontz Avenue. Could you state your name for the record?
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Vern Anastasio, ANASTASIO,
Right.
on behalf of tenant Christina Jetel.
Okay. Hillary, do we have the, what we need? Okay.
Yes, we have received all of the required documents. Thank you.
Okay. And let's see here.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on 1 minute. No RCO letter, but notice was sent to the neighbors, proof of mailing. Do we have an RCO letter
Yeah,
now?
so we had that was one thing we just got. We did get a letter.
Only
from
just
the
received
RCO.
it.
Yeah.
We don't have it yet?
So, Mr. Chair, just for the record, it was a letter of opposition. I'm sure Mr. Anastasio will discuss
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I waived the reading. I cannot stipulate to its accuracy because there is an address issue. That although the Office of Property Assessment has in fact registered the condo creation and the subsequent sale of various units, the records department has not. So we're working towards that. I'm going to ask, because I do not want the permit to have the wrong address on it, I'm going to ask that you hold that vote today,
Yep.
please,
Yep.
until I'm able to
Yep.
reconcile that with the recorder.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. You proceed with your case.
Thank you. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, this is an application for event space. As you know, this is a referral, not a refusal. This is a commercially zoned property, and the use that we are proposing is already considered consistent with the code. We just, of course, have to show that what we are planning on doing will not be detrimental to the community in any particular way or have an impact that a space like this would normally have, or that could not be mitigated through reasonable measures. So as I said, I'm representing Christina Jetel, and she's going to be testifying today. Here is the zoning map. It shows 2100 72nd Avenue and 7175 Ogontz being in the same site, which is why we're going to be reconciling that. And here's the floor plan. (1,800 square feet), a little kitchenette, ADA bathrooms, a coat check. And here's the site plan. Under separate cover, I've also submitted letters from the landlord that I will also put in the record in a moment. Excuse me for one moment. Technical difficulties abound. Well, computer is being weird right now. I'm going to call my client to the stand so she can testify.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer? Could you turn the mic on? Should be a little green light there, see it? Someone now?
Yes.
All right, good. Please proceed.
My name is Christina Jatel. First name is Christina. Last name is Jett-EL.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Tell, could you please tell the board your plan for this space?
Yes. So the plan is to open and operate a low capacity event space in that location. Our focus is on small gatherings, scheduled ones as well. We're trying to operate events such as book signings, workshops, seminars, pop-up shops, community focus gatherings as well. I've had someone reach out with interest in hosting a nonprofit. She has a nonprofit, but she wants to host a space, a meeting or a gathering in that space for battered women. Her capacity would be, for example, 30 people. So we're trying to do low volume events, not parties, not anything late night, not high volume events, just things that the community can use the space for. And then also for other business entrepreneurs, we're also thinking about maybe using it as a co-working space as well, but not operating in the traditional means of how an event space will operate. We're trying to get away from that and do more community-based and smaller gatherings.
Christina, is it true that the maximum capacity of the space, we'll have a limit of about 45 people? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And you anticipate maybe 2 or 3 events openings per week? Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And none will be later than 9 o'clock with ending and then, of course, vacating fully by 10 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have the support of your landlord, is that right?
Yes, he does.
And he owns the residential units above your space, is that correct?
No, he does not.
Okay. And the landlord sent a letter to you. Is that the email that you received from the landlord?
Yes, that is.
And there it says that you have exclusive right to both the parking lot associated with this piece of real estate and full availability of the dumpster for the trash to be shared with the other commercial spaces on the space in the
Correct.
area, right?
Yes.
And the other commercial spaces, Mr. Chair, members of the board, are a vape shop, a beer distributor. So this is certainly an upgrade. It's actually something that's a little bit more for the community, not necessarily being placed on the community.
Okay, questions from the board?
Where is the associated parking lot in relation to the commercial space?
It's in the front. Christina, please.
Yes, so it's in the front. It's about from that photo that was up there about maybe 4 spaces down. If you go, yeah, right there. So Ashley, if you see where that blue outline is at on that first image, the parking lot is, yep, like keep going down a little bit more. Where the cars are parked
Right
right
here.
there. That's the parking lot.
This is the parking lot.
3 buildings down.
Oh, the one behind the building.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And then
That's only for commercial tenants. No residential tenants can park there.
and that's accessed off 72nd Street?
So it would be I'm not sure.
Yes.
The parking lot in the front, about the 3rd building down is where the parking lot starts to begin.
Right here. Yeah.
Okay.
Like right here.
Oh, right here. Oh, that's
How do you get from the parking lot to the front door?
To your unit, yeah.
You just walk. It's a sidewalk.
Okay, so
I put my cursor here.
so the parking lot in the rear is not for visitors.
That's not the parking lot we would be utilizing.
okay,
It would
so
be the one in the front. Yeah.
right here.
Okay, gotcha.
So they park here. This is not for any of the residents. This is just for the commercial space. And as we all know, vape shops don't stay open very late. I think the beer distributor might be open till about 9 or 10. And this is what the space would be. They're open 7 days a week, 6 days a week. My client would have space, 2 or 3 days a week tops. Her lease is for 4 years. To be even more reasonable, she's just asking for a 4-year special exception to be sunset after the end of the lease. She wouldn't want to vacate the space and have the special exception run with it, because obviously anybody could have any kind of event space that they'd like. That would be a little different than what she's proposing today.
Did you say the landlord was the same landlord for the residential units above, or no?
No, they're different.
They're different. Oh.
Yeah. Because it's condoed.
Court letter from the landlord of the residence.
No, we had there were no one expressed any concern as far as with the residents, because again, noise mitigation, limited hours, limited days of the week would have very little impact on the residents. Yeah.
What about the RCO? Since the RCO is in opposition, what happened at the RCO meeting?
Well, the RCO meeting was pretty much taken by, there's an organization called Orca, I think. Yep. They happen to have, they're an interested party because they happen to have event space. They had an event space across the street. They have an event space 5 minutes from this site. So I think they believe that this might be some sort of competition. It will not be. Their event space is parties. This is not what Christina is planning on doing, not at all. But the landlord did make sure that we addressed every issue with respect to parking, with respect to trash. She's committed to the noise mitigation. And as you know, so long as we do that, and her and her mother are longtime members of this community. She's been a realtor in the neighborhood. And you could speak to that, Christina, please.
Well, my mom has been the realtor.
Yep.
My mom is actually back there.
Yep, go ahead.
But my mom has been a realtor in the community. She worked across the street from where this event space will be opening up at for many years. Mom, if I'm wrong, correct me. I don't want to say how many years, but I know she was there for many years. She also worked at the restaurant. It was a popular restaurant called Relish Restaurant that used to be there. She worked there as well for, I believe, 4 or 5 years as well. So she's been very used to the community.
There's also an event space right behind already that's in use with no incident, absolutely zero incident. So, the space, the vision is kind of to create a beautiful upscale boutique event space, feels elegant and welcoming. They plan to upgrade the suite with porcelain flooring, crystal chandeliers, new ceiling tiles, other nice touches so it becomes a real asset to the block instead of just sitting vacant. Space will be used, as she said, for community meetings and workshops, churches and faith-based gatherings, book signings, networking events, repasts, milestone celebrations, senior events, youth workshops, and things like holiday toy drives. This is,
I don't, how do, if we were to agree with this, I don't know how we, commit to this space being used that way and not being used another way. You know what I mean? I don't think there's a proviso that we can proviso that you can't have a party in an event space. I don't know.
That's true.
I would also argue that some repasses are parties.
They can be.
Yes.
Yeah, they certainly can.
So-
But that's not what Christina's plan
I
is.
feel like
Again, it's a modest space, 45 people. It's and she's explained her vision. But yes, of course, especially if you go to New Orleans, lots of repasses. and parties.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have two more questions actually.
Ma'am,
So
you'll have an opportunity.
I think my first question is about deliveries, because knowing that now there's the 2 different parking lots, how do you plan to manage deliveries, drop off? Because you've got a variety of events here, I'm assuming you're going to need furniture, you're going to have load in and load out for event purposes, and where do you intend for that to happen?
So the type of events we're doing, we're not really anticipating like large scale deliveries. We're planning on supplying tables and chairs. They're staying within the space. We also have a basement as well.
You do have a basement, okay.
Yeah, so we can store things down there as well. So anything that someone would need to use would already be within the space. We wouldn't be having large scale deliveries, dropping things off.
And then my second question is related to this parking, because I know you mentioned a few of the tenants or the few of the other tenants, but like looking at this, there's about 11 tenants that are underneath that residential building. And then you've got Ogans Plaza where there's some other there's like another, 11 to 15 tenants, including PennDOT Center and including a wine and spirits, which I would consider have like much larger uses. So are they all sharing that one lot?
We all are sharing.
You're
a
all
lot.
sharing that one lot,
But
okay.
PennDOT does close, I believe, at 4 o'clock. Wine and Spares, I think they close at 9 or 10 o'clock. But a lot of other spaces are vacant spaces. There's not a lot of other businesses in that lot, maybe 3 or 4 other ones.
Oh, really? Because
Yeah.
on Google, it looks like everyone was full.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of that they're all
Okay.
full.
I think
Not unless some are open. I mean, I know some of them are available for leasing as well.
Okay.
So, and I know the parking lot does hold 60 spaces. So we were thinking like outside of the hours that we would choose to probably have anything there, the parking lot wouldn't be utilized as much as it would be maybe earlier in the daytime for other businesses.
Okay.
Also want to, I've already moved this into evidence earlier, April 3rd letter from the landlord. It says here that he's of course supporting this use, obviously because the endorsement is granted with the understanding that all applicable regulations and community interests will be respected throughout the process. The condominium documents for the reference property clearly state, quote, "All units are unrestricted as to use." There was a question as to whether this use could be consistent with the condominium documents. Obviously, this letter provides that, refutes that it in fact is, with no right of approval given to the condominium board or any other tenants in the building. So this use does not have to go before any board. This will be the final say here today. In addition, the tenant has stated the type of events they plan to host will not be noisy or offensive to other tenants in the building. Rather, they will be low-impact events. Pursuant to the terms of the lease, the tenants are prohibited from producing sounds that are audible beyond the confines of the premises and will comply at its own expense with all ordinances and laws, all regulations of governmental authorities, and all sound mitigation. And he's confident that it'll be an asset, and it goes on, and I've moved that into evidence. I just needed to make sure that you understood we have a plan. We of course, there's always concerns with a new commercial.
So
space.
you're agreeable with like a temporary variance, you were saying?
Absolutely, absolutely. Temporary variance. We've got the parking.
Any
and
other
the-
questions?
And the trash.
Yes. Okay. When you talk about these different events, I didn't hear much about food services. So what are we talking about with respect to those? Like some of them, you're talking about community meetings and things like that. But then others, you were talking about maybe repast and things like that. So how are we handling that? And is there the facilities in there to handle?
There's a kitchenette.
There's a kitchenette.
Go on.
Yeah, so there is a small kitchenette in there that would be able to be utilized for any prepping of food. There's not a full-scale kitchen, so there's no cooking that would be allowed in the premises at all. But if they just wanted to like have food like presented on the counter or something like that, or prep a salad or something, it would be space for that. Outside of that, we're not supplying food. We're not.
It's not a commercial kitchen, and there will be zero cooking on the premise.
At least there's a place where you can clean a utensil.
Yes, that is.
Oh,
That was
absolutely.
my next question. Yes. So there's some kind of sink and water facility so that you can clean
I
the
can bring the plan back up.
floors and.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, real quick, have you run spaces like this before?
So I actually have a friend who owns an event space. So I've been talking to her. I have not personally ran it, but I've been in conversation with her for the last 5 years. So I know like a lot of what she's experienced. She's been able to walk me through a lot of her pitfalls and challenges, the things that she's changed. She actually was the one who, initially when I had the idea, who suggested not to get into the parties, because she saw that it would be better and probably a little bit more manageable doing other type of events. So that's why I'm not trying to really get into like the party aspect of it as much. But I haven't personally run it. And I've also was part of a mentorship program for 6 months that I paid money into it was ran by someone who actually also operates event spaces on a large scale. And they, during that mentorship, went through like all the processes of how to open one, how to legally run one, a lot of the pros and cons of how to run one and be successful with it.
Okay. Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Could you do me a favor? Could you take a seat in the back minute? Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, we have a hand up from a Kimberly West Brown.
No, I have 2 in the audience here first. I'm going to do the audience here first, okay? Ma'am, want to come up? Good morning. Make sure the mic is close if you can, okay? Could you
Good
state
morning.
your name and spell for the stenographer?
Christine Davis, Christine.
Great.
Davis, Davis.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Well, the neighbors are expressing concerns regarding one of the main issues is parking. We have a senior citizens center less than a block away. The traffic is a serious issue. Now, they say they have parking. That parking lot that they're talking about is full, okay? My house is right around the corner from here.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get a parking spot over there in that lot. The area that they're talking about, it could bring a lot of negative traffic, a lot of negative, they start off with events. They always do. We don't want, I'm trying to be nice about it, but straight up, we don't want no negative foolishness in that area. The corners are already loaded. The traffic is loaded. The neighbors do not want them parking in our driveway. And if you've been to events, when they come to events, they're going to park anywhere that they want. And we won't be able to get into our garages or our driveways. We don't want this event center.
All right.
And there's just no parking. The senior citizens come around now when they get ready to go to the senior citizens home. They parked on our streets. When we come home, there's no parking. I'm fortunate enough to have a garage. But they're going to, trust me, they're going to come in that driveway and park.
All right.
We respectfully ask you not to allow this.
Vern, do you have any questions?
Just one. Ma'am, are you aware of the event space that is right behind this site?
There.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Do you want to please come up? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, board.
Could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Absolutely. My name is Kimberly Lloyd, Kimberly, Lloyd,
Do you
LLOYD.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am a president of the Community Development Corporation called Ogans Avenue.
Yep.
Revitalization Corp., known as ORC.
Yep.
And I am also president of Ogans Hall Investors, which is the majority owner of the condominium association, of which this project, this unit is a part of.
Why don't you start your testimony?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, I'd like to note that proper notice was not given to the community nor to the condominium association. Secondly, the condominium association, of which we are 78% owners and to this current landlord is 22%, never notified us of this particular project. Number three, the condominium document, which is a recorded document, and this project was redeveloped as a low-income housing tax credit project with commercial space on the first floor in 1990. And this is a recorded document with the city of Philadelphia. There are use restrictions in regards to every commercial unit in this condominium association. The restricted usage is a adult bookstore, adult video store, massage parlors, taverns, discotheque, video amusement arcades, and our pawn shops. So quite a bit of what this potential tenant has indicated that they were due is a use restriction to the condominium association. The other issue is the trash, as previously noted by the resident. So every tenant has to have its own medallion. I met with the tenant regarding this project. The issue was that one, there's no parking as noted. That parking lot is occupied by people who are going to PennDOT, Fine Wine and Spirits, or any of the other shops that are along that corridor from the 7100 block to the corner that sits where the golf is. The other issue is that there's no place for them to put a trash receptacle. We get a lot of notices about illegal dumping, and in talking with the tenants, they did not know that process of getting a receptacle for trash.
Okay.
The other issue is the cars. Ogans Avenue is the gateway into Philadelphia. There is no place to park on Ogans Avenue. There's no place to park behind Ogans Avenue. Typically, the residents are in that area. They rarely move their cars. The apartment building that is above is mainly a senior housing project. For any type of noise that to filter up, and this is quiet enjoyment as according to the condominium document, is to be enjoyed by the residents. And so to have something such as that would be, again, an issue in regards to the apartment renters who are above. And we have individuals who have been in these units for over 15 years. The other issue is that the tenant, when they met with me, expressed that their monthly rent is $4,000. I do
What's
not.
that again? I hear what you're saying.
$4,000.
I object to, by the way, nothing that has come out of this witness so far is even relevant.
I say that again, the rent
Yes, it was indicated to me by the tenants that the rent is $4,000.
for this property?
For this property.
Okay, I don't, but go ahead.
It's not even relevant.
I
mean,
understand, I understand.
This is,
The reason why it's relevant is because to meet their rental obligations, that they will not be able to make money off the uses that they're currently indicating for this project.
we appreciate Madam President's business acumen, but I think my client knows what she's doing.
Okay.
Okay?
In addition to that, I just want to note something that was noted by the attorney. So ORC does not own the rental space across the street. The rental space across the street is owned by Main Development. Main Development, it used to be a Ogans Realty.
Yep.
Right.
And essentially, we leave it open for anybody to come to rent it for $50.
Yep.
And so it has remained vacant for a number of years because there's no interest for a 1,400 square feet project. Now, when we do use it, we use it when we have festivals on the avenue, which we had last year, and we used the
Yep.
space. So we are in opposition
I understand.
of this coming into the community. One, we just don't feel like that this business could absorb, that this community could absorb this business and the level of traffic and trash that would be coming with it.
Do you have any questions?
Yes. Ma'am, does your organization operate an event space within 5 miles of this place?
We
You're under
operate,
oath.
another entity operates a
You're under oath.
base at Stenton, Washington
Okay,
Lane,
very good.
which
Any
is
other
not in
questions?
the in immediate area.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as you know, this is a special exception.
All right.
There needs
All
to
right.
be very,
Vern, do me a favor.
Okay.
Why don't you wait to the end, because I think there's someone online.
Okay.
too. Okay?
Mr. Chair, I just had a question, and I know Mr. Anastasio had referenced that there were some things that need to be addressed with the records department in terms of the condo units.
right.
But according to the last deed for this property, the current owner is Ogans Plaza Partners LP. Is ORC part of that partnership? I'm just a little bit
No.
confused about
Work
the.
is not a part of that partnership. So the entity that sold it to Ogans Plaza in 2016 was Haynes Eastburn Stinton Corp.
Correct.
But the majority owner of this condominium association is Ogans Hall Investors.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Witness also lacks standing, but.
Okay, well,
yeah.
let me, is there anyone in the virtual audience?
Good morning, Chair. This is Jason Hand. I am jumping in temporarily. I have a hand up from the Kimberly Brown West. I will
Okay, sure.
promote
Thank you.
them and
You-
allow
you
them
can
to
step
speak.
back. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Oh, you're welcome.
They're coming back in as a panelist shortly,
Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Kimberly, Kimberly, and my last name is West dash Brown, WEST-BROWN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Are you a neighbor?
No, I represent the 10th Ward RCO. I'm the ward chair.
Okay. Start your testimony, please.
So we did submit a letter basically saying that we did meet with the applicant and our votes were 14 noes and 4 yeses. Mainly, our main concern was about parking. We did receive a letter from Mr. Anastasio today, basically telling us about her lease, saying that she does have access to the parking lot. That was not presented to us when we did meet with them originally. The main concern for the parking has been brought up. The reason why I raised my hand earlier, when the parking situation came up, because that parking lot, even though it does have 60 spaces, which they stated, it is a very busy parking lot, and it is not a beer distributor. It is a wine and spirit, so it is always heavily crowded with that. It is a PennDOT. There is maybe three or four eateries over there. The parking lot is always full. And
Okay.
Ogans Avenue is super busy, so it's hard to park on Ogans Avenue. So basically just wanted to talk about the parking, and
All
the
right,
other
good.
concern that came up
Good.
was
So
about the trash.
you're against this project?
Yes, we were
Right.
opposed.
Vern, do you have any questions?
No, just to note, the PennDOT closes at 4,
Okay.
and this property is
Thank you.
commercially
Wait,
zoned.
let's see. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience? Thank you, ma'am.
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Wait, Vern, good morning.
Just that I appreciate everybody's testimony, of course, and respect it. However, their positions, their opposition has to be very specific. We all know the law. They have to have specific instances of this particular use would be negatively impactful to the community. They have not shown that. We have, on the other side, presented a business plan, a parking plan, a trash plan, a landlord who has on the record said that my client can not only must use the dumpsters, use the parking lot, but the lease will be enforced that if there's any noise, there will be a violation of the lease and they would be removed. So I believe we've met our burden for the special exception. Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The appellant has shown that the proposed event assembly facility will have no detrimental impacts beyond what might reasonably be expected. We created the event assembly facility definition to distinguish this use as having less of an impact than nightclubs or private clubs would have. These facilities are only allowed to host private events where the general public is not permitted and are not allowed to have kitchen facilities. A nightclub or private club would still be prohibited. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed special exception for an event assembly facility.
Okay, so as we agreed in the beginning, we will not vote today. This is closed, right, Hillary? We're closed with this?
Yeah, we are closed aside, the record's closed aside from any information regarding the condominium component of the ownership. here.
Address clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for testifying. Number 13, number 12, 12, here we go. MI 2025-006, 364-1841 Master Street. Zen Jin is the attorney.
I'll be coming back in as a panelist, sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Zenjin, Z-H-E-N, last name J-I-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your clients, their relationship to the property?
Yes, my clients are the owners of the property, Mr. Chen Ju Liang and Ms. Liu Li Zhu. Mr. Chen should be here with us today.
All right, and there's a letter of support from Beach Community Services with a few provisos. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. I'm going to share with the board what was previously submitted as exhibits. It should be coming up now. Can the board see my exhibit?
Yeah, we do, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. This is an application for a essentially a legalization of a two-family dwelling at 1841 Master Street. This application is refused because the property is located in a RSA 5 district. This particular RSA 5 district actually used to be a RM1 district, although this property's history seems to show that it was used at some time in the past as a daycare as part of a single family, and then it was vacant for quite some time. My clients purchased the property from a renovator who actually purchased the property from the sheriff's department in 2017. The renovations were done originally based on the RM1, which would allow the two-family dwelling, but the person who did the renovations actually acquired the property right as the zoning district was changed. So they purchased the property in June of that year, and the mayor signed a bill to change the district to RSA 5 in May of that year. They started renovations and then realized that, of course, this is not permitted as a duplex. They finished the work. There were violations, there were vacant property licenses, and then ultimately they downgraded their building permit to a single family in order to complete the transformation, and then ultimately sold it to my clients. My clients have had the property since about 2019. They've operated the property more or less as a single family, even though they do have 2 units inside. So they mostly rent the upstairs units because it has more bedrooms. And they originally had planned to have their daughter or someone themselves use the first floor, but that's mostly stayed vacant. Recently, given the circumstances of their own daughter not going to the Temple area schools, they decided they'd rather legalize the second unit and go ahead and start renting that out without running into issues with the city. Now, the community supported this application. Primarily, they wanted to make sure trash is managed. We do, I will show on the plan, have a internal trash storage for the upper floor, and they don't want it rented to students or become an Airbnb. Now, an Airbnb would not be possible here, even with the variance, because that will be a visitor accommodations variance, not a duplex use. And my client is willing to work with the community group to put something in writing that they would not rent to students. That was actually something that was done privately. So those 2 requirements, the trash management, we have no problem with what the community is asking for. So this block has long lots and actually is consistent mostly on this side of multifamily dwellings. My client's property is actually sandwiched between a triplex and a quadplex that is pre-existing and legal. Up and down the block, we have some single family houses by zoning, but predominantly everything in the 1800 block of Master Street, some through variances, some from prior RM1 zoning, and some just are single family, but predominantly they're multifamily, particularly on my client's side of the street. And being sandwiched between the 2, that is multifamily, the conversion to a duplex use really would not be inconsistent or substantially change the impacts that the block on the block to the neighbors. So the property again is a existing property. They're long lots, as you can see. The first floor is the longest and has access to the rear yard. There is a kind of a shared port between the buildings, but this is my client's building's rear. This is the interior. Recently, after starting the application, my client actually had the entire building vacated for the most part to wait for the zoning decision before deciding what to do as far as tenancy. That was also made clear to the community. The neighbors, again, met with us through the community, and they are aware of the conditions on the block, mostly multifamily. So as a result, after reviewing the plans and the conditions of the area, we received a non-opposition from the community, with the main concern being of course, near Temple University area being trash. So in the design of the upper floor, there is actually a location right after entering the second unit where they put a trash closet for the trash to be easily be able to be pulled to the steps and down and out during trash day. The first floor unit is a single floor on the first floor for the unit with the kitchen, living area, and bedrooms towards the back. There is an exit to the back that is marked as part of the bedroom, which I know that the board sometimes has concerns with. But that is actually the existing design from the time they acquired the property. The basement is open, as you saw from the photo. There's a washer and dryer in the basement, the HVAC, there's no bathroom, there's no living in the basement. On the upper floor, once you enter the first floor, there's actually a foyer, and then the second unit entrance is, again, from the foyer directly to the steps. So the steps leading up leads directly into the upper floor unit, into the living area and kitchen area. There is, because of the design of the flooring, slight stairs stepping up from the living area and front bedroom to the rear area of the building. And again, that is existing due to the floor layout of the building. The upper floor, which is the third floor, is ultimately just bedrooms, closet, bathrooms, and is essentially the master bedroom area if we want to see it. This is, again, when they come up, once they enter this bedroom, this is all part of one large bedroom setup with a contained bathroom and closet. So this is essentially a master setup with the fourth bedroom, smaller bedroom in the back. So again, my client's looking for a duplex use here. A lot of the prior requests in the area has been triplexes. They have had this existing condition, so they're willing to keep it as a duplex. And the community, again, after reviewing with the trash management being in place, was willing to support us on this particular request. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions from the board, and I believe my client, Mr. Chen, is
Why don't
here
you
to
bring your
verify.
client on?
Sure. Mr. Chen, can you raise your hand virtually to be identified?
And Zen, you said on one side there's a quad and the other side's a triplex,
Yes,
and you want to put a duplex in the middle.
correct.
Right, okay.
Right there.
Do you see his hand?
Yeah, they're coming back in right now.
Oh,
Okay,
okay, great.
thank you, Jason.
喂，嗨，
Good morning.
你的图像出来。
影响图像吗？
对对对
Yeah, please turn great, thank you.
，Hello，
Well, good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
你要说你的名字，就让先说你的名字。
my last name Chen, middle name Jiuliang.
Right, all right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'm
欢
sorry.
迎呢，对，欢迎说是。
No,
Yes.
you
Yes.
can't, you,
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
yes,
hold
yes.
on.
you cannot
hold on.
translate for him.
No, you can't
Yes.
translate.
那
for
我
him.
其实还不让你画画。
That's
Alright.
because I just speak in Chinese Mandarin.
I know, I understand.
So,
right.
Mr. Chen, are you going to tell the truth to the board? Can you verify you will do that? Tell the truth.
我觉得怎么
He
讲？
can't speak English.
Okay,
he
okay,
can't speak.
okay, all right.
Okay,
So,
I'm
so
sorry.
I didn't realize
Zen,
his English was so
listen to me.
limited.
Zen,
That's big.
Zen, listen to me.
He can't speak English.
Please stop. Hold on.
Hold on. Yeah.
Zen, you've had conversations with him
Yes,
and you understand what he said,
yes.
right? So you're an officer of the court. We'll accept your testimony. Is it okay, Hillary? Okay. Questions? Right. All right. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Can you go back to the floor plans?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm
I only
interested in that,
shut it off to
that
yeah,
second, third floor
and
unit.
I'm going to zoom back out slightly so it's easier to see.
So we can see the whole unit.
Sure. This will be the second and third floor, I
Now,
believe.
the second, third floor unit is one apartment with 1, 2, 3,
Four
4,
bedroom.
four bedrooms, but the bedrooms on the third floor have sort of these ante rooms, I guess, that could be used for lounges or something. And then there's this small living room and a kitchen and a bedroom in the back and the front. So there are a total of two very large bedrooms and or suites and two normal sized bedrooms for a total of 4 bedrooms.
Yes.
So and so is the goal to rent to students? Like what's the goal here?
You
Because
can't.
So,
So
yes. I'm sorry.
Vern, Jen, why don't you answer
Yeah.
that question about the students and the conversation you had with the group?
Sure. The community group also, based on the review of the plans, had concerns that we would be renting these out specifically to students, particularly with the way the upper rooms are larger. My client actually agreed to specifically put in writing with the group that it would not be rented to students. With the language barrier as well, they actually don't prefer to have turnovers that quickly with the tenants. So they've been trying to get mostly tenants that are willing to at least stay for a year or two, if not longer, on the leases, so that they don't have to do turnovers.
I think the general issue here is that, like, I don't see how this is viably rentable. It's 4 bedrooms. You can't have more than 4 bedrooms go to someone that's not a family. Now you have to find a family that can absorb these 2 sort of large ante rooms. It's going to make the rent higher. I think we're all struggling with the like mechanics of this. You also cannot restrict rentals to no students. Like that violates fair housing rights laws.
Yeah.
So I think like we're having a hard time understanding how this is going to be viable and meet sort of the demands or the provisions set out by the RCO, even though your client agreed to it.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, for Airbnb, that's pretty easy to regulate, so I don't think that's the problem. I do understand the board's concern with regard to finding particular renters for the area. My client's using representatives from realtors essentially to try to find tenants. They do have some contacts with other people in the community, Asian community, that may be interested in renting. So as far as I know, based on my conversation with my client, they've been renting the properties for a while, so they're pretty comfortable with finding someone for the space because they've managed to do it in the past.
Okay, other questions?
Not question, but the same issue. It looks more like these are like student like suites, if you will, not a 4-bedroom duplex arrangement.
Well, I do understand that. I also want to point out again, I think my client kind of inherited these plans and the layout. They didn't do any renovations. They bought the property. So the REO that did the purchase from the sheriff's department, then did the renovations, may have very well had originally planned to just simply have this as student housing. My client purchased the property, and then they have been just renting it, in the ways that they can based on what they have available with the single rental license. So again, they asked for a duplex because, quite honestly, they do not have the finances or the desire to do further renovation to make a triplex out of the property. So they were hoping to keep the existing conditions and just legalize the use so they can get the proper rental license and rent it out, both units.
All right, questions from our attorney?
And not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time.
Planning Commission?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2017 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. This property appears to have been converted to a duplex without the benefit of permits through no fault of the current owners. The proposed use matches the character of the other homes on this block face. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
Thank you. Zen, I'm going to take this to next week.
Okay.
On Wednesday, I'm going to really sit in executive session and try to figure out where we are with this, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. All right, number 14. MI 2025-007-102, 1838 North Van Pelt Street. Alan Nachumson is the attorney. Morning. Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Alan Nachumson, A-L-A-N, last name Nachumson, N-O-C-H-U-M-S-O-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client and the relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is the owner of the property, Van Pelt Properties LLC. In the virtual audience is its member, Kobe Kennedy, as well as his architect, Justin Coleman.
And we have a letter of non-opposition from Strawberry Mansion Community Concern. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, then you can proceed with your case.
Right. Sure. All right. All right, so I'm here to present 1838 North Van Pelt Street. You know, I have 12 exhibits here. As I stated, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Coleman are in the virtual audience, and I'll have Mr. Kennedy, introduce himself, be sworn in, and I have a few questions for him. We have a notice of refusal here for an RSA 5 property. Originally, we're seeking 4 dwelling units, which would be out of character for this part of the neighborhood. Really, every property here is 3 dwelling units. So, after further conversation with my client, I indicated to him it would be in his best interest to follow like what the rest of the neighborhood has in terms of 3 dwelling units. So we have revised plans which reduce the amount of dwelling units to 3. We have 2 other variances, one for occupied area and one for rear yard setback. As the chairman stated, the community has no issue with those 2 variances. Plus, they appreciated the fact that we went down from 4 units to 3 units out of our own, like volition. We did that prior to the community meeting, but we made additional changes as well. So we do have a correspondence from Strawberry Mansion Community Concern. One of the requests was a non-zoning request to change the color of the siding on the side of the property that matches the red brick. They did have concerns about having the kitchen in the basement. We are more than happy to switch it so that the kitchen is for the first floor unit, and the lower level is 1 unit. To have the kitchen on the first floor, unfortunately, given the short time frame to have, from the time we had the community meeting. Oh, it says I'm muted. From the
There.
Oh, okay.
Use the microphone. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, I've never seen that come up, so apologize for that.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. But yeah, given the short time frame, we didn't have chance to change the floor plans, but we have no objection to obviously switch the floor plans. It makes more sense too. And my client acknowledges that. The only other issue, so they wanted to switch the basement use. We'll have kitchen on the first floor, living room, a bedroom, and then the lower level, we just wanted this open floor plan. Again, this day and age, from experience, a lot of people like work from home, and that extra lower level area is good for, an office area, maybe like a little secondary living area of some sort. So we would like to keep that. The only other request by the Strawberry Mansion Community Concern Organization was the exterior will be constructed in accordance with the revised improved design, not the original siding concept. And that we just changed the color of the siding. So we have no objection to keeping that way too. So there were 3 people on the board of the Strawberry Mansion Community Concern that voted in non-opposition. I do want to say that there was one community member there who also voted, I believe, either in support or in non-opposition. For whatever reason, their vote was not acknowledged here. I'm not sure why. Here are revised plans, which again speak to the reduced unit count and also to clean up the site plan in some respects. And then, I want to give you examples of 3 family dwellings on that block: 1812, 1843, 1816. There's others on other blocks, but I also have in my notes that there are 8 other instances of triplexes on that block. There are actually 36 vacant lots on that block as well. So again, I think to have this development would enhance the block and be consistent with the character of the block as well. Here's our aerial view, which shows where we are on the block, but also shows a lot of the vacant properties on that 1800 block of North Van Pelt Street. So while we are RSA 5 property, there are many RSA 5 properties on that block which are multifamily in nature. In addition, you can see there is some mixed zoning as you go to the left here with RM1, so not out of character. Photographs of the property. So this is a vacant lot. This is a hearing notice poster showing proof of posting for today's hearing. This property has been a vacant lot for some time. We went to Google Street View and it shows as far back as August of 2011. This is North Van Pelt Street to the right of the property. And a particular note, you can see this is a neighborhood that has 3-story structures, flat brick facades, lintels, pronounced cornice lines, and having some type of pronounced stone structure added to the brick as well in the front. You'll see that we mimic that architecture in our design as well. North Van Pelt Street to the left of the property. So similarly, pronounced cornice line, lintels, flat brick facade. The window structure is very similar to the window structure you would expect from a traditional Philadelphia row home. And again, a pronounced lower level. This is where we intend to store the meters under the staircase. And, just a rendering from a different angle is, this is just to show that we did change this siding to mimic the color of the brick that we intend to have as a front facade. So, and you can see how we seamlessly are within the architectural detail and feel of that block as well. And then you can just see in terms of our, let's see. We are 4.5 feet out of the ground from the first floor, and we are 4 feet out of the ground, and we're 5.5 feet downward. So that's 9.5 feet. So if you count a little bit of ceiling, we'll probably have 8.5 foot ceilings in the lower level. And then these are our floor plans. So, sorry. What is going on? Let's see. All right, these are our floor plans. I just want to make it not too big. So just think about it. Again, the unit number 1, we're going to have to change up a little bit, given the fact that we had our bedrooms upstairs. We intend to change it a little bit more so to make sure that we have a kitchen, a dining room, and a 1-bedroom upstairs. But this is a common vestibule area where, we'll have, like, again.
So the 2 bedrooms go?
Probably 2 bedrooms would have to go.
Right,
That is
okay.
right. That is right. So what you would probably have here is that these would be replaced by a kitchen area, a dining room area, and a living room area. And then this is the lower level. Obviously, we would take out all of this and just have it as an open floor plan. Our washer and dryer is down here, and we would like to keep like a half bath down there, just for people who, don't want to have to go up and down the steps when, say their office is down there, or it turns into like a flex space with a living room, maybe a little guest room with a fold out couch or something like that. Unit number 2, you go up a flight of steps and you can see there is a living room and then a kitchen, and then you have 2 bedrooms up here with 1 bathroom. And then the same thing mimicked on the 3rd floor. One of the things we did not put in here was a roof deck. Again, respecting the character of Strawberry Mansion and their preference not to have roof decks as well.
Isn't there an overlay there too, right?
I'm not 100.
No, not that far?
I don't think so. So, but we present in front of all the Strawberry Mansion groups, and we understand what their wants and needs are. So we try to anticipate, that. There's also trash closets in both of the units here. Here's just an example for unit 3, and then the trash is stored in the rear for unit number 1. Again, we met with the community on, I think, March 30th. And again, not very well attended meeting, but, we had, notified 133 addresses. I think one of the reasons why it wasn't well attended is because all these vacant lots nearby. So, but we did have 1 community representative there and 3 members of the coordinating RCO. And proof of mailing of that notice or application for appeal that we filed on behalf of Van Pelt Properties LLC, excuse me, as well as the notice of refusal, the project information form, the deed to the property showing that Van Pelt Properties LLC is the owner of the property, and then finally, the certificate of tax clearance. I would ask that Mr. Kennedy virtually raise his hand and be sworn in.
He's being promoted to panelist.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Colby Kennedy.
Hi, good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, this is Colby Kennedy, Colby, last name Kennedy, Kennedy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Yes, Colby, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes.
Is it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Specifically with regards to the revised plans, you agree to reduce the unit count to 3 units.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Questions from the board?
So just to be clear, only the 1st floor unit is going to have access to the basement
That is,
and the backyard.
that is correct.
So this 1st floor unit goes from a 3-bedroom apartment to a 1-bedroom luxury apartment. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I mean, it's how I see it is there's, just because of how the property is designed and where the staircase is, you can't put a 2nd bedroom on that 1st floor. And then as far as the lower level, we just want an ability for someone to use the washer and dryer is down there, but we also want someone to use that lower level as a flex space.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, I guess, because we always hear financial hardship. So I'm trying to understand how a 1-bedroom with a full finished basement becomes profitable on that block right now. I don't see how that's financially feasible, but
That's Kobe is a licensed realtor who's very well experienced in the field of real estate management as well as financing. He feels that even limiting the unit count to 3, having 2 bedrooms and 1 rather large 1-bedroom makes financial sense. And again, it's not out of character too, because I have been in front of this board quite recently. Within the past year, we had 2 instances under similar circumstances on the 1800 block of North Van Pelt Street, where we have 3 triplexes under similar circumstances.
yeah, I understand the triplex. I just can't understand how it makes financial sense to have this luxury 1-bedroom unit. And what's that rent going to be for that unit? And if you could actually market it. So I think it's not quite viable. From a business standpoint, but that's my only concern.
I think another question I have is I didn't see a washer and dryer in any of the upper units, so initially I assumed everybody had access to the basement. So where are the unit 2 and 3? Where are they doing their laundry?
All right, Kobe, if you can maybe help me while I'm looking through the drawings. Do
Yeah,
the upper
each-
units have
Each apartment
washer and
have their own washer and dryer in them
Yeah, let me take a look.
by the kitchen.
We
Having
went
prob-
through it quickly, so maybe I just.
yeah, I'm having problems. Let me just get through the drawing. I'm just going through my presentation materials, trying to find
And I think secondarily, then what's the trash plan also?
so
I
the,
don't, like the two things that I maybe, because we went really quickly and I was focused on a different part of the house when you were on the plans, both didn't necessarily see vented trash rooms or the washer dryer. So I just wanted to be.
yeah, there's an area specifically for trash. I pointed out on unit number 3. I said quickly. I said the trash area, and I said it's also there for unit number 2. I didn't go back up there, but they're mirror images, the unit 3 and unit 2. But let me find the washer and dryer. I did not point that out. Let's just see. All right, let's see. Oh, here it is. I'm just going to show unit 2. They're the same, but it's all in this little closet area. Right here, here's the washer and dryer.
Are you're sharing? I don't see anything.
It's not,
I
just
maybe-
not up yet, Alan. That's what I'm
oh,
saying.
That's me. Sorry.
Okay.
I was like, I see it. Hold on.
Hillary, do you have any comments while we're waiting?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
It's right here. And then unit 2 and unit 3. Oh, sorry, my throat is killing me today.
I have a question. How are they going to access the washer dryer? Just based on that, like you've got an air handler in there, you've got the trash sitting right in front of, like, is the idea that you're going to move the trash can every time you have to do
I think
laundry?
when I just looked at it.
It's a very bizarre setup.
No,
Is that why you turned it off real quick?
No, I didn't.
Probably
No.
when I missed it.
He's quick on that.
It's quick.
And then he won't be able to get back on.
Wait, what's going? No, honestly,
I missed it when I looked at it.
No,
the first
I
time, 'cause
didn't.
I said it doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
I'll be honest, you guys don't usually ask about the washer and dryer. So like I know,
I asked about it before.
well, I usually focus on the things like, in terms of how far are we out of the ground and stuff like that.
You covered that pretty well.
Well, because I know that question's going to be there. But I honestly,
Kobe's
there was
here.
no ill intent.
He hears us. Like, I think you got to clean some of the floor
Yes,
plan stuff
that's
up.
right.
Like, yeah.
I think so. I think it's a architect that's new to Philadelphia.
There's many of those. Yeah,
And-
stop hiring. Turn the mic on so y'all overhear that.
Yeah. So anyway, but we'll definitely clean that up.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Nachumson? Your
Chair, we
partner's- you got your partner giggling in the back too. I'm just telling you right now.
You mean or soon to be newest attorney?
Yeah, I mean, he's been with you a long time now. I mean,
Well, as a co-op law clerk, but he'll be joining.
questions from the virtual audience.
Chair, we have a hand up from Strawberry Mansion Community
Sure.
Concern.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Do we see her?
Muted. Can you hear me?
I can now. Could you?
Oh,
please-
okay. I was muted. I'm sorry.
Could you
Hi, my
please
name
state-
is
Go
Bonita
ahead.
Cummings. Bonita, Cummings, Cummings.
Right.
Shorey Mansion, community concern.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Hi, I just wanted to comment. Yeah, as you know, we held the meeting. The community is, of course, not responsible for all of the NTI, demolition that has taken place and created these conditions. But the process of trying to be accountable to the community as it relates to these units are going up as new builds, not as apartment buildings. So it was brought to us as four units, and we said we would, we weren't trying to support 4 units because these are really just houses. The footprint of them were single family, pretty much single family units. But we just wanted to, make sure that, of course, we're not opposing, but we wanted clearly on the record that no basement kitchen, no basement living space, and no way for this to turn into additional units later. And the reason that's important is because you end up with 4 units anyway, if you're not careful in how these provisos are recorded to the record. And also, it's a lot of moving parts here. There's no real, the changes are not on those records. So I don't know, should they be changed first? What is L&I working from in terms of these actual drawings, these architectural drawings say one thing, it's said one thing here, and then it's the drawings say something else. So I just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the call. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning
Oh,
Commission?
Chair, I'm sorry. A hand just went up from a Justin Coleman.
Okay.
Yeah, Justin's our architect.
We
I
don't,
think I
no,
know-
we're
yeah,
fine. We're
we're
fine.
fine,
We're
yeah.
fine. Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The city rezoned this neighborhood in 2014 in accord with recommendations in the comprehensive plan. This block face contains a mix of single-family and multifamily dwelling units. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use and dimensional variances.
Thank you. Hillary, does the revised plans cover the change in the basement?
Well, so the give me one second. The revised plans are a site plan, but they do have the section that shows the different units on the side.
Yeah. Usually does. Oh, well,
You might
we have to clean out.
you have to it's better to take that
Oh.
out because if you need to make changes to the floor plans in the process, you're not
Right.
locked in.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
We want to have those changes made and then we'll vote next week. Is that all right?
Or can we just vote and then obviously eliminate those floor? It's inappropriate to have floor plans on the.
Right.
Whatever
It's
you-
this-
whatever
yes,
you-
the section. He can just take it off. I assume the exterior changes that Ms. Cummings was referring to were reflected on the plan. I saw changes, but I wasn't sure what exactly.
The only thing we changed was the color of the siding.
Okay.
That which is not a zoning related thing, but we
Right.
promised obviously that we
Right.
would do that.
Right. So, okay. And then there was a little cut, like a light wall that was all the way down,
I
right?
think that may have been on the original. I mean,
No, not on the, it was on the newer ones. The newer ones had the light well all the way down, and that was the other change that I
Okay,
noted.
got it.
So
Yeah,
but
can
yeah,
I
if you just-
request that?
if-
Can I request the hold?
Okay,
Yeah.
That's what I said.
That's fine.
Why don't we just hold and see
All right,
what it
all right,
is?
I'll provide an updated,
Yeah.
site plan, just
Right.
get rid of the floors on there.
And Hillary, could we put somewhere on there too, just a half bathroom in the basement? I mean, that would, I don't know if we can enforce that, but.
and that's more of a building
Okay,
code
all right, okay.
issue.
No, I'm just saying
so-
like, so that you're not going to build a whole apartment around it.
Right,
Oh,
no,
but
I
from-
understand.
From Ms. Cummings, perspective,
Yeah, I
like
understand.
if we built a 4th unit, we would have to come back here.
All right, okay, all right. So we're going to have something by next week.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that.
I'll clean it.
We'll vote on this next week, okay?
Okay, and
Thank
so,
you.
and just to
Next-
be clear, the
next
record
time.
is closed except
Yep.
for the revised plans. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Number 15, MI 2026-00315, 2501 Wharton Street. David Orphanides is the attorney. You know, we haven't had more than 3 people on the RCO meeting. Yeah, I know. Right.
They're being promoted to panel.
You can't see it. Mr. Orphanides?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the
Hi,
board.
could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Certainly, my name is David Orphanides. Last name is spelled Orphanides.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is Sean Ellis and Sean Ellis Elites LLC, and Sean is should be on with us this morning.
There's a letter of support from the Grace Ferry Coalition of Neighbors, and our
Correct.
vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen, proceed with your case.
Sure. And I just wanted to make sure the GFCN sent an updated letter of support just this morning. It's not very different from the original one they had submitted. The original letter referenced the support and that we would be entering into a CBA. And the updated letter indicates that my client and the community have entered into a CBA.
Okay.
So, and I do have that right here, that letter right here, the updated letter with our package. So, just wanted to make clear. So, the property in question is 2501 Wharton Street. I will show you an aerial image. 2501. Let me get rid of this here. Okay, and you can see here my exhibit B1 in aerial. 2501, and I've outlined the property. It's an extremely large, irregularly shaped lot on South 25th Street. It's bordered by the South 25th Street to the east. This is below Washington Avenue. Oakford Street to the north, Wharton Street to the south, and South 26th Street to the west. So it takes up large part, almost all of the block. My client has leased building or unit Q, which I've shown here outlined in green. The property is outlined clouded in red. Outlined in green is the unit that my client has rented. That unit, as you can see from the cover, fronts on Oakford Street. There's a man door, a person door, and then a large garage door. This unit, I included zoning archives for the property. This unit has been used in the past as woodworking, for woodworking purposes, which is general industrial. It's been used for warehousing and accessory business offices. It was vacant for a little bit of time when my client came along and entered into the lease for the space last July. Sean Ellis, who I will introduce a little bit, is a former Phillies draft pick pitcher for the Phillies. Played in the majors for quite some time in the minors, and has started a baseball training facility. And this will be his first permanent home, other than one. He has had one up in Kensington, a smaller location. This will be a full-sized facility to accommodate the large number of kids in the city that come to Sean and his staff for training. And I'll provide you a little more information on that. The issue is that he and his wife Nicole, who they run the business together, entered into the lease for this property last July. Went to submit for a CO. We're told you need a zoning permit. Submitted for a zoning permit, and nobody had mentioned. They've never done this before. Nobody told them that they needed a variance because the property is zone I2, and I2 does not allow personal services as a matter of right. So they've been subjected to the lease or party to the lease on the hook for the lease since July. It's been a little tough to keep things going since then. Sean's been making do using other facilities, Fieldhouse on Spring Garden Street, SPST just to the south here. And we're grateful that we finally have made it here to the zoning board today. And as indicated, again, the property is zoned I2. I2 does not allow personal services as a matter of right. As a training facility, we've also included in our application, and you can see it on the notice of refusal at tab D1, dated 12/12/2025, which I hope is a notice of refusal that you have. There was an earlier one issued that I had to have corrected. But we added, in addition to the personal services for the baseball training, we added the retail sales of wearing apparel and accessories, swag, T-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, things of that nature, possibly some other types of clothing related to their operations, and then also the retail sales of food, beverage, and groceries. And that's mostly like snacks and sports drinks and water and things of that nature. It's nothing that they plan to have at the present time, but we don't want to have to come back for that, as those two uses also require variance. I bring that up in part because going back to the letter from GFCN, which was designated as the coordinating RCO by the Planning Commission and Council President Johnson's office, is that one of the things that came out of our meeting, and I don't know how we would do this in terms of, I think the board can do this as a proviso, but they asked that the retail sales of take place along, they have to be accessory or incidental to the personal services. They don't want them to be a principal use. As applied, they were not indicated to be accessory or incidental. And so I think the same rules apply to accessory uses in terms of uses. You can't have a permitted use and an accessory use that's not permitted as a matter of right to be permitted by right. You would have to still go for a variance for the accessory use. So I believe this modification is one that the zoning board can make by proviso. But that is one that we didn't have a problem with. It was always anticipated to be that way. It wasn't worded that way, but we don't have an issue with that. So I would ask the board to consider that. Again, looking at the aerial, you have the viaduct that extends above South 25th Street to the east of us. This neighborhood was at one time very industrial, with housing located around the industrial properties and uses to house a lot of the workers. That the neighborhood, like many of these industrial neighborhoods, have evolved very much so in recent years, particularly in the north of Washington Avenue and then just south of Washington Avenue, which this property is located just a couple blocks of south of Washington. South of Washington. So there's if we go to the zoning map, you can see that not only is our property zoning classified I2, and let me just go here to the background. And here's our property with building Q outline. You can see the property on the northwest corner of Oakford and South 25th is also zoning classified I2. That's important to know. I believe Mr. Fecto will indicate that on the 2035 plan, I believe that property is flagged to be converted to changed to ICMX or IRMX, but he can speak to that. It's really hard to see on the 2035 plan because South 25th Street is the dividing line. So it's hard to see when the maps change as to see what the plan is for the properties. I believe our property is still slated to remain I2, probably because it's such a large property. You can see CA1 to the south of us. You can see ICMX to the east of us, to the northeast of us, I2. And then across the street, South 26, on the west side of South 26, you have CMX2, RM1, and then you have RM1 across the street from us on both Oakford Street on the north side and on the south side of Wharton Street. And I bring this up, first of all, the property on the northwest corner, which is 2501 Oakford, that was granted variances very recently by the zoning board. Those variances included a very large number of uses not permitted in I2, including 54 residential uses, but also units, but also personal services and retail sales of food, beverages, and groceries. It did not include a variance for the retail sale of wearing apparel and accessories. I also bring that up because the CA1 property that's located across from us on the south side of Wharton Street, on the 2500 block of Wharton Street, allows all three of the uses that we've proposed here as a matter of right, as do the ICMX properties that are located across the South 25th Street on the east side.
David, why don't we, could we
Sure.
concentrate on this building and tell us what
Sure,
you want to do and
sure.
maybe show us what it looks like?
Sure,
I mean, I
sure.
think we see the area, we understand what you're
that's
saying,
great.
but why don't we
So-
zero in here?
Sure. So inside of the property,
There you go.
so you can see it's a large space per the lease. It's 5,890 square feet. The floor plans, the dimensions show that as well. So you have a larger open space at the ground floor, and then you have an elevated space at the one end of the unit where there's an office. And I can show you here the floor plans, and you can show all the ground floor. You come in. There's a lobby area, there's a changing area, there's bathrooms. They're probably going to have showers. There's a place for trash storage, and then the offices above the first floor.
Right.
Going back to the photos here, and again, my clients had started moving forward with they purchased custom material, started installing it, believing none of these things required a building permit related to the CO, and then they found out that they needed a variance, so they stopped all of this, but they had already ordered the materials, and here you can see the view from the office above. As mentioned, the notice of refusal has those three particular uses that we applied for, and I did reference the different zoning codes regarding the I2, ICMX, IRMX, and then the commercial classification of C2. I also include the parking. You can see from the exterior photos that I have up here that, and you can see it from the aerials as well. In the middle, there's a large parking area here, and you can see here the photos from the ground floor level or from the grade. You can see the parking area. And my client does have access to that parking. There are a number of spaces that were specifically designated in this lease, and we believe that we'll have access to it as well during the evening hours, non-business hours. I do include photographs of the surrounding blocks at Exhibit B2. Granted, these pictures were taken during a snowstorm, but you will see from these photos that they're at least on the Wharton Street side, the South 25th Street side, there's generally parking on both sides of the street. Oakford sometimes can be a little more parked up, but you can see here there are openings on the block. So there is available on-street parking. There's available off-street parking. There's a lot of public transportation located nearby, both on 25th Street, on Washington Avenue, some of the cross streets located nearby. So we believe that in terms of the criteria for the granting of the variance, that this proposed use will not cause congestion or increase traffic congestion in the streets. We do believe that because of the change in the neighborhood, that there is a hardship for the property to get a lot of I2 uses that don't aggravate the community. There was, during the community group meeting, mentioned that some of the uses at the property, like repair of automobiles, had caused some issues in the community. And again, these uses that we're proposing not only are in keeping with the variances that have recently been granted by the zoning board across the street, but also variances that have been granted by not this particular zoning board, but past zoning boards for this particular property.
And David, what are the hours of the day? And how
So
many
I'm
days
going
a
to bring
week?
Sean on to talk about that.
Why don't we do
It's-
that? Sure.
Yeah, Sean, it's generally after school until the early evening on the
Great.
week and the weekends. Sean, can you raise your hand, or if he's been identified?
They're being promoted to panelists.
Thank you.
All right, I think I'm in.
Good morning, Sean. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, Sean Ellis, SHAUNELLIS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Sean, you are, can you please explain your position with Sports, Sean Ellis Elites LLC?
Yeah, so I'm the owner. I handle all of the baseball side with the tournament teams, private training, as well as our holiday camps and 4-day summer camps.
Okay. And you run the business along with your wife, Nicole, is that correct?
Yes. So Nicole handles all of the back end stuff as well as the general operations. So I do the on field, she does the off field. So it's a great, mixture of both.
Okay, and the chairman asked a question regarding the days and hours of operation. Can you please explain that to the zoning board?
Yeah, so during the school year, we are mostly 3 to 8 p.m. And then on the weekend, we're more of like the, 9 to 2 p.m. Same thing in summer. So we have our after school hours during the week, and then we have more of like our modified weekend as well as summer hours, which roughly go between 9 and 2 p.m.
And roughly how many children, what are the ages of the children that you provide training for?
So we go as young as 5 and all the way up through college.
Okay. And about how many children and kids, young adults, do you presently have as clients?
So we have about 1,500 clients that we currently train, and then I want to say roughly 600 of them are from the 19146 zip code.
Okay, and so that's a large number. It sounds like you're providing a great service to the kids in Philadelphia and their families. At any particular time, how many kids and staff will you have at the property? Let's say for private lessons, clinics, the teams, which seem to be the kind of 3 different categories that your clients fall into or uses of the property.
Yeah, so I handle most of the one-on-one training. Any type of camp or specialized clinic, we do go 5 players per 1 coach.
Mm-hmm.
And then for our tournament teams, some of the age groups have 2 coaches, some of the age group has 4, just depending on, the identity, the need, and, the structure just based around practices.
Okay. Where do your teams play?
We're all over. So we'll go.
I think let's concentrate on this building here.
Okay,
David.
that's not a problem.
I know he's other places, but
No, that's fine. No. I mean, he uses a nearby field in addition.
Sure.
So, and Sean, when you have the lessons, when you have the clinics there, do people usually come and park, or do they typically drop the kids off and then leave?
Yeah. Since a lot of them are from the area, realistically, our goal is that they can bike or jog to the space, but for the most part, they are dropped off at our facilities.
Okay. And Sean, you heard the other statements that I made to the board today. Were they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And would you adopt them as your own?
Yes.
Okay. And just as that, if there aren't any, I'll let the board ask any other questions, but I just want to say there's a tax clearance included at tab G, posting photographs at tab I, and then we did meet with, again, the community on February 24th. The certificate of mailing and the notice is included at tab J. It was a hybrid meeting. There were people that came in via Zoom, and also, I believe, per the letter, about 20 people attended in person.
Okay. Questions from the board?
So what is this about the food and why?
So again, a lot of times these.
Can you let me finish?
Yeah. So again, I mean, like a gym.
Let her.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
My question. Okay. According to the letter of support, there was a concern about retail sales of food, beverage, and groceries at the premises as a primary use. So what was that about, and what are the concerns about this retail sales of food, beverages, and groceries as part of this facility?
So I think Mika Outlaw's on from GFCN, but essentially there was concern that it could become like a corner store, could become like a vape shop, something along those lines, because a lot of the vape shops put themselves out there as retail sales of groceries, food, beverages, and groceries. And that obviously was never the intention. So the intention is like a gym. You know, you can get smoothies, you can get a drink, you can get a snack, things of that nature, for the people that are there, you know, training and availing themselves of the services. So we didn't have an issue making that change to making it accessory, because obviously we don't have any intention to operate a grocery store, or a full food store. It's just going to be accessory to the gym.
And that means what kind of foods are we talking about? Is this like just vending machine kind of things, or what do we?
I mean, if you go to a gym, you go to the counter and you can buy sports drinks. Sometimes they're machines that you put coins in, you know, money in to have, or use a credit card. Sometimes you can get smoothies, they can have milkshakes. Sometimes they'll have things behind the counter like protein bars that maybe you can't sell in a vending machine. There won't be any cooking, that's for certain.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hillary, how do we, should we get to the point when we vote on this, how are we going to handle the proviso that Grace Ferry? Do we want to put that, how do we want to do that?
Yeah, so we can certainly do a proviso indicating that the retail sales of food, beverages, and groceries is accessory to the other proposed uses within building Q. So
Accessory to other uses. Anything else, Hillary?
nope, it would just, yeah, like I said, retail sales of food, beverages, and groceries use is accessory to other approved uses within building Q.
Retail accessory to other uses.
Mm.
Okay. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, this is Jason Hand. We'll be stepping in right now. I have a hand up from Dominic Long. I will promote them.
Okay. Sure.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Dominic Long, DOMINICLONG.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Long, are you a neighbor?
No, I am speaking on behalf of the Second District Office of Council President Kenyatta Johnson.
Sure. Please proceed, sir.
So we are just here to testify in support of this project.
Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience?
I do not see any further hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. David Fecto with the City Planning Commission. Chairman and board members, the comprehensive plan recommends no change to the I-2 medium industrial zoning in this location. This portion of the neighborhood still carries its original 1933 zoning. The proposed retail sales of wearing apparel and food and beverages are substantially similar to other uses already operating on the site. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use variance for retail sales.
Thank you. MI 2026-000315-2501 Wharton Street. I vote yes with proviso. Section Q only and retail accessory to other uses.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
No. So the way that I worded it, I'll put that as the language in the proviso where that particular, where retail sales of food, beverages, and grocery use is accessory to other approved uses in
Retail, food,
building Q.
and beverages are accessory to other uses.
Right, other approved.
All right, so the
yes.
proviso is retail sales, food, and beverages are
Grocery.
accessory to other uses, all right?
Right,
All right.
yes.
Thank you.
Michael Johnson, my vote is yes with proviso, and we need more programs like this. Sounds great.
That's awesome. Thanks.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wood, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Is there anyone in the audience whose 930 case has not been called?
I have a hand up from Mika Outlaw. I will promote them to speak.
Sure.
She's here for the last case. She's with GFCN.
Your case?
Yeah. She's
Okay.
with the coordinating RCO.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Mika Outlaw, are you still available?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Mika Outlaw, Meeka Outlaw, Outlaw.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mika, we've already voted and we voted in favor of this. Is that okay?
Yes.
Oh, well, thank you, Mika. Thank you.
Better
very
late than
much.
never. That's all right. That's what we need.
Thank you very much, Mika. We appreciate
problem.
you taking the time to call us. We really do. Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called?
I do not see any further hands,
Okay,
Mr.
see
Chair.
everybody at 2:00. Thank you.
You too, sir.
No, that's not bad. We're good. Start. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman. I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Board Member, Michael Johns.
President, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member, Tayo Wynn.
Present, Mr.
And
Chairman.
Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Also here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our Executive Zoning Board Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of the hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities, whether remote or in person. If you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of appeal. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. If you're called to testify, you'll be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. The webinar Q&A is for questions about the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For our in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevator. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard. All attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain here so we can account for you. Let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 2 on the list, 4010 Old York Road, which is MI 2025-007241. That case is continued till July 15th, 2026 at 2 p.m. And number 8, 1509 North 29th Street, MI 2025-007358. That case is scheduled to July 15th, 2026 at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuance?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for the session. I do not see any hands raised.
Thank you. So let's go to our add-on list. MI 2025-007186, 3615 Spring Garden Street. The vote in this matter has been continued to Wednesday, April 15th at 2 p.m. And number 2, MI 2025-006, 253, 230 North 53rd Street. I vote no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no to reconsideration and rehearing.
Okay, so we're going to go to our list here. We're going to start with number 5. Let's see, let me get it out here. MI 2025-007-319, 2031 East Stella Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clinton. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, Henry Clinton, Henry Clinton, Clinton.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Sure, my client is Bedri, Bedri, Allara, Allaraj, and he's on the call.
And we have a recommendation of support from Somerset Neighbors for Better Living, a non-opposition from Councilmember Squiller. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We have accepted the proof of payment of taxes came in yesterday.
Okay, and do you waive the read and other refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do, Ms. Graham.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
It is, sir.
All right, good afternoon again, everyone. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Allara, and he is on the call. This is a request for a two-family dwelling on a block that has multiple two-family and multifamily dwellings. It also has a contractor's garage, as well as roll-top steel gates for other garages. And in the zoning records, it indicates back in the 40s, it was a four-dwelling home, and then it morphed into a two-family, but it's been vacant for the last 3 years. This is a table of contents containing exhibits A1 through A10, and I also have zoning records and aerial photographs identifying the various properties that are multifamily on the block. Refusal is pretty straightforward, RSA 5 zoning district, and we're requesting a two-family household living within an existing structure. This is not new construction, it's a renovation. This is a letter the chairman referenced from the Somerset Neighbors for Better Living, a letter of support. Photographs of the block. Here's the subject property here, 2031. And I've given you indications of where the multifamily are on the block. 2023, 2 family, 2015 is 4, 2013 is 4, 2001 at the end of the block is 2. Then across the street, we have 2 duplexes, the garages that I mentioned, as well as Paul & Sons Concrete Contractors Garage, which is a pretty deep building and occupies 100% of the lot. And then we have two-family dwelling directly across the street. Existing property, 3 stories. You can see it's 3 stories, and then it steps down toward the rear of the property. To the right is the property. We're looking down the street to the right. This is the contractor's property, roll-top gates with other garages. I have better or closer pictures as we follow. 2-family at the end of the block. This is the Paul & Sons Concrete Contractors facility. Back of the property, you can see it extends pretty far back and steps down. This is the inside. There is some walls constructed, but construction has stopped basically to support what's in there. Zoning notices. Plans. Here's the site plan. It's a pretty deep lot. We do have, and I'll blow this up, an indication there's going to be rear steps installed at the rear of the property for access from the basement. New wall-mounted handrail, new concrete steps, and landing for basement access. Floor plans, I'll work from the basement up. It's basically one dwelling unit will be in the basement and first floor. The other dwelling unit will be on the second and third floor. Come into the front of the home, you'd walk down into the basement. If you want to get access to the basement, wider area in the front of the basement, laundry room, full bath, bedroom is in the rear with access to the rear yard. We also have an egress well on the side of the property. First floor, living, dining, living, kitchen, and dining, the bathroom and the bedroom in the rear. We have access door to the rear yard on the side of the property that you can get to the back of the property. Moving to the second floor, living, kitchen, you have a trash closet ventilated to the outside, a bathroom, one bedroom in the rear. Then continue up to the third floor, which, as I showed in the photographs, is not as deep as the other floors. We have two bedrooms which share one bath. So it's basically, as I said, basement, first floor, two bedrooms, second floor, third floor, three bedrooms. Application for appeal. The remaining documents is what you would see in a typical presentation. Here's a printout from the Philadelphia Tax Center indicating that all taxes are paid. There's a slight balance in favor of my client. Zoning map. It is an RSA 5 zoning district, despite the vast amount of multiple dwelling units on the block. The deed indicating my client purchased the property in 2023. Notice letter sent to everyone within 250 feet of the subject property, sent out 147 pieces of mail. These are all the addresses. And now these are the zoning records. These reflect what I had in the table of contents, all the multifamily on the block. So I'll walk through these. This is 2001 active rental license for 2 units, 2004, 2 units active, 2006, 2 units active, 2013, 4 dwelling units active. 2015, 1967, this is a garage across the street from the property. 2018 to 20, rental for 5 units, although I will point out it's inactive, but it still indicates 5 units. 2023, this is a duplex. 2029, excuse me. Yeah, this is 4 dwelling units, 2029. And then I found another record. It says 2029 is 1 unit. And this is the subject property. It's an ancient record. This is 1942. It was 2 family, and then they changed it to 4 family. That's the only record I could find with regard to that property. So that's the end of the presentation. We basically have a situation where we're asking for an existing property to be, go back to what it once was. There's no meters in the basement that I could get photographs of to show you today, but there are other multifamily on the block. We're not impacting the light and air of any adjacent property. It's in conformance with the code in the sense that it's residential, albeit not single family. And we have the support of the community to have this property rehabilitated. So, Bedri, if you're on the call, can you unmute yourself, Mr. Chairman, if that's what you want me to do now?
Yep, please, Bedri.
Bedri, can you please unmute yourself? I know he's in a vehicle, or he was in a vehicle when I talked to him before the call.
Do we see a hand anywhere?
Bedri, can you please unmute yourself?
Mr. Clinton, you're an officer of the court. We'll proceed with your testimony, okay?
I appreciate
Uh,
that courtesy, Mr. Chairman.
Questions from the board?
What's your depth below grade for your basement level?
Let me go back to the elevation. I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Johns. I would only be guessing.
Other questions?
Can you go back to your plan for 1 second?
Sure.
How are you handling trash? Are there trash rooms? I don't see trash rooms. How are you handling trash?
Yeah, so on the first floor, we have access to the rear yard for trash. And then on the second floor, we have this trash area ventilated to the outside wall in the alleyway.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson.
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMY-BOYD.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family. The property has a documented history of multifamily. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for multifamily.
MI 2025-007-319, 2031 East Stella Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members
you,
of the
Counsel.
board.
Number 6, MI 2025-007-327, 1601 Washington Avenue, T-A-42683. Sean Whalen is the attorney. Good afternoon. So, Mr. Whalen, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sean Whalen, W-H-A-L-E-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Before we start, in case this becomes protracted a little bit longer than we would like, we're going to give this a 45-minute deadline.
Okay.
Because as you look behind you, there's a lot of people waiting for their cases. So, and then we'll wind up with a resumptive hearing, okay? Could you identify your client in relationship to the property? Did we do that?
Did not.
Okay.
And Sean Whalen from Whalen Law Group here on behalf of the owner, 1601 Washington Avenue, FSO LLC.
I swore in. Yeah, I swore you in, didn't I?
I believe so, but I'll
Yeah, I did.
have to get
Yes.
sworn in again.
Yeah. No, well, I know you would, right? And you know, we have letters of support and letters of opposition, all right? I'll leave it at that. There's several different letters. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Hi, good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusals to stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, we will.
All right, thank you. You can proceed with the case.
Thank you very much. All right. So my client, Ori Fibush, should be, he's either on.
Okay,
actually,
sure.
He's actually in the lobby coming up, so he'll be
Okay,
here in
sure.
just a second.
But no, I mean, you don't have to go that fast. I don't think we need him for a little while, right? Go ahead.
Hopefully not, but he is paying attention.
Okay.
All right, let's see. So you should be able to see my screen now.
We do.
And what you're seeing, just so you guys give you some context, this may feel a little bit like deja vu.
A little bit.
You're seeing.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
What was previously approved 5 months ago.
Mhm.
Just to be very clear, this was previously approved. This is done over the zoning permits taken care of.
Yep.
What we're now talking about is just a little sliver of this prior property.
Yep.
And again, sort of just to give you context, here's 16th Street and Carpenter Street. Again, this is showing the changes, kind of everything in red were the extensive changes that took place to the major building through the extensive community process that we went through. This lower building right here are the townhomes that we're talking about today. So again, just to give you an idea, this is actually it on the bottom right here. This is 16th Street. Carpenter Street would be going across this image. This is to show the townhomes, this section right here on the right. So again, this whole project, including these townhomes, were presented at all of the original community meetings back 6-7 months ago. They were presented as part of this project, although everyone was advised and knew that this would be different. So what you're seeing today actually involves, there was a separate meeting just specific to these townhomes in January, but what you're seeing today and what I'll describe are countless revisions to these homes that took place through the community process and with the immediate neighbors on Chadwick Street. So what you see here is the SOSNA letter, and they break it down. The SOSNA committee was 7-0 in favor, and the community at large was 21-0 in favor. So we had 28 votes with 0 in opposition. I did just receive today, although I think it was just a snafu with my old email and my new email addresses, the letter of non-support from NOAC.
Right.
And what you can see here, they also break down the votes. There were 2 members of the NOAC zoning committee who voted in opposition, but there was no one who appeared at the public meeting in opposition. So again, just to give some context, what we're looking at here is this is the very large square parcel here at the corner of 16th and Washington. And specifically what we're dealing with now, you can see this is looking south from an aerial view. On the right-hand side, hopefully you can see my cursor. These are the existing homes on Chadwick that front onto Chadwick Street. There's an existing 3-foot alleyway in the rear of these homes in between our property, the former Waubin Marketplace. So what we're talking about now is essentially just about 40 feet of this first area right there. Again, this is an I2 zoning, heavy industrial. This is, it's going to sound a little bit like a broken record. Up and down Washington Avenue, I2 industrials, there's been a sea change to Washington Avenue. Unfortunately, heavy industrial uses are simply not only are they not viable there because of various aspects of trucking, and you have the expert reports in front of you, but also with regard to Council President Johnson has put an overlay in this area that prevents even most of the permitted I2 uses. So there are extremely few uses that would even be permitted by right under the I2 category if they weren't grandfathered in from a prior use. Again, I'll show you only at this point. I have all the photos of the rest of the property, but the only relevant portion, this is Carpenter right here that I'm standing on. This is the Waubin Marketplace that will be fully demolished on the left-hand side. We did receive a refusal here. There was some discrepancy about the number of trees. However, we are putting in as many trees as physically allowed. It was just a difference in the calculation between the 2 properties with the Planning Commission. Specifically, again, this is the WWA overlay district that I just referenced. Non-accessory parking is not allowed. As we presented back in 2025, there are 39 parking spaces underground that will be part of physically under these 10 townhomes that we're presenting today. Some of those parking spaces are all going for the townhomes so that they have off-street parking. The remainder of the parking, about half and half, will be for the use of the previously approved building its retail tenants and its existing residential tenants. So that's where we get the non-accessory parking. These aren't rented out spaces. Therefore, this building, this was all being developed as a single unit. And then again, the main issue we have, which we're all familiar with, multifamily household living is prohibited in the I-2 industrial zoning district. So again, to make clear, this is Chadwick Street right here with the large trees on it. These are the existing homes on Chadwick Street. Many, if not most of the homes, which I'll show you in a minute, actually have close to, if not fully 100% lot coverage. So they do not have existing rear yards. Again, there is an existing, in paper, 3-foot alleyway in between the rear of these yards and our property. And what you're seeing here, this black line that I've installed, that is how far back from the alleyway that we're going to set back these houses. So you can see the dramatically improved condition of the Chadwick homes, which right now have, that fully built bin, I'll show an image of it in just a minute, existing marketplace there right up against the back of their homes with no rear yards. We are setting back, not only do we have the 3-foot alleyway, we're setting back our homes another 12 feet. So even more than the required 9-foot rear yard that a normal home would be required. This is part of the negotiation with the community last year. We're setting them back an additional 3 feet. So you're seeing a 12-foot setback in addition to the 3-foot alleyway. What I'm showing here is actually the same line of what would happen if you put all of the Chadwick homes and had them have by right setbacks. And what you can see is just from the overlay image that you can see in Atlas, most of the homes violate that setback and have, again, either 100% lot coverage or something close to there. So here are the zoning plans. Again, the easiest thing that you can see, we have 10 townhomes that we're setting up. They will be fronting onto the interior courtyard. Stopped one short of that. So I'll go back here. These are the images that were presented to CDR and were presented to this board back in the fall. Again, everything in green basically is the previously approved building. You see this very large courtyard that we had a lot of discussion about. And then here in blue are the 10 townhomes that are going in. And again, all of the parking and access will occur from the same single ingress and egress point on South 16th Street. And so there will be no additional curb cuts. Again, we're going from, essentially a dozen curb cuts here to a single curb cut at this property. And then there will be additional parking. I'll show you on the next page. So here's the ramp down, and then these are all the parking spaces that are now being added to this project. Again, that were presented previously, but they weren't technically part of the prior application because they're under this portion of the property. So the property that you see is essentially this rectangle in black with the dividing wall in between. And again, these are the front of this is just a rendering of the front of the 10 townhomes facing into the approved courtyard. And then here's this White House is existing on Chadwick, and then you have the back of the existing homes, and this is shown just to see how far back we're setting these homes. So I know you will ask. The home is going to be it is going to be 43 feet to the utmost floor. However, again, the right-hand side is the courtyard, the left-hand side is the rear yard to Chadwick. The fourth floor, there is no pilot house or anything additional above this. The fourth floor is being set back an additional 10 feet from the rear. Again, doesn't need to be, but that was part of the negotiations with the community and those immediate neighbors on Chadwick to try to, not only are we setting it back, we're trying to set back the fourth floor even more to prevent any real loss of light and air into their homes. So again, what you see here on the right-hand side in that rendering is that white house that I just showed you on Chadwick. This is the existing, I'm standing right on the sidewalk, right at the beginning of that 3-foot alleyway. And what you can see is all of these homes are going right up to it. And the former Waubin Marketplace was essentially just a 20-foot brick wall, cinder block wall right there at the edge. Again, this set of photos is just looking both south and north from the Waubin Marketplace to show the existing condition of where these homes are and the existing height of the homes. I know there was going to be some discussion about these homes are shorter homes. There are a number of larger homes here as well. And so again, this is a 14,850 square foot lot, fully supported, and we believe meets all of the requirements for a hardship, or not only a hardship, but for a variance in that, sorry. There we go. I'll just stay there. In that, first and foremost, as the board knows, a sea change, essentially the way the courts say it, a sea change in the uses and the surrounding uses to a single property or a neighborhood can constitute a hardship in and of itself. Here, there's ample evidence, and my client can testify further to the inability to use this property really in any manner commensurate with I-2 zoning district. I walked through, and here it is again, the WWA overlay district. Not only are the I-2 uses not viable, you can't build to those uses, truckers can't get off the freeway and to the freeway, things of that nature. But then the overlay district that is in place takes away virtually all of the uses that might even be possible on Washington Avenue. So I know there is some dispute back and forth going, over the last 10, 12 years that I've been doing this on Washington Avenue. And unfortunately, there's just no way to put new industrial uses. The industrial uses that are there are only the long-standing ones. And what you see here really is, as part of the least minimum variance requirement standard, we have single-family homes. And what are these doing? These are specifically designed to act as a buffer between the new mixed-use, heavy-intensity buildings that are going up and the existing low-intensity single-family uses. Now, here it happens to be Chadwick Street. This has previously been done by my client to great success, both at 2101 Washington, the former chocolate factory, and 2201 Washington, where there's very large redevelopment happening along Washington Avenue, but then in an understanding with the immediate neighbors who live there and have lived there, they get a buffer of new townhomes. So they're dealing with and fronting new townhomes and not large, heavy, intense buildings with all the trucking and everything else that would happen for those deliveries and things like that in the rear. Here, we've already went through this large building won't have any of those issues. There is one loading zone at the request of SOSNA at the large building, but that is really just for move in and move out and the daily deliveries that'll happen to the individual residents, not the commercial uses. So again, going through all the sea change of uses here and inability to build, I've already addressed the least minimum variance. We get to any potential detriment to the health, safety, and welfare. This is the third prong under the Marshall test for a variance. There's really no hardship here because there could be, this is an I-2 use. We could have a 60-foot building with extremely intense noise and, smell and noxious odor uses right here at the backs of these existing single-family houses. Instead of trying to do that, instead of trying to force some kind of industrial use out of place into that location, we're instead taking what the law recognizes as the least intense use under any zoning code in Pennsylvania, a single-family house, and putting single-family houses back to mere single-family houses, while at the same time giving up a significant portion of land that we could otherwise build on, thereby increasing our own profitability, and here decreasing our own profitability by setting back to be even more commensurate to what a real neighborhood would act like in the rear of these homes. So we see no detriment to the health, safety, or welfare. This is quite obviously the least minimum variance, and for the multitude of reasons I've already set forth, we have a distinct hardship at this property. So with that, I would call my client.
Sure. Well, you can sit over there. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
Yeah,
I'm so
please.
sorry. There's a
Sure.
faint green light now. There's a
All right,
bright one.
okay, go ahead.
Ori Feibush, O-R-I, F as in Frank, E-I-B-U-S-H.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Feibush, you're here on behalf of the owner and developer of this project?
I am.
Did you hear all the testimony that I presented already today?
Yeah, I was zoomed in up until walking in the door here, so I heard all of it.
And do you believe it to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
With one small correction, the existing building is 26 feet and not 20. But
Okay.
otherwise, yes,
The existing Wabin building?
That's correct.
Okay. And would you adopt that testimony as your own with your one correction?
I would.
Thank you very much. And could you please, just for the board, explain to them as you attempt to rent out and develop along Washington Avenue here, the ability to put in industrial uses in this I-2 district?
Sure. Not state the obvious for a moment, but this is an industrially zoned property, an area with an overlay prohibiting every industrial use that would be marketable for a corridor like this. But we've leased now to 20 different businesses over the last 14 years, our involvement along Washington Avenue. None of them would be considered traditional industrial. The last 5, for example, Bagel & Co., a yoga studio, Planet Fitness, an Aldi, a CVS, much more pedestrian scale, transitional types of uses that very much complement the residential neighborhoods, but don't in any way reflect turn of the century Philadelphia, which is obviously the I-2 designation that sort of prevails here. There have been no industrial applications or uses along Washington Avenue in the 20 years that I've been involved over there. And I can't think of any industrial use that opened the last 40 years just from knowing when businesses would have opened there. And I very much believe that the businesses that we have been bringing have been hugely beneficial and complementary to the neighborhood, and have had no negative externalities, and just they're packed. If you walk into Aldi or CVS, they're mobbed. They're serving a huge need there, and obviously this is a small part of a larger development, but very excited to have this piece really continue to support that continued growth and the providing of dignity and opportunity to residents that just have lived in both food deserts and opportunity deserts for many, many years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You done?
Yes.
Okay. Questions from the board?
I have one quick question. So how tall are the proposed townhomes in relation to the homes, the existing townhomes in the rear of it?
So I apologize. I talked about the height and didn't actually
about that. Yeah.
And then I got
Yeah,
tangentially, I apologize. So the rear height to the third floor is 32 feet 9 inches. And it is 43 feet to the fourth floor, but that's only on the courtyard side. The rest of that height is set back 10 feet from the Chadwick homes, so they would not see any of that.
That was the question, was the height of the.
Do you know the rest of the height of the Chadwick homes?
Sure, it's a mix of 2 and 3-story homes, predominantly 2-story. And so just from experience, I would suggest those are anywhere from 22 to 38 feet, with the bulk being in the lower 20s.
Other questions?
So,
Go ahead.
so this is about this parking for the most part? Is that what well, that townhome, but also about the parking? So this parking is going to be for the 10 units you said, or is this going to also serve the other part of the development?
No, and I apologize if I neglected to mention that. Each house will have dedicated parking. So there are 39 spaces going in under what is the townhome property. They will have ingress and egress access, as will all of the other parking access for the larger building to those 39 parking spaces. Each individual home will have dedicated parking in those locations. The remainder that is of those spots that are not dedicated to the homes will be incorporated into the larger building as additional excess parking. And that's why we received the non-accessory parking. So we received a refusal for it because, again, about half the parking spaces will be accessory to the existing homes. So those are allowed by right. The other half of the parking spaces are considered non-accessory because they're not for the use of the single-family homes. They're for the use of the larger building.
And these are underground? Is that what you said, all of them?
Yes, I apologize to cut you off there for a second. Yes, they are entirely underground. There is no surface parking here now, which is the majority of the lot as it exists today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
One more, could you explain the tree issue again? Because that's a refusal. Why don't you talk about the tree issue? Because I think what we see here is 23 are called for, and they're saying you only have 12. So why don't you talk about the tree issue?
Certainly, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Do you mind pulling up the zoning plan?
Oh, yeah. I know how to zoom in, I just don't know how to zoom out.
So maybe
You want
not
me to zoom in somewhere?
particularly indicative here, but we have proposed to place trees as frequently as we possibly can all along call it the buffer between the townhomes that we're proposing, as well as the rear of Chadwick. Similarly, if we go to the south here, closer to Washington, on the previously approved parcel, there's a continued rhythm of street trees as well there. So we're fitting as many as we possibly can on the
And
site here.
just out of curiosity, what do you think that is? Because I'm trying to get at the number. They're saying it's only 12. That you.
That feels generally correct. Roughly one behind each home is in the ballpark. So that generally computes to what I would expect with respect to the canopy and whatnot here.
Okay, so 12, and their zoning was 23.
When you say zoning, you mean the required?
Yeah, they said required. Am I right,
in-
Hillary? Yeah, just.
Yes, sir. I don't know mechanically where they would physically fit, but yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Other questions?
And you can actually see them up here. The rhythm is almost
Yep,
exactly
yep.
one tree per.
Right. Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the audience here?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First, I have a hand up from Madigan Shakumba. I promoted them. They'll be back in
Okay.
shortly.
Sure. Anyone in the audience here, by the way? Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Madeline Shakumba. So it's S like in Sam, Hikom like in Mary, B like in boy, A.
Right, all right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Madeline, can you turn your video on, or?
I have my, oh. Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah. See my beautiful face?
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Why don't you start your testimony?
Okay. Washington Avenue has the capability of one of being the city's strongest employment cities. Replacing industrial zoning with market rate housing will destroy this potential, displace long-term residents, and result in a loss to provide affordability in housing in the area. Housing alone does not bring sustainable long-term good-paying employment or jobs. The developer has not demonstrated to me or to anybody else how any hardship that he shows that we need 10 townhouses. These townhouses are behind Chadwick. Chadwick is a street with only 2-story housing. That's all it is. Now you bring in 4 stories in this with these townhouses. And that's not fair to those people. There are many people who live there who are long-term residents, who don't have they're retirees, and they are being impacted upon by these few now, right now, long-term residences that they have in 4 stories. Okay, Washington Avenue. Just recently, Sosna, who approved this here thing for them, went and agreed it's at 2400 Washington Avenue on the basis that the developer had not proved or demonstrated a sufficient hardship. Yes, SASA support this developer for 1601. We do not feel the hardship here as presented is really truly a hardship. The construction of additional market rate housing threatens to further erode industrial code, displacing long-term residents and undermining neighborhood economic foundation. We oppose the changing of I-2 to RMX. We oppose the building of these 10-story houses. Okay, it's being built at the lot lines where the developer threatened to build an any-story 80-foot building by right. This is why he moved the lot lines. Okay, oh God. We ask that you do not approve this. And also, as far as the trees are concerned, we do need trees. We need them for the climate, let alone anything else. Okay, and we ask that these houses not be built. This is enough on Washington Avenue as it is. We request that the people be given some breathing room, and that 10 and 12 feet is not breathing room. Okay, and the 10 houses, he has not shown why we have to give him 10 of these houses, which packed against Chadwick that only has 2-story houses.
Okay. Madeline, thank you very much for calling, and I appreciate your input. Council, you have any questions for Madeline?
I do not. No.
All right, thank you. How many hands do you have up now in the audience, in the virtual audience?
There are 4 hands raised, Chair.
Go to the next. Go to the next hand, please.
Right, I got Stephen Stratoti.
Okay.
They were promoted.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Hi, my name is Steve Stratoti. That is Stratoti.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am. I'm a neighbor
Please
on
proceed.
Chadwick Street.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of Chadwick Street, directly adjacent to the western boundary of this property. I want to bring 2 specific facts to the board's attention regarding the plan submitted for this application.
Okay.
The lawyer mentioned a sliver of land that this is on. Well, there is a 5-foot wide strip of land on the southern end of this parcel, created by the November 2024 lot subdivision. And you can see it behind me right here. It runs directly behind our homes on Chadwick Street. That strip does not appear anywhere on the architectural drawing submitted for this application. It's been omitted entirely. The board is being asked to approve the plans that do not account for a portion of this lot. And the second thing is that the August 2025 plans submitted in connection with Parcel B, the plans this community reviewed and voted on did show landscaping for that strip. There were giant green evergreens and Weigela shrubs that were proposed there. So there is precedent within this very project for planting in that location. So when this omission was raised with the developer during the RCO meeting, they acknowledged that the strip may be too narrow for the originally proposed trees, but they also said that they were not opposed to adding trees if they could fit. A certified arborist present at the RCO zoning review confirmed that they could fit Eastern red cedar and American holly are both columnar evergreen species appropriate for a 5-foot wide space planted at 15-foot intervals. So this application has already documented a deficiency of 11 trees under section 14.705, subsection 1. That strip is exactly where those trees should go.
Okay.
I'm not here to oppose this project. I'm just asking the board to condition its approval on the planting of columnar evergreen trees in that southern strip. Trees that fit, trees that were always intended to be there, and trees that will provide year-long screening for our homes
All right.
on Chadwick Street.
Thank you very much for calling. Counselor, do you have any questions?
I do not know.
All right, next hand, please.
Yes, Chair, I have Brianna Wakefield. I have promoted them. They should be back in shortly.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
First, my name is Brianna Wakefield, Brionna, last name Wakefield, Wakefield.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Yes, I work for Council President Kenyatta
Yep.
Johnson. I'm just here to say that we are in support of this project, so as long as the developer honors his promise to plant as many trees as possible in the area.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to call us. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Chair, next hand is from Murray Spencer. I will promote them.
All right, all right.
Murray Spencer, please unmute.
Okay.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Murray, Murray, Spencer, Spencer.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, sir.
I'm the chair of the Sosna
Yep,
Zoning Committee and
we
board
know.
member of the Sosna, and just not to reiterate, but to support the previous statements from Brianna Wakefield, who I spoke with yesterday from the councilman's office, who supports the planting of the trees, as Steve Stratoti mentioned in his testimony, behind those houses at the southern end of Chadwick Street. Other than that, rather than repeat, I'll just sign off and say they did a very good job of stating what I would have stated otherwise.
Thank you very much, sir. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Could you please state your name, come forward a little bit, state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Valeria McGriff Williams. V like a Victor, Aleria.
Right.
McGriff, McGriff like in Frank.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to
Williams.
tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I mean, are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am.
Okay, are you for this project or against?
I'm against.
All right, if anything you could tell us that we haven't heard?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. We have a problem, and first of all, we have a problem with not being notified of these hearings.
This hearing here?
Yes, Sosna put up 2 hearings against the fence on 16th and Washington Avenue.
Okay.
If you didn't go past there, you wouldn't know what was going on.
Well,
There was no notification nowhere else. And this happened before at the first hearing. I stated the same thing.
right, well, I'm glad you made it here.
Yes, okay. But people I talked to, they couldn't get off from work to
Okay.
come to
All right,
voice their
okay.
opinion. We want that area, 60th and Washington, should remain a commercialized property. We have a shortest of public parking spaces in our community.
Well, now, just remember, we're not talking this whole project, we're talking
No,
10
but-
additional houses,
Yeah,
right?
we do not see the purpose for 10 additional houses
Okay, all
or
right,
any
sure,
housing.
sure, okay.
Because when these houses that come here, not only they start off as homeowners and then they become rentals. Every 3 years, someone new, someone there, but still are parking. They're parking on our payments. I have to call the police every time we get a new group of people. They park on the payments, they park anywhere because there's no parking.
Okay, I hear
So
you.
16th of Washington would ease it by being a public parking lot open 24/7, and that would generate money for the city, plus generate peace of mind for us homeowners, the few that's here. Because most of our rentals, it's mortgage companies and our rentals making profit off of these decisions,
Okay.
and not us.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. And again, I'm glad you saw the sign that came.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have another hand?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one more from James Alfano. I will promote them. They should be back in shortly.
Mr. Alfano?
Yes, can you see and hear me?
I can, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes. James, James, Alfano, Alfano.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sir, could you, are you a neighbor?
I am a near neighbor. On the east side of Chadwick Street, my property directly abuts this property. I'm just south of the Hope Inn Plaza.
Are you
So
in
my-
favor of this? Are you in favor of the project or against?
I have 4 short points, 1 in opposition and 3 in non-opposition.
Go ahead.
So in a tiered approach, my first point would be to respectfully request that the area for the proposed townhomes be rezoned as a park or green space with trees lining the western border of the lot for privacy for near neighbors. This is under the guise that we have an 80-foot high apartment building with 275 units and 10 ground floor businesses approved with a 30-foot wide dead-end courtyard already approved. I want to ensure that this approved development is successful and works for all residents, including myself and future residents and neighbors that will have. As you know, green spaces offer many benefits established in the literature, but people experience cities by how they move through them and where they gather. This change by eliminating the townhomes will improve by attracting more pedestrian traffic, which will help the 10 ground floor businesses thrive, provide a more functional gathering space for all residents, and mitigate the impact of the 80-foot high building on the near neighbors by increasing light and access. This can be achieved without removing any housing designated as affordable, which is in the larger apartment building itself only. And we're the only plot of land, this is the only plot of land that up for development west of Broad Street on Washington that doesn't have a street in between it. So our properties, as Mr. Whalen pointed out, are really directly abutting this property. So that's my first point. And then moving to my second point, if not amenable to this, I do request that the townhomes be limited to 3 versus 4 stories. At the community meeting for this project, the applicant did not know if the townhomes would be 3 or 4 bedroom homes. 3 stories would still support a functional 3-story bedroom while increasing light and air for near neighbors. A majority of the homes on that block are 2-story homes. The pictures shown do show some 3-story homes on the eastern side of Chadwick, but the majority of them are 2-story homes.
Okay.
And then regarding the trees, I support planting of new trees. I won't reiterate that. I do suggest tying the certificate of occupancy for these new homes to the planting of the trees as a safeguard for near neighbors.
Right.
And my last point is that the easement is going to be 4 feet wide. I asked that becomes 5 feet wide by just moving the fence back 1 feet for the new property. There are utility poles back there. Many neighbors, including myself, have fences that open to 3 feet wide. Making it just 5 feet wide would increase safety, especially with all the increased population density that will come from the improved apartment building and potentially these townhomes. So really a point about safety, a point about the trees, reducing the height, or creating a green space instead to help the businesses and the new residents and current residents have a better gathering place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have any questions, council? Okay. Any more hands?
No further.
All right.
Wait, Mr. Chair, I have Steve Melancore. That is the last hand raised.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
Hello?
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Stephen with a V, Steven, Melchiorre, Melchiorre.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
Yeah, I'm in the neighborhood. I'm on 2010 Annan Street.
Okay, are you in favor of this project or against?
I'm in favor of the project.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to call us. You have a short,
Very, very quick clarification
sure.
for you. I could feel Hillary telling me to hit my mic again.
yeah, but she's good with that.
So let me just share, I can clear up the issue with the trees and why we have a technical refusal. So hopefully you're seeing here, this is the lot line relocation plan that was previously approved. What you can see here is this is the sliver. So this bottom line where it says proposed line of subdivision, going up from there is where the townhomes are. Coming down from here is a sliver of the property, sort of like a flagpole. And what I will show you now is these are the stamped approved plans for the larger building. And what happened was the trees that were required didn't fit on that 5-foot sliver that came down as that flagpole. And so the trees that are required were actually we pulled the building back in coordination with the Planning Commission of the original submission and put all of the trees necessary at this much wider segment here. So what you can see now is this is already previously approved, already mandated by the prior variance that was granted. All of the trees are necessary. So while the refusal is correct, technically correct, because we don't have the trees in that 5-foot sliver, which is part of the current property in front of you today, it was taken again and there was a larger buffer made to put the necessary trees in that same location. They just couldn't all be squeezed in a 5-foot width.
Okay.
So we provided a much larger width. The last rebuttal I would have is this was a prior shadow study that was provided, and I would just ask my client to walk you through the townhome and the setback shadow study portion.
Sure, and I'll just maybe start with a summary and then happy to answer additional questions. The proposed development that we have will have light earlier and longer at on every day, every time of the year than the current condition. In every instance, we are creating a better experience than the current shadows that are posed from the existing building on these homes here. And so they'll get light earlier in the morning and they'll have light longer towards the end of the day here. And there's no exception to that here. And that's just a function of the proximity of the existing building to their homes versus the much more generous setbacks that we're providing with the new development.
Okay, thank you. You're done, Council?
With that, I would rest unless you have any further
Planning
questions.
Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. If it's all right, I'd like to submit a letter because I want to check on some things. Is that okay, Hillary?
She's going to submit a letter.
Okay. Yeah, if we just hold the vote for a week, planning can submit a letter and obviously the applicant would have a chance to respond if there's anything they wish to respond to.
So this is closed other than the response to the letter, am I correct?
Yes, the
And,
planning letter and.
Yeah,
and
so we'll do this, we'll vote next Wednesday at 2 p.m.
Okay.
And it'll give us a chance to sit down at the executive session in the morning and just go over everything, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you both. And
Thank you very
for the
much,
people that
everybody.
came in and testified too. Okay. Number one. Right. Number one. Sure, no, it's okay. MI 2025-007-239-12131 to 41 Knights Road. Andrea Solomon is the attorney. Wasn't too bad.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Andrea, Andrea Solomon, Salomon.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yes, my client is the tenant, Dazbav LLC, doing business as Urban Air Adventure Park.
And we have, we don't have a summary from the RCO, but it was sent to neighbors, proof of the mailing. We have a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember O'Neill. And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We have, with the exception that the record was supplemented this morning with the copy of the fully executed lease.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed with your case.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Again, I'm here on behalf of Dazbav LLC. With me is Mr. Swapnil Patel, a representative of the tenant for this former Big Lots space. This application is for a trampoline park, which falls under the umbrella use of an event and assembly facility. It's proposed for the tenant space number 11, which is the former Big Lots in the Philadelphia. I just want to get the name of the marketplace. Yeah, the Philadelphia Marketplace Shopping Plaza, which is right across the street from the Franklin Mills Mall. It's a very large 30,000 square foot space. The brokers, when Big Lots announced it was filing for bankruptcy at this location and would be leaving this location, they've been marketing the space to both local, regional, and national tenants, and Urban Air came out as the most appropriate tenant for this large space that has long been sitting vacant. The property is zoned auto commercial, but the far northeast overlay requires the variance from this board. We did meet with the RCO back in March. I made various attempts to get the meeting summary from them, but haven't been successful. But the council member's zoning officer was there. They submitted their non-opposition, and I can attest as an officer of the court that it was a well-attended meeting and the vote was positive, unanimous in support of this project. It has plenty of shared parking with the rest of the tenants of the Market Plaza space. Again, it's this former Big Lots, which was one of the anchor tenants of the shopping plaza. This is what you can all imagine long vacant former Big Lots looks like. High ceilings, but lots of space for this new tenant to come in. This is a fit test of the proposed trampoline park. As you can imagine, it's catered for younger children. There will be trampolines, rope course, laser tag, a rock climbing wall, slides. Swapnil can tell you a little bit more of the kind of uses that will be in there. There's also event rooms that will be available to rent for children's birthday parties. Further on, they'll be able to have extracurricular programming for STEAM activities. The community was overall supportive of having an indoor recreational space that the children can go to, and having a strong tenant to fill this long vacant space. The hours of operation will not exceed an 8 a.m. start time and 11 p.m. Closing time. And Urban Air Park is a national franchise, but Swapnil and his group are local business owners, and he's here and can answer any operational questions. Just some images of other Urban Air Parks and what this facility may look like once built out. Of course, the build out will take some time, but will be a fun space for kids to enjoy. With that, I'll ask that Swapnil be sworn in.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure.
Swapnil Patel?
Could you do me a favor, get a little closer, make sure it's on?
Yeah.
Is she a green light?
Yep.
That's it, good.
Right. Swapnil Patel, SWAPNIL.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
Counsel.
So Neil, can you just state for the record your relationship to the tenant, the Dasbav LLC?
Yeah, I'm actually one of the owners of that group.
Sure.
And you saw my presentation in its entirety, and was it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it was.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes. I do.
Is there anything else that you'd like to add for the board?
No, nothing. If any questions.
All right.
answer.
Questions from the board? It's the first trampoline park we've done, if you're interested.
Oh, nice.
Questions or comments from our attorney? Hillary Emerson?
I just wanted to ask if council would have any objection to a proviso specifying space number 11.
That's fine.
Okay, the refusal doesn't specify any particular space, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
I do have a question. Is there plans to serve food on site, and does that require additional approvals that aren't covered?
There is plans to serve food on site, but the event space assembly use allows for the kitchen.
Okay.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current CA1 commercial auto oriented to CA2. The proposed use would be allowed under the recommended zoning and is compatible with nearby land uses. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for assembly and entertainment.
MI 2025-007-239-12131 to 41 Knights Road. I vote yes with proviso, limiting use to space number 11.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Brian McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Owen. My vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a
Okay,
great day.
number 3, MI 2025-007-280-1638 Porter Street. Michael Mattioni is the attorney. There's a an email of support from Gear RCO. Very little longer letter, very nice letter. So, Mr. Mattioni, could you, and also we have 80 form letters of support signed by neighbors, 17 from the immediate block. So, Mr. Mattioni, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Michael Mattioni, Mattioni.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Sundays on 17th, and Leanne Savloff is the principal. She's here.
All right. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal or stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and begin.
Prior case is still up. So say the prior case is still up on the screen.
Yes, we still see the air park.
Yeah, we got to get the trampolines down.
Right.
There we go. It's gone.
All right.
Here you go.
Oh, there we go. That's better. Thank you. Again, Michael Mattioni and I have my client Leanne Savloff here, the owner of Sundays on 17th. They're a tenant in the first floor space at the building at 17th and Porter Street. And, you know, we submitted all of our materials in advance, and I just wanted to key in on a few things. She entered into the lease. This property has been vacant for many, many years, but it had approvals back in 1966 for a dry cleaner. It was a dry cleaner for a long time before that was approved, with an apartment above. in 2018. There was also variance granted by this board for an administrative office on the first floor with 2 residential units above, and there are 2 residential units. Again, this is at the corner of 17th and Porter. There's photographs showing the site. Again, additional shots of the site. As you can see, it is a long-standing commercial use. Interior, it's just clear space, ready to be fitted out for a business. It's clearly not a residential use. And given that it has 2 residential units above, it could not be a single-family use throughout the entire building. You already have 2 approved residential uses. Like you said, Mr. Chair, we had a support email from Gear Gerard Estates area residents who are the coordinating RCO, and 80 letters of support. Now, virtually all of them were within about a 1.5 block radius. And my client also lives about a 1.5 blocks from the site. She hopes to have an ice cream parlor here, just an old-fashioned ice cream parlor. You can see from the site plan, typical counter, service space, some seating. There's going to be indoor trash storage and some outdoor trash storage as well if necessary. Her days and hours of operation would be 7 days a week all year long. May to September would be noon to 10 p.m., October to April, 2 to 10 p.m., except on days when the St. Monica School has early dismissal, and she would open up 30 minutes prior to the early dismissal to grab the students on their way home from school. Again, she lives in the neighborhood. She wants to run a family-oriented store with the typical treats sold in ice cream parlors. As I said, it's got a very long history, probably predating the zoning code as commercial use on the first floor, many, many years as a dry cleaner. Nobody can ever remember it not being used as a dry cleaner when it was used. Again, we believe that we meet the requirements to be entitled to a variance. I mean, this is a non-conforming structure with non-conforming uses. The minimum variance, I mean, this is a small commercial space. It's oriented as a commercial space, meant to be a commercial space. It's got to be the minimum variance. It's the only thing you can really use the space for is some kind of a commercial use. And given its zoning, no matter what commercial use you want to make of it, you need to come in and get a variance. It'll benefit the public. I mean, the Gear support email keyed in on this by eliminating a vacant property and blight from the area. It'll add eyes and ears to the area. It won't injure the property surrounding. It'll help them out because there'll be people here year long at night, making sure that there's people looking around, see what's going on in the community. Again, it gets rid of what was a dry cleaner, an actually dry cleaning shop there, which is an environmental problem or could be one because of the way that they operated. So it gets rid of that. There will be no negative impact on the community. And it's supported by, again, 80 neighbors, and they just want to see this happen. They want to see Leanne come in and do this. With that, I'd like to call on Leanne.
Sure. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Thank you. Leanne Savloff, LEIGHANNE-SAVLOFF.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And did you hear my presentation?
Yeah.
And are my statements true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt them as your testimony?
Yes.
I have nothing further from Ms. Savloff.
No signage with this?
No signage.
Okay, thank you. Or questions from the board?
Yeah, do you anticipate any outside activities as you operate, like maybe a window or take out windows, chairs?
We would love to have outside seating. That's a separate ordinance that's required
Okay, so
because we're outside of the zone.
what was your plan to keep that corner clean, just in general?
My children would attend CCD at St. Monica's, and for 5 years, I wouldn't even allow them to kind of walk on that property because it just sat. Every time it was snow, there was a ton of ice. There was a ton of, it was just never removed. Since I took over since I started my lease in September, I've made sure that the property has been cleaned at all times. When it was a blizzard, I actually helped a lot of the neighbors also because I acquired a snow plow. I grew up in South Philly. We just help each other. I just want to add that back, and also for new neighbors to realize
why they really want to live in South Philly. I just want to see people outside again, because what I realized is the more you sit outside, the more you get to know one another, and the more you get to know one another, the stronger your community is. And I just really want to instill that in my 12 and 16-year-old going forward, so that they understand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So
And
are
the
you,
safer it is too.
Yes.
are you making the ice cream there, or are you buying it and just serving?
I'm just buying it. I'm acquiring it though from a homemade, well-established two companies, one with new age flavors and one for old school to help everyone's needs.
Okay. And then what are you doing about deliveries? Like how often do you anticipate deliveries and how is that going to be handled?
Deliveries will be designated on Friday mornings. We're going to try to do it after the school rush hour so that we don't impact anyone coming and going or holding anyone up. Our trash day is Tuesday, so we will also not impact, trash collection. But we do want to do it when no one is around so that we don't impact anyone's parking needs or anything like that.
Okay. And then you said it would be 7 days a week, but how many seats are you planning to have? I mean, I see little.
There's around 28, 26 seats inside, 26 to 28 seats.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I have a question about storage and prep space. Do you have the basement as well?
I do.
Are the freezers going to be in the basement or?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I was like, I don't see them on the plan. I think that's are you doing any, are you making anything on site? Like, I know some ice cream shops do fresh waffle bowls, brownies,
That would be the extent of it, just
okay.
waffle cones and brownie bites. I'm trying to figure out what would be the best for the situation.
How to source?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I have.
So the serious question, what's the new age flavors? I mean, we're sitting up here, what's the new age flavors? Come on.
Jelly, ice cream.
Butter and, oh.
It's like one out. No.
And we're going back to the old fashioned one.
Yeah.
Okay, get ready.
School that I'm going to work with for my traditional and
Okay, all right. Does our attorney have any requests for flavors or any questions?
No comment. And I also don't have any questions.
All right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, I have a hand up from Breonna Wakefield. I will promote them again.
Okay.
And good afternoon again, everyone.
Hi, could you, you've already been sworn, just for the record, state your name.
Brianna Wakefield,
Proceeds.
and I'm here to testify that Council President Johnson is in support of this property.
All right, good. Thank you very much for calling. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing RSA 5 residential single family. This property was remapped from CMX 1 commercial mixed use to RSA 5 in 2017. The property has a documented history of residential and commercial use. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for multiple principal uses and prepared food shop.
All right, thank you. MI 2025-007-280-1638 Porter Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ty Owen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Let's see here. Peanut butter and jelly.
There are many jobs.
All right, so MI 2025-007-283-318 North 42nd Street. Meredith Farrelliger is the attorney. Counsel, as you know, you've already been sworn once today. Could you just please state your name?
Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Sure. The owner of this property is owner W. And that entity is represented today by Rami Shrime, sitting to my left.
There's a letter of support from West Poughton Civic Association. There's a letter from Councilmember Gauthier in favor, and there's a letter of opposition from Judy Weston, and
Understood. Thank you.
our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the referrals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do waive the reading and stipulate to their accuracy.
Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you know, the case before you today concerns 318 North 42nd Street. In addition to Mr. Shrime to my left, we do also have the architect on the line, Waleska Stankish, to the extent there are any architectural questions that we cannot answer. You have an exhibit packet in front of you that contains 16 exhibits. Just to briefly summarize the basis for today's request, the application requests the erection of 4 single-family homes on this over 12,000 square foot lot, which will each eventually be sold via the creation of a planned unit development. Although we submit that the proposal is not only patently reasonable in terms of the extremely technical variances requested and are completely in character with the surrounding single-family neighborhood, as with most proposals, we do understand that there remains a pocket of concerned neighbors. That said, as you can see in your exhibits at Exhibit 15, the proposal did receive a letter of support from the official coordinating RCO, West Poughton Saunders Park RCO, and I did happen to notice that Miss Andrews from that RCO is in the room today. Furthermore, as Mr. Chairman mentioned, Councilwoman Gauthier also issued a letter of support for this proposal as well. I'll highlight just a few critical pieces of these letters. Number one, the proposal that's before the board today is a staunch deviation from 2 prior proposals pursued by 2 prior owners that were rejected by the community and by this board. Prior boards. Following Mr. Shrime's purchase in 2024, and as the councilwoman highlights in her letter, my client immediately began engaging with the neighbors, holding a total of 8 meetings, seeking to achieve a common ground that would allow this uniquely burdened lot to be developed. We believe that the proposal you'll see today is the culmination of these efforts and truly the least minimum in terms of what is necessary to allow development of the lot. We do also believe we have some understanding of the community's concerns, most of which are not zoning related, and I will address them during the presentation. Tax clearance is included at Exhibit 2, and the deed to the property is included at Exhibit 3, showing that my client purchased it in February of 2024. By way of background, Exhibit 5 shows the zoning map of the lot, where you will see here that the lot itself is a narrow, somewhat triangularly shaped lot that flags out to North 42nd Street. As you can see, North 42nd Street is dominantly zoned RSA 5 with some RM1 interspersed. To the west, you'll see the Drexel property, which maintains a dense CMX4 zoning classification. To better orient you to the neighborhood, I have some aerials up on the screen at Exhibit 6. Again, just starting with an overhead aerial, you'll see here the large, highly irregularly shaped lot that extends behind the existing single-family homes that front on North 42nd Street, as well as adjoins the Drexel Fields to the west. Zoom out a little bit here. This next aerial here looks in a southerly direction, where again you can see the vacant land that is the subject of today's application. Here, just preliminarily, I will point out a row of large trees that line the Drexel Fields, which was a patently reasonable concern that the community had over the health of these trees. However, as I will show in a tree survey, none of these trees is on my client's property. and all sit quite a distance from the proposed homes. Directly to the south of the property is a church. And again, that view here is shown in the southeast direction. And again, looking northwest, you can see here the little flag portion of the property and the church directly next door. Again, just a little bit more close-up context from the photographs at Exhibit 10. This shows the view of the property from North 42nd Street, showing the fence that marks the front boundary of the lot in question. If we move a little bit more to the interior of the property, this is a view generally facing out towards Powelton Avenue, and this is the church that I pointed out a little bit earlier. Again, the large tree that is shown in this photograph is also not on my client's property. Facing North 42nd Street here, you'll see that the lot itself is currently vacant and sits along the rear of the backyard of these homes on North 42nd Street. Facing north, again, you'll see the relationship of this property in relation to the Drexel Fields. You can see the parking lot to the left of this photograph. And this is, if you're thinking about that overhead aerial, this is looking up towards the point of the property itself. Again, none of these evergreen trees sits within my client's property boundary. Another view here is shown facing north, again towards that point of the property. And then a final view here, again facing North 42nd Street. Historically speaking, from historical maps, it appears that this lot has existed in this irregularly shaped condition since at least 1895. Seemingly, it was owned by Drexel for many decades, but was never consolidated into their own parcel and was later eventually sold off. While we do understand that the community would prefer that the lot remain undeveloped open space, that is unfortunately not a reasonable possibility since that possibility was long since foreclosed when it was first sold from Drexel to a private developer all the way back in 2012. I did also include photographs showing the timely posting at Exhibit 10. At Exhibit 7, these zoning site plans are up on the screen here. I'll summarize, and then Rami and the architect can be available if the board has any further questions. As you can see here, the plans show 4 single-family dwellings, each of 3 stories. Given the extraordinarily unusual shape of this lot, the homes have been uniquely designed to accommodate that narrowing condition of the lot. 4 parking spaces are provided in a small paved lot that is next to the church, keeping the vehicles as far away from possible from the homes on North 42nd Street. Here, you can see that a 12-foot rear yard is provided, which is more than sufficient to ensure the preservation of the trees on the adjoining lot. Up at North 42nd Street, a 16-foot wide curb cut is designed that leads to a 16-foot wide driveway. And this is also a paved walking area, which you'll see in a little bit more detail in just a minute. As shown on the next plan here on the tree schedule, let me zoom in on that for you. The only trees that are being removed from this lot currently are non-heritage trees and are proposed to be replaced fully in accordance with the requirements of the zoning code. I will also note that all of the plans that are shown to the board today were also shown to the community. If I scroll back up to the zoning plans and zoom in on the zoning table itself, you'll see that the zoning code would allow 75% of this lot to be occupied by some kind of structure. With that said, this proposal represents coverage of only 23.6%. Over 75% of this lot is slated to remain open. And again, page 2 of the zoning plan shows that existing tree schedule. Let me zoom out here. Where you will see that none of the large heritage trees that the community has interest in sit on this property and will therefore not be affected by this particular development. I have also included conceptual site plans and renderings at Exhibit 8. Here, you'll start to get a better sense of the plan for the site landscaping and design, with a dense hedge of evergreen trees along the shared alleyway behind the North 42nd Street homes. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, a small walking path that leads out to North 42nd Street, which is directly next to that 16-foot wide driveway. We did also include floor plans at Exhibit 8. Here you'll see that the 4 homes range from just over 2,400 square feet to just over 3,000 square feet. The cellars will be reserved for storage, mechanical, and general recreation area. At the first floor, each of the homes will have a large kitchen, dining and living areas, as well as a porch and deck off the back, which overlook the Drexel Fields. This was intentionally designed to ensure that the active outdoor space would be on the opposing side where there are no residences. At the second floor, there will be 2 bedrooms and balconies, and on the third floors, there will be the main bedroom areas with some extra office space for 2 of the homes. Again, they're a little bit different just because of how irregularly shaped this lot is. Exhibit 9 shows the conceptual renderings. This first view here is what you would see from the front of the homes, which again are dominantly brick. The second view here is from the back, where you can see the balconies and the rear living areas that overlook the fields. Finally, we thought it was important to render the separation between the North 42nd Street homes and these 4 homes, where you will see here not only a 6-foot-high fence, but a dense evergreen barrier that will create more separation than typically exists between back-to-back row home blocks. The pathway that you see in between the fence is already an existing 3-foot wide alley, and then the homes themselves are set back an additional 9 feet, 8.5 inches minimum at the closest, up to 12 feet at the widest. So just by way of comparison, these conditions would approximate or exceed the same conditions that would be required by the zoning code if the front of these homes were considered the rears, and is further buffered by fencing and dense vegetation. My client can certainly speak to the aesthetics in greater detail. Now, in terms of the refusals, this proposal only received 2 refusals, both of which are highly technical in nature, since there is no mechanism in the zoning code to recognize a planned unit development for a lot that is not permitted to be subdivided under the zoning code. First, the proposal received a refusal for failure to meet the front facade of the adjoining lots. Let me bring up the zoning plan and just give you a sense of what that actually means here. Measuring a front setback is quite challenging when it is applied to a flag lot, but Code Section 14-202-22 tells us that the flag portion of the lot is to be ignored when measuring front depth. Therefore, the front lot required depth would be measured from the lot line that adjoins the alley. So I'm just indicating that with my cursor here. This is where the front lot line should be measured from. Based on the lot depth of the adjoining homes on 42nd Street and the church, these homes would be required to have a 0 front setback, which would be consistent with the homes fronting on North 42nd Street. In this case, that would require these homes to be brought even closer to that alley and to the back of the homes on 42nd Street. and would certainly not serve the intended purpose of the zoning code to ensure uniform facades, given the flag shape of this lot. Secondly, a refusal was issued because the zoning code would treat this proposal as multifamily, even though this will be submitted to a PUD in order to separately convey these new homes. The hardship here is plainly obvious in that this lot cannot be subdivided because of its irregular flag shape. Even though a lot of over 12,000 square feet could be, based on the lot size, legally subdivided into 12 separate lots if it were oriented differently or shaped more regularly. On each of the subdivided lots, one single-family home could theoretically be built. In comparison, this is only proposing 4 homes, not 12. In fact, in the 8 meetings held with the community over the last year, earlier designs that did contemplate more homes were scaled back, resulting in a proposal that occupies only a very, very small portion of this lot. As I mentioned early on, this lot has been subject to considerable attempts over the course of the last 13 years to see some kind of development, all of which have failed. Those failed attempts alone are evidence of the extreme hardship facing this lot. At Exhibit 16, you will see that in 2013, a proposal was first put forth to develop an 8-family dwelling with only 3 parking spaces. That request was denied. 4 years later, in 2017, another attempt. This time, the proposal sought 1 single-family dwelling and 1 6-family dwelling with 6 off-street parking spaces. Again, another denial. Now, 9 years later, my client invested significant energy into ensuring that his proposal would incorporate community feedback, resulting in over a year of meetings and the design that's put before the board today. Reaching unanimous consent among community members is never easy, if at all possible. However, we submit that this proposal is the most reasonable balancing and response to all expressed concerns over a very long review and design period. Recent Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court decisions have confirmed that where the impossibility of a subdivision reduces the number of homes that may otherwise be developed, this board may grant a variance, either excusing the subdivision or allowing it to occur on modified terms. Here, there is no possibility of a modified subdivision. Instead, the only solution to a single-family home development is through a PUD, which unfortunately is artificially treated as multifamily under the zoning code. We submit that the variance itself is not truly a use variance, but is instead a dimensional variance subject to a lower standard of review. We also submit it as the least minimum variance. In accordance with case law, we believe that we have shown the board that there are no viable alternatives and that the proposed use of single-family homes is the most similar to the adjoining single-family homes in this neighborhood. Now, just to anticipate some of the comments that the board might hear from some community members, I have also included in the exhibits at Exhibit 11 the conceptual approval that this project received from PWD, as well as a letter from the civil engineer that addresses some of the concerns that we've heard over the course of the year relative to stormwater runoff. I've highlighted a few of the key points and will summarize that the current site conditions result in the discharge of 100% of stormwater runoff onto neighboring properties to the north and west. This development, as you can see the summary here, will include such improvements as downspouts and area and trench drains, which will capture all the runoff from the new 6,300 square foot of impervious coverage. Although the size of the proposal would not require it to comply with the city's stormwater runoff rate control requirements, the civil engineer has confirmed in their report that the development of the lot will reduce runoff discharges by approximately 50% from current conditions. Further information relative to the drainage design is also included in your exhibits. Finally, I will note that a full analysis of the project's compliance with Section 14303.8E of the zoning code is provided at Exhibit 13. And most critically, the proposal will not create congestion as it provides one-for-one parking. It will not harm neighbors' use of their properties as it is set back to a degree consistent with typical back-to-back row blocks and will include dense screening for privacy. I will also gladly expand on any point that the board requires. And at this point, I just have two quick questions for my client, and then I can conclude.
Why don't you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer? Sit forward.
Rami Shraim, RAMY SHRAIM.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Schreim, can you confirm that you're authorized to speak on behalf of Owner W LLC?
I do.
Thank you. Just briefly, in terms of the trees and the concerns that you heard over the likely heritage trees on adjoining properties, are you prepared to implement tree protection measures to ensure the maximum protection of any large trees on those adjoining properties?
I do, and that was discussed during the community meetings and agreed upon.
Now, the community expressed doubt relative to your ability to connect these homes to the utility infrastructure in the area. You've been building in the city of Philadelphia for nearly 20 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you confirmed that the project can connect to all required utilities, whether it be gas, electric, or water?
Yes, it does.
And have you heard all the testimony that was offered in front of the board today?
Yes.
Do you agree that testimony was true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had provided it yourself?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, have you done a study to show from 42nd Street if these would be visible if you were on the sidewalk or on the street on the 42nd Street side? I mean, understanding that this is an odd-shaped lot, most of the houses that are right in front of this development are two-story. And so I'm just wondering, given the depth of the street, like how much of the houses are visible because of their additional story?
So if you look at the zoning site plans here, I think it's highly unlikely that they would be visible. So for a couple reasons. Number one, if you just look at the length of the driveway here, you can see here that the driveway is all the way to the left of this view. And then there is also a walking path here before you even get to the first home on North 42nd Street. So the address of that home is 320. And then you can see here that the beginning of the first home is quite a distance over. I don't have the measurements. I can bring up the architect who can very quickly identify what that measurement is.
I mean,
But
I can read the measurements because I saw them on the plan, but still, like, no photos, no renderings have shown it from 42nd Street itself. Like, if I was standing in front of one of the houses, and I think I'm more so curious about the impact given its additional story. It looks like for like the entire run of where the houses sit, only one of the houses on 42nd Street has a third story. Most of the houses right in front of it, again, are two. And then there's a scattered 3 stories on the block, but none right where this is going to sit. So I think I'm more curious about the impact. Like, is this going to look like a second row of teeth in a child that, you know, needs braces? Because you've now got houses stacked on another house.
So can I bring up the architect just to address the measurements that you're questioning? If you could look for Waleska Standkey.
And then I guess while we wait for him, on the site plan that you showed, there's a landscaping strip that's behind the rear of the homes. Is that an easement? Like, are they going to share that in the PUD or?
You're talking about the new homes.
The new homes.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So the way that the PUD would work is that they would obviously have an HOA. They would be responsible to maintain all the landscaping on site, all of the improvements on site, effectively anything other than just the outline of the homes themselves would be common area that they'd be
Do we
responsible
see the
to
architect?
maintain.
Do we see the architect?
Who's going to remain in the PUD as the owner of the rest of the site. Typically in a PUD, there's like whoever's the operator, the owner, the manager, it stays in it and they kind of own all the common areas and then the others. So, okay.
So I
got
may
it.
answer. Yeah, that was also discussed with the community that because we manage properties in the
Mm-hmm.
neighborhood, so we will manage this project as well.
So you're gonna be worried, you're gonna be salting the driveway and removing the snow and, okay.
That's correct.
Well,
Architect?
to that point, how is the alleyway going to be managed? I know it's not your property, but it's directly behind the landscape strip that you're providing. And if you look at the photos, that alley is pretty horrible.
Yeah, so that's actually also another point that we discussed. There's actually a community benefit agreement
Right.
that addresses these items, and we will clear part of that community benefit agreement is we will clear the entire alleyway on the 300 block as part of the project.
Do we have the architect on? Is Waleska there?
Well, we keep waiting for him. I would
Yes, I'm
say-
here.
Oh, she's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Waleska Standke, Waleska, Standke, Standke.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, two things. Could you turn your video on? And second, could you speak up just a little bit? Turn your volume up.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
counsel?
Thank you. Waleska, are you able to identify for the board member the distance from the front of the homes on North 42nd Street, basically all the way back to the start of the new homes, how far that distance is?
1 second. So from the sidewalk,
I guess also, I wasn't necessarily asking for the distance. I saw the distance. I was asking.
yeah, from the
was any
sidewalk,
study
we have
done-
8 feet and a half.
I'm sorry, how far did you say?
8 and a half.
98.
98 and a half,
Yeah.
right. So it's quite a
I
distance.
understand the distance. My actual question, which now the architect is here, is when you draw the elevation, can you see it from 42nd Street?
I think it's really difficult to see because it's far. It's up almost 100 feet from the street, and you have 2 stories buildings on the front, so it's quite
But
difficult.
so you guys haven't done an actual study to prove this?
No, but board member, as you know, the height here is not a refusal item. It is not directly or indirectly relevant to any of the refusals that we have here, and is not something that L&I or the zoning code would require.
Other questions? Questions, Mark Turney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the audience? How many, okay, how many hands in the audience?
I have a hand up from Mr. Mark Aguilar in the virtual
We're gonna
audience,
do here
Mr. Chair.
first. Okay, so could you move? for me,
Okay.
please? So the people who want to make a comment, could they come forward?
Rami, you want to sit
Yeah.
back?
Sure.
Yeah, they're going to have to.
And when we have a case like this, everyone will be given 2 minutes to make their case, okay? All right, come first.
I assume you'll want me to hold any response to the
I
end.
would hope so. Yeah. Unless you have questions for an
I
individual person. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Eman Alkalban, EMAN, ELKALBAN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
Are
do.
you a neighbor?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us your thoughts on this project in 2 minutes?
I've attended all of the many meetings that we've had about
You
this
did?
project. Yes, and I've voted in support each time along with many other neighbors who, it's been a dumping ground for many years and the developer has been extremely, flexible and accommodating to concerns and having 8 meetings for this was, every single time there were concerns brought up, it was supposed to be 7 houses, now it's only 4.
Are you in favor of this?
Yes, I am. And I think that, it'll actually benefit the neighborhood and the community benefit agreement will also be something that we're all going to benefit from.
Thank you for taking the time to sit here that long. Next person, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. My name is Karen Murray, Karen Murray.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So Karen, could you in 2 minutes give us your views on this?
Okay. Bottom line, I am not for this.
Okay.
We live in a very busy street, high volume, automobiles, pedestrians, school buses, fire trucks, everybody comes through there. They come through at a very rapid rate. We're the only way through north-south because the other street's cut off. 42nd Street is it. All right, the proposed development will add a surprise driveway in the middle of our street. 42nd Street is known for car accidents. You haven't been baptized on the block until your car's been hit. And for some people, it's the first day you move there. It happened to my other neighbor. You put a driveway that nobody's looking for. Pedestrians are in jeopardy. Drivers are in jeopardy. It's just not a good idea. The developer's been very accommodating. Like he suggested a gate with lights and noise or something, to let people know. But then that's going to cause a nuisance for the people who live on the street who are directly from this gate with lights flashing, sounds any time of night. So that is not a really good alternative either. The driveway will be very small. They're going to have to dig it up to put the utilities in. Emergency vehicles can't fit, fire trucks can't fit, trash trucks can't fit. So all of those are potential hazards, and that will impact those of us who live on the block directly. So I would just say that you really need to consider our view for those of us who live on the block.
Sure.
Because it's going to affect us every day if you allow this.
Thank you very much for taking the time to sit here. Next, please. Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Nicholas Patrician, Nicholas.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am.
Please proceed. And could you, if you would, try not to repeat what you've heard?
Sure. I'd like to address the issues with stormwater. Currently, this site is completely permeable. Any development there will reduce that permeability. The study done by the developer from Aquas does mention some benefits to how it may manage stormwater for this development. All of those benefits are derived by capturing that stormwater and putting it directly into the sewer system. That sewer system is maintained by the city of Philadelphia. It is not going to be maintained by the developer. This puts an undue burden on the utility. It also is in conflict with an agreement that the city of Philadelphia has made with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protections to reduce stormwater runoff into the sewers. These sewers, as you know, have a history of being overflowed. That water then runs up onto the street. It runs off into our waterways, the Schuylkill River, the Delaware,
Sure.
and creates an environmental problem for the community at large. Also, this project does not require 4 homes of 3 stories to be economically viable. When the developer took on this project, they knew what the zoning was. They had no guarantee that they would be able to develop this in a different fashion. These 3-story homes are blocking the light of no fewer than 8 neighbors who currently have no backyard neighbors. That means in the entire afternoon through sunset, there's light coming into those homes. That lack of light will have impact to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you for spending the time here. Next, please. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Judy Walterson, JUDYWalterson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
I actually have the letter here you wrote.
Yes.
Right, okay, so could you add anything at all besides that? And we all have that letter, by the way.
Okay.
Just for the record, I do not have that letter.
Well, we'll make sure you get a copy.
I brought copies, so.
Oh,
I
sure.
can give
All
one
right.
to her.
All right. Is there anything else you want to add besides that?
I do want to add, and I wish I would have taken a picture and had a timestamp on it, but the neighbors can confirm this. I know in the most recent snowstorm, the sidewalk wasn't cleared in front of the property. If that's the kind of service that we're going to get with the privatization of services such as garbage, snow removal, et cetera, the neglect of any of that would be a detriment to all of the adjacent conforming properties. So I do want to make that point.
Okay.
I'd like to make this point. The proposed layout is such that there's no way a looped water service could be brought to the proposed buildings. Without a looped water connection, dual flow reliability cannot be provided. And without that, the potential for buildings to be without an adequate water flow in the event of a fire is increased. There's no water sprinklers in the building. There's no access through the driveway for the fire department to get in there other than their hoses. Also, with the utilities, perhaps all utilities will fit under the driveway, under the walkway. What if one of them needs to be dug up? What will happen to access to the properties to the rear when those properties are dug up? And then my last point is, the young lady who testified first today, I have been to all of the community meetings. I've never seen her before today, and I'm the block captain for the 300 block of North 42nd Street. I made sure that everyone signed in. So I do have copies of the sign-in sheets for.
No, I'm not going to get, I mean, that was her testimony. It'd be,
Okay.
You know.
I'm just saying that. I mean, perhaps at the community meeting on March 12th,
Okay.
which was Zoom.
Right.
But
Okay.
none of the previous ones.
All right.
And I'd like to make the point that on June 28th, 2023, that was part of your packet. We did have a community meeting where the developer was thinking about purchasing the property. What would we like to see just in case it had to happen? Because everyone was telling us the zoning board's going to approve something. So you have to, take something. And you have to talk about some kind of development on the property. If you look at those meeting minutes on the second page, an informal vote was taken. 12 of the 12 people who voted were in favor of 1 unit. 11 of the people were in favor of 2 units. 8 were in favor of 3 units. Only 4 of the 12 people who were at that initial community meeting, and that was attended by everyone who lives on the block. Well, not everyone, but only by people who live on the block. Let me state that, your neighbors. Only 4 people said that they would, tolerate or do 4 units. So I want to make that point that from the very beginning, from that informal survey to the community vote that we had the other week, where 18 of the opposed were near neighbors, we have always been very reluctant to see such a larger development developed on that land. And we feel like our quality of life concerns far outweigh a few benefits that might be received because we feel like our time and our energy may be spent trying to steward these properties as near neighbors. So
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for spending the time. Next, please.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask her a brief question?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Wilkerson, do you work for the fire department?
I do not.
Do you work for a utility company or have any kind of special expertise to be able to testify to your position that this will have some form of issue with connection to utilities?
I would just refer to the engineering report that we submitted with the letter, and I can give you a copy of that.
I'm asking if you have any
no,
form
I
of
don't.
personal expertise. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, please. Next person, please. Hi, good afternoon. Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name's Crystal Williams, first name Crystal, last name Williams.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Are you a neighbor?
yes, I live directly across the street.
So could you give us a short version of what your issue is?
Uh,
Are you in favor of this or against?
Against.
Okay.
Like you said, you don't want to hear repeats, so I'm not
Yeah,
going to
sure.
repeat.
I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah,
So give me something different.
Okay, well, when I went to every meeting
Oh, good.
and I'm disabled, but I basically I'm near 24/7.
Sure.
And I come out quite often, just to enjoy, especially now the weather is getting warm, which I really appreciate. And I notice our neighborhood is changing. I grew up there, childhood. My mom passed away in 2022.
Sorry.
I inherit the house, and now I'm the property owner, which is a wonderful thing.
Good.
Carrying on my family's tradition. Amen. So I notice the traffic of people that walk back and forth. We have a lot of people, animal lovers, which I'm one, but I don't have any animals. And they're coming constantly back and forth. So to have that driveway there, that would be a surprise and probably a hazard because you don't expect.
Oh, I think we had testimony about this.
Yeah, but I'm just confirming.
Right, okay. Sure.
What was previously said.
Yeah.
Since you're asking me, I didn't know I was going to come up here and actually, I'm opposing. Yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. We have your we have your name and we know you're opposed. And thank you for spending so much time here.
Okay, thank you.
Next, please. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell for the staff?
My name is Sandra, Saundra, Y as in yo-yo, DOWLING -MOORER.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Sure
Are you
will.
a neighbor?
I'm right in the midst of all the chaos.
Are you in, are you in favor of this or against?
Against.
Okay.
I'm at 332 North 42nd Street.
Good.
They just got finished tearing up the front of our house, the front of my house, with gas and water, and now they want us to start working on the back. My concern is what's going to be dug up. We already have
Okay.
a rat problem on the block.
Right.
So there's all kind of those kind of issues. And I just prayer out that God will do what needs to be done.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. We appreciate your comments. Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Eva Morrell Samuels, EVAMORREL dash SAMUELS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
You.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, I'm a near neighbor. I'm right at the edge of it.
Are you in favor of this or against?
In favor.
Okay, could you just give us real quick why?
I think it's a good faith offer, and I think I'd prefer to buy the lot as a community and make it a park, but that's not an option. I think this is a good faith offer that I don't know that we're going to see something as measured as this again.
Thank you very much for spending the time. We appreciate your comments. Yes. Right. Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, Ashley Van Riper.
I'm kidding.
Sorry. ASHLEYVAN space RIPER.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Are you a neighbor?
Yeah, I'm a near neighbor.
Are you in favor or against?
Opposed, yeah.
Okay. Is there anything that you can add that we haven't heard? And we've heard a lot.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, I just want to kind of speak to the one person's point that it's a dump.
Well, I can't hear what you're saying.
Sorry, I have a very soft voice. I just wanted to say that it's not a dump like the first person said. It's just grass and a lot of animals live there. Nothing needs to be done with the lot. And I realize that like you use the argument that it can't be developed as a reason that it should be developed. But I just wanted to point out that it's,
So your point, you don't want anything there.
yeah.
All right.
and
All
there's
right.
no
Oh,
reason.
that's fine to say. Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Ma'am? Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Kate Devlin, KATEDEVLIN.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Are you in favor of this or against?
Against.
Okay. Is there anything you can offer that we haven't heard?
I don't want to take up any more of your time. I just wanted to register.
Oh, well, thank you. You register your name. We have your name. Thank you very much. Sir? Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Pastor Jay Broadnax, BROADNAX.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
My church is
Down the street. Yep. Are you in favor of this project or against?
in favor.
Thank you very much. Could you give us any comments why?
Most of the comments have been made already, other than the fact that this developer has really bent over backwards to try to make this something that is reasonable.
Reverend, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you spending a little time here. Yes, ma'am. Hi, how are you? Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Andrews, Pamela Andrews, Andrews.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you in favor or against?
I am in favor of the project.
Thank you. Is there anything you can offer than?
I do. I am the chair of the
There you
RCO
go.
and you have my.
I
letter on file.
have.
Okay, I
have
don't
tons.
really have too much in addition to add to that because you have everything. But what I basically wanted to say is that I am here to represent the community who was at our zoning meeting when we took the vote on March the 12th. There was a total of 58 people. 38 of those people wanted to move the project forward. 27 were in opposition. I also just want to make another note about the issues around the parking and fire. In addition to being the chair of the RCO, I live a half a block away from there, right off of a little Filbert Street, which is a cul-de-sac. Okay, my street is tiny. When they talk about there's no other traffic, that's not true. We're half a block away. And the only way you get access to Filbert Street from 42nd Street, it's a one-way cul-de-sac. We actually have to drive in and back out, okay? I have lived there for 25 years now. We have never had an accident with anyone coming in and out of that block.
Okay.
Okay? So I wanted to bring that up because I really felt as if that was unfair. I will say that, and I'm aware that 42nd Street is a major, major, major thoroughfare. And yes, there have been accidents, but when you say that it's out of character and there's no other block in that area, I'm exactly a half a block away. So I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank
I
you.
thank you so
Thank you.
much.
No, thank you. Thank you. Do we have any hands up in the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for multifamily.
Do you have any, why don't you give me?
Yes, again, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to point out, and working backwards in response to the Planning Commission's testimony, that this is not a proposal for multifamily, that this is a proposal for single-family homes, that unfortunately our zoning code has no mechanism to recognize whether it be a condominium development or a PUD development. There is no mechanism to recognize that, and that this is not a multifamily development based on our zoning code. Just in response to a couple quick things, just so that the board understands, this proposal did have to go through a prerequisite review with the streets department. They did not raise any concern with the proposed driveway. It is in accordance with their regulations, and they would, of course, also have to review it during the technical review phase. And that's where the things that one of the community members mentioned in terms of any form of gating or lights, that would come up during that review. And then just the last thing I wanted to respond to is in response to one of the community members who made some commentary about the fact that there's no economics to support 4 single-family homes. But I would just like to remind the board here that this is not a case where that type of analysis is necessary. This represents a development of a quarter of this lot that, excuse me, that if it were not irregularly shaped and were oriented differently, could support the development of 12 single-family homes.
Okay.
So this is akin to a dimensional variance. It is not, although the zoning code would treat it that way, is not technically a use variance. It is simply a variance requesting 4 single-family homes that cannot otherwise be subdivided due to the extraordinarily unique conditions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So first, I want to thank everyone who, on both sides of this, who testified. We heard a lot. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this to our executive session next Wednesday We will vote at 2 p.m. next Wednesday. And thank
Understood.
everyone for spending so much time down here.
Thank you for bearing
Okay.
with me today.
All right, number 7. Here we go. People are friendly to each other too, at least. All right, number 7. MI 2025-007-330-7756 Dittman Street. Rachel Pritzker is the attorney.
I'll be coming back in shortly, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, or I guess good evening.
Hi, counsel, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, Rachel, Rachael, Pritzker, Pritzker.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
Yeah, so my client is Joe Gagne from Big Joe's Roofing, Inc., and he is the equitable owner of the property. It's under contract, so he's the equitable owner of
Okay,
this
and I
property.
have a letter of non-opposition from Holmesburg Civic and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Driscoll, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay. So this is 7756 Dittman Street. Just to quickly go through the refusal, the property is zoned RSA 3, but it's a long-standing, it's Holmesburg Boys and Girls Club that is going to be concluding their service in the neighborhood, and this will be hopefully the home of Big Joe's Roofing. And most of the refusals relate to the fact that the lot is zoned RSA 3, despite it being a long-standing warehouse building, which I'll show you, that was previously the home to Holmesburg Boys and Girls Club. We're basically proposing a partial demolition of the existing structure. You'll see from the plans, just to allow for a garage door so that the trucks can go inside of the warehouse space for loading. And the improvements to the site for landscaping and screening, basically creation of 9 parking spaces in the back, and some cleaning up of the spaces in the front. And again, as mentioned, the interior loading space inside. The refusals relate to surface parking spaces not being allowed in the rear of the property, although there's existing asphalt in the back. So you'll see that we're just improving that space. And obviously building services for this roofing company is not permitted in RSA 3. So just to show you the site, tax clearance, the agreement of sale. Quite long. This is an aerial view of the site. A bit better on the screen here. It's a corner lot, quite large corner lot. It's another aerial view where you can see the site and the existing property on the site. Zoning posters on the property. Here's a view of the building as well. The side of the building. There's a gate here, and some of the rear parking will be behind here. This is on the side street. Some of the inside of the building. So you can see kind of a large empty space that used to have the Boys and Girls Club. But large existing structure on the site. Another view of it as well. Again, just to orient on the street, some exterior photos. You can see some of the existing parking that was here. All this will get cleaned up. We're going to remove some spaces in the front to allow for the garage door, and also going to be adding the required landscape buffers, obviously clean up the curbs, and improve the site in the exterior. This is the rear of the site where additional parking will be. Underneath this snow is an asphalt lot that I think was probably used for basketball and things like that. So repurposing this to add additional off-street parking. You don't comply with the code because you can't have any parking in the rear yard, although it's sort of an existing condition that we're going to be improving. And same with business building services is not permitted in RSA 3. We met with the Holmesburg Civic Association in person back in February. We sent out mailers to all the near neighbors and received a letter of non-opposition from the community. We also, as mentioned, received a letter of non-opposition from Councilman Driscoll. If we can promote Rustin Oler to go through the architectural plans.
Sure.
I think it's just also worth noting that Big Joe's Roofing is a union roofing company. They have a location not far from this and are looking to expand, their business, add a little bit more value to the neighborhood and additional employees. And they've been successful to kind of grow, their sort of homegrown company. So the community knew Joe and his team, and so was really welcoming, especially, obviously it's kind of a sad situation to see a Boys and Girls Club not be able to continue to provide, services to kids and youth in the area. But it was time for them to kind of close their doors, and they spent significant time vetting different potential buyers for this. They wanted to make sure it was somebody who was going to, be mindful of the community they felt comfortable with. And also really didn't want to see the building be torn down. The RSA 3 zoning really allows for one single family house on this quite large lot, as you can see. And so keeping the building as much as possible, again, just a small demolition to do just for a garage door, and leaving the building as is, allows for the building to stay in place, and obviously is less detrimental as far as like construction and impacts to the neighborhood. The alternative would be demolishing the building, subdividing the lots, and trying to build new homes there. But this was just what was comfortable for the seller, as well as obviously being a longstanding warehouse that had a commercial-ish use.
All right, let's see, is the architect on?
Yes, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, Rustin Oler, Rustin. Last
Do you
name
swear or affirm to, do you
OHLER.
swear or
Sorry.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel.
Rustin, can you just briefly go through the plans on my screen?
Yeah, sure. So Rachel has the site plan up. As she mentioned, previously the entire front of the lot was paved. People kind of park there a little haphazardly and over the sidewalk. We're going to be cleaning that up, legalizing the parking, adding a dedicated ADA space in, adding landscaping and landscape buffers to both sides of the parking, reducing the overall curb cut, repouring the sidewalk. All that's been approved by the streets department with our preliminary application to them as part of our zoning app. Maintaining the gate and curb cut in the rear of the building, which you see at the top left corner, and accessing additional parking behind the building with additional landscape buffers and fencing to the neighbors. Building stays as is. There's a small one-story portion in the rear that's going to come down. It was a shed that was added later on, not part of the primary structure of the building, but from a zoning standpoint, that comes down. Interior trash storage, interior loading. Rachel, if you want to flip through. So just some existing aerial views of the site, just so you can orient yourselves. Existing building, we do have a rendering, so we plan to paint the building. Add a garage door, add the landscaping. We have that down further. Here's a color site plan, just so you can see what's happening. Also has a layout inside the building. Building has existing bathrooms, kitchenette, office space, all of that will remain. So no real alterations in the building other than the rink that was there comes out and, storage racks go in essentially. So huge improvement to the site and exterior of the building though, as far as paving, sidewalks, landscaping, fencing. No changes to the original overall structure. So there's photos of the existing inside. And then just a rendering of, what's proposed. Essentially, it's a roofing company, so we'll put a new roof on the building, paint the existing structure, keep the existing entrance where it is, and then add one new garage door.
I think that's it.
That's it.
Okay, Rachel, you want to bring the owner on to adopt your testimony?
Yeah, please. I think Kelly and Joe should be on.
Please raise your virtual hand to wait to be sworn in. What is the owner's names again?
Kelly and Joe. She's calling in from her cell phone.
Is it an 8383?
267-972-2141.
Hold on, I got a hand up from Joe Gandhi. I'm gonna promote them right now.
Perfect.
Is he coming on?
All right, you should be unmuted.
Sure, thank you.
Yes.
Hey, Joe, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Joseph Edwards Agnew III.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, could you turn your video on if possible? Or if you're in a car, that's okay.
No,
Okay. All right, Rachel?
gotcha.
Joe, have you heard my testimony today? Do you believe it to be true and accurate, and do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Is there anything else you want to add?
No.
Okay.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I have questions about the loading capacity. I saw your loading zone and I see the two new driveways. And I have a question about the size trucks that would be coming to the site, even for major deliveries, and where they're going to be directed.
Yeah. So all Joe's work trucks are small, so typical like pickup or van. So his vehicles aren't large, and then deliveries are through a box truck. So we'll be able to fit those in the building.
And the box trucks will fit down McMay?
No, the main road. They would come in through the
Dickman,
front.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, no issue with the box truck turning in or out. We
Perfect.
went through turning radius diagrams with those on the streets department as part of our app.
And then I see it on the site plan, but just to confirm, what's the screening and the fence height between this property and the surrounding residential homes?
Yeah, it's just it's a 6-foot high fence. And all the screening is landscaping. We went through that with the neighbors during our RCO meeting.
And I guess for council or for Mr. Gagné, have you spoken with the residents specifically at 7762 Dittman and 5419 McMenemy Street? Like, have they seen the plans for the things that are gonna abut their property lines?
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but at least two of the Dittman Street neighbors, Dittman and McMenemy, came to the RCO meeting. And we also sent them the plans. So their concern was the parking, the traffic in and out. How is that going to work turning in on that street? The 4519 McMenemy, there's renters that are there. So Joe went over and he can attest to this several times to try to have conversations with them. But because when we met with the RCO actually on site prior to the community meeting, that was one of their concerns. And we just didn't have we were not able to reach anybody that was in ownership, of specifically the one 4519 McMenemy. And I think the vote was like, I think it was one opposition and the rest were in support. So,
And
that
the
was part of
opposition
it.
wasn't either of those two.
Yeah. So I don't know, Joe, if you want to just, since you did the walking around, if you want to just confirm what I said, or if there's something different, can provide that as well.
No, so I actually went there twice and tried to make contact, and I even left my card with my number asking could they have the homeowner call me, the actual owner of the property. They were very nice people, the renters, and I never heard anything back. And then on the Dittman Street side, the actual adjoining property, same thing. It was a renter there, and I mean, very nice guy. He didn't seem like he had any problem with what we were doing, but I asked him to have the owner contact me, and I never heard anything back from him.
Okay, and then just because sightlines, like this is a very residential neighborhood, and looking at the aerials for the surrounding area, it does look like there's a lot of children on the surrounding block. Are you putting any safety provisions in place at the front of the driveway on I cannot pronounce the name of that street, the one that's not Dittman? And are there going to be any lights or cameras in that side lot on the rear? Just because at night when you're not there, that could become a safety concern for the folks that live there.
So we will have lights and cameras that'll be part of our construction documents, as well, so security system, lighting on the building, landscape lighting in the landscape, so that it's safe back there. The rear parking is just for Joe's employees as well. In and out, we went through the turning radius diagrams, line of sight diagrams with the streets department, which found it adequate. The only other thing we would maybe recommend is just a mirror, if we determine that we need it, so that it's just more visible to
But
see
there's
people
no
coming in.
fence, right? There's no fence.
No, there is a fence. Yeah.
There's no gate that like closes that driveway when
Yeah,
there's
it's currently gated, and we would keep the gate.
You are going to keep the gate. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you guys have done a lot of work to try to talk to those homeowners, but I would say like it does look like both of those houses have children. And so I would, maybe try one more time to just let them know, because there'll be cars next door, just as a courtesy.
Other questions from the board?
Yes.
We dropped off a letter also and still didn't hear from anybody, but I got you on that. It was one of the things that we talked about quite a bit. I'm just trying to show if there was a photo of the gate, just so you can see.
You had it in your stuff, Rachel. It's not in mine.
Yeah.
In the beginning.
Yeah, I think I saw it when you showed the photos. I just wasn't
Yeah,
sure
I
if it
see right
wasn't on the
here.
site. Yeah, it wasn't on the
Yeah.
site plan.
Yeah.
So I assumed it was being removed, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a question, and I don't usually get into this, but with parking lots like this, with stormwater runoff and the issue of whether or not you're going to have or have considered using pervious kind of surfaces instead of an impervious surface for the parking.
Yeah, we haven't inspected anything yet, but that's definitely something we can look at.
Okay, so, but are you going to, or what are we talking about here?
I mean, that's up to Joe as the owner of the building. So, most of the paving on the front is existing. The only new paving we'll be providing is some in the rear, so we can take a look at that, and we can discuss that with him and
See what the costs are and everything like that.
Yeah, I mean, but because of where you are and you're doing a bunch of screening anyhow, that this
Yeah.
I think would make this look a little bit better than, just the fencing and a bunch of trucks.
Yeah, we can encourage that. We're providing a large amount of landscaping, which would reduce a lot of runoff that we're currently having. And any new grading, we can make sure we also pitch to that as well. So currently, none of that is landscaped. It's mostly all hardscape.
Gotcha.
All right. Questions or
right,
comments from our
thank you.
attorney?
Not at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chair.
comments from the virtual audience or this audience here?
Chair, I have a hand up from someone else named Joe Gagne. I don't know who this is. I'm just gonna allow them to speak.
That was the other one.
That's me, the owner.
Okay, all right, thank you,
Okay.
thank you. All right,
You got a Jack Delaney with their hand raised, so I will allow them to speak.
okay, sure. Jack?
They're coming back in as a panelist.
All right, sure. I think he's done. I think it's Driscoll's office.
Can everyone hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name's Jack Delaney, JackDelaney.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Jack, are you a neighbor?
I am not. I'm actually I'm representing Joe in the real estate transaction in this regard.
All right.
So I'll give you a little bit of a background. Neighborhood guy. I grew up playing
Oh, no, no,
sports.
wait a minute. Rachel, do we need this testimony?
No, I mean, Jack's just gonna say he's in support of the project. He
Okay,
helped
good,
deal
good.
with,
What,
Yeah.
good, Jack.
yeah.
That's it. Neighborhood guy. Grew up playing basketball down here. When we went to make this transaction happen, and the idea came across my table, it was more so about community and service. And I figured there was no one better to have in there than Joe. This is more than a real estate transaction for all of us involved. I think there's a lot of value we bring back to the community as well. Like I said, being from the neighborhood, graduate from Father Judge. Active member of Steamfitters Local 420 still to this day. When I talked to Joe about this to begin with, I think, like I said, it's a lot bigger vision than just a roofing company, right? The proceeds from this are going to go to a scholarship fund for somebody to go to high school. That's thanks to the Holmesburg Civic Association and the guys who were operating it prior to us. But I just wanted to get on here, add my 2 cents,
Good.
and I want
All
to
right.
say thank you to you guys.
And thank you very much for taking the time. Planning Commission,
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing RSA 3 residential single family. While the existing building and parking are non-conforming, the proposed building services is not compatible with adjacent residences. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for parking in the required setback, but deny the requested variance for building services.
thank you.
I think I just would, Chairman, if I can just quickly respond. Obviously, the hardship argument here is that you can't fit a single family home in a giant warehouse. And so in order to meet the code requirements, we'd have to demo the structure, subdivide the lots, and then build new homes. And so that's clearly not the least minimum variance that we could ask for. We're asking for a use variance, and then as mentioned, the to kind of refresh the parking and landscaping.
All right, thank you. So MI 2025-007-330-7756 Dittman Street, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Hi, Owen. My vote is yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
All right, so number 9, MI 2025-007-389-50 South Second Street. Leonard Altieri is the attorney. There's unanimous support from Old City District and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squall. There's also 9 form letters, 4 from the block. Mr. Altieri, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Leonard Altieri, Leonard. Last name is Altieri, Altieri, with the law firm of Claire Harrison.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, could you identify your client, a relationship to this property?
My client is Old City Tattoo LLC, which is owned and operated, or the sole owner and operator is Jason Goldberg, who's seated to my left.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Share your screen and proceed with the case.
Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leonard Altieri at the law firm of Claire Harrison for the property at 50 South 2nd Street. This is a very simple and straightforward application that we have here.
Leonard, we never say that.
Yeah.
I just,
Well,
we
you know,
try not to ever say that, okay?
I wish the ice cream person was giving out samples.
Or
I'm
how
melting,
about the-
I'm
how
melting
about
over
the-
here, you know?
How about the jumping up and down?
Yeah,
thing?
well, I'll skip that one, So what we have here is, and I have it on the screen, my client right now is operating Old City Tattoo out of the property at 44 South 2nd Street, which is located right here where my cursor is. What he's seeking to do is to shut down that business and jump over to where Panda Tea used to be, which is the 50 South 2nd Street. He's been operating in his current location for the past 27 years, which is essentially more than half of his 50 years of living. When we were at the RCO meeting, which, as the chairman noted, was a unanimous vote in favor of this relief, one of the members there, who's a business owner, said, Jason was a kid when he first started here. They feel like they all watched him grow up. They watched him develop this into a successful business, and they wanted to keep him. As I said, he's the current owner of Old City Tattoo now. He's got 3 other locations, one in Media, one in Feasterville, and then this one in Old City. The reason why he's moving is the building that he's currently operating out of is for sale. And so he wants to move to the 50 South 2nd Street for kind of a twofold purpose. One, just a better longevity with regards to the lease, and then also just square footage. What he's operating with right now is around 750 square feet. The new location will have approximately 2,000 square feet. The property is located in the CMX3 Community Commercial Mixed Use District, and the prohibition on tattoo parlors is specifically in the Center City Overlay District, the Old City Residential Supplemental Use Controls. With regards to, and here's a refusal, this is a rough floor plan. So right now, he has 7 tattoo artists. He's hoping to ideally expand that into 10. With regards to piercing, he doesn't offer it at the Old City location right now because from the Department of Health, with regards to licensing, they need a separate room and they don't have that. So with the new location, as you can see here, he hopes to have a piercer on site for this location. With regards to hours of operation, it's no change. We are really just moving this from 44 South 2nd Street to 50 South 2nd Street and doing renovations to the interior of this. So the hours of operation will be the same days and then noon to 9 p.m. I have up right now the floor plan, a very rough version of it. So essentially it shows you the front door, you have the lobby, the work area where the tattoo artists would be, a private station, your private piercing area, a bathroom, etc. This is a rough rendering. This is actually done by, I think, ChatGPT, right? Or did you have an architect do this? Your wife?
That's a picture of the inside.
So a rough idea of what we're looking at. Right now, it is a vacant storefront. There's nothing in the store at all, so it's just completely vacant. We did go to the RCO meeting on January 21st. Again, we do have a letter of support, unanimous support from the RCO. And then we also have the letter of non-opposition, as the chairman said, from Councilman Squill's office. In addition to that, we do have letters of support from 7 adjoining properties. We have 46 South 2nd Street, 48th South 2nd Street, which is directly adjacent to the subject property, 52nd South 2nd Street, which is on the other side of the property, 56 South 2nd Street, 60 South 2nd Street, 123rd Chestnut, and 201 Chestnut Street. Again, the property is located in CMX3 zoning district, and the specific use is prohibited in the Old City Residential Supplemental Use Control overlay. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'll have my client sworn in and to adopt my testimony.
Sure. Could you lean forward and make sure the mic's on?
Yep,
Okay. Could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
it's Jason Goldberg, Goldberg.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Jason, you were present when I made the testimony this afternoon?
yes,
And is everything you heard true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
yes,
And if I called you to testify, would you adopt that as your own?
yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to add to the board?
No.
Perfect.
Questions from the board?
So is this an expansion or are you moving 2 doors
I
down?
just wanted to move two doors down
Okay.
to a bigger location.
Got it.
And I'm on a month-to-month lease in my building right now.
Okay.
And the landlord is trying to sell it for more than I can afford to buy it for.
Understood.
Any other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
None at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chair.
comments from the virtual audience?
No hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing CMX3 commercial mixed use. The proposed use is in harmony with the spirit and purpose of the zoning code in the surrounding commercial corridor. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for body art services.
MI 2025-007-389, 50 South Second Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Wood, my vote is yes.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
everyone.
I'm sorry you had to wait so long.
No, I appreciate it. It gave me good ideas to take my daughter either to the trampoline place or the next good thing. Thank you very much,
How
everyone.
about the new age flavors? I'm still stuck on that one. Yeah. Mr. O'Brien, please. MI 2025-007-395, 7563 Ridge Avenue. William O'Brien is the attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
William O'Brien, Obrien, for the Manioc Falls.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client, the relationship to the property?
My client is James Sullivan, the owner of 7563 Ridge Avenue.
Right, I see there's a unanimous non-opposition from Uckborough Roxborough Civic Association, 21 total votes. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the veto and the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, you can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, raise your virtual hand for us so I can identify which one is you.
Which,
There's two William O'Briens
raise
in
it.
the
Oh,
virtual
there we
audience.
go.
Yes.
there's two of me? That's worse.
No, the guy was here, he just took the fee and left.
Okay, I'm rejoining now.
It's coming up. It did, and it disappeared. Bill, it was up and it disappeared.
Yeah, it had disappeared and I'm not sure where it went. Oh, I found it. I think. There we go.
Yep.
So first I'll bring up the refusal. There are two refusals. One is for the use. Property is used as an auto repair facility. And the district is residential. The second refusal is for some impervious coverage. Next is the letter from the Upper Roxborough Civic. This is a location map from Atlas. You can see the square, that's where the property is. Just to the north, you see CA1, this use would be permitted, but it's not permitted where it exists. The use, let me show you the property real quick.
I don't know where that is. I live up there.
There we go. Okay.
Oh,
So this is Ridge Avenue looking north. Behind it, the white building is a storage facility. The red roof to the left of the garage is part of that storage facility. Next to the storage facility is a 7-Eleven. This is looking the other way, the repair shop. And you can see just past the repair shop, this little house is from the early 18th century. Many of the historic structures on Ridge Avenue. This is the Ridge Avenue Thematic Historic District. The use itself is a pre-code use. We haven't had one of those yet today. This is a zoning record from August 22nd of 1934, a year after our zoning code was adopted. The issue at this time was the current owner was operating an automobile graveyard. And the board determined that the only use that would be allowed on this property without a permit would be the former owner's gasoline service station and automobile accessories. So again, this use clearly existed before 1934. It has continued without interruption. The only change in character is sometime, I think in the early 80s, the gas tanks were removed. So you can't get gas there. You can only have your car repaired. And that was 34. In 57, there was a permit granted for the demolition of an existing house and the construction of one-story block building and the installation of 4 tanks. That's 57. Then we move forward to 79. There was a permit granted for a one-story rear addition to that one-story block building. This is a great aerial photo that kind of puts everything in perspective. You can see the larger structure, portion of the structure here, that goes back to the 57. That was the one-story structure. And then this is the rear addition allowed in 1979. What you also see in this picture is the area to the right of the yellow line is in the Wissahickon watershed, the only area of the city that has impervious coverage limitations. The strict application of code, we're 376 feet short of the required impervious coverage, which raises 2 issues. One, as compared to the entire lot, that is a de minimis variance, is 1.6%, those 376 feet. Secondly, there is a provision of the code that is directly contradictory to the impervious coverage requirement. The code provides that any vehicle and repair maintenance business, number one, all the automobiles have to be on the lot. You can't use the neighborhood to store your vehicles, which is in place here. And then secondly, all areas of the lot used for vehicle repair and maintenance, storage of vehicles being repaired or undergoing maintenance, and all access driveways from the street shall be covered with hard top surface of concrete, bituminous concrete, or asphalt. So it's literally impossible to satisfy both sections of the code. But the good news is that by application of the landscape requirements of the code, this site is now going to receive 32, let me make that a little bit larger. 32 new trees and about 125 shrubs. And as you can see, the perimeter along the north, east, south, and the west, except for the curb cuts, will all have a landscape buffer in which these trees and shrubs will be planted. So if you consider that together with the dashed areas between, let me mention, this is the proposed addition right here where my cursor is. That's the 30 by 30 square foot addition in the rear, which will accommodate 2 more service bays so that there will actually be fewer cars parked on the lot because they'll be able to service them and move them. They won't be waiting for service. So it's a real win-win for the neighborhood. This use has existed for nearly 100 years. And now it's going to have a lot more foliage and not have as many vehicles stored on it. I think that's my presentation. My client is in the virtual audience, Mr.
Sure, why don't
Sullivan.
we bring him in?
If you would raise your hand.
Mr. Sullivan.
They've been promoted. They'll be coming back in.
And this is auto repair. This is not like damage or damaged cars or.
There's no
and
body and
we're
fender
not
work.
painting, we're not painting in there either.
No
All right,
body and
all right,
fender
all right,
work.
okay.
And it's just personal vehicles, no trucks.
All right, I got it. Okay. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
James Sullivan, James. Sullivan is Sullivan.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sullivan, were you in the virtual audience? Did you hear my testimony?
Yes.
Was it truthful?
Yes.
And you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
So are you eliminating curb? Guys, it seems to be one long ribbon curb. Are you changing the curb cuts?
Let me bring up the photo. We had.
I mean, to install the landscaping
Yeah, the
buffer
landscape
along
is really
Ridge.
right.
We had to provide that landscape buffer on Ridge Avenue.
Okay.
Right, yeah, but are you because I look at the Google image, it looks like it's pretty much one long ribbon curb cut.
It is. That will change with the introduction of the landscape buffer. There'll be two
Okay,
distinct
so
curb cuts.
so just have the two.
Right.
Does the streets have to reapprove that or no?
No, it's existing.
Okay. All right.
Other questions?
Okay, so you said you're not doing body fender spray painting. So what are you doing? You're changing tires, you're changing oil. What are you doing? And do you have like bays in there, or how is that?
Yes, and I certainly recognize the limitations of my expertise.
You said that yesterday too. You did that
Yesterday.
yesterday too to us,
Yeah.
okay? Don't go.
I asked Mr. Sullivan to respond to Ms. Gaston's
Yeah, we
question
got him
about
again then.
the services your shop provides.
It's just strictly auto repair, state inspections, oil changes, check engine lights, no body work at all.
Okay.
And you do warranty work?
Yes.
And do you have bays in here? Is that
Yes, we have 4 bays currently.
And there'll be
Okay.
2 more.
There'll be 2 more.
So here you can see from this image,
2 more bays.
you can see the 4 bays.
Mm-hmm.
There are 2 here.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 1979 edition, there are 2 that enter from the back. So this
okay.
new edition, there'll be 4 bays that enter from the back.
Okay. All right. So that's why you won't see them as much. And then the landscaping is going to make sure that you're not seeing those cars like that on Ridge
Right.
So
Avenue.
here you can see, this is the 79 edition. These are 2 bays that are existing.
Mm-hmm.
This is the original 1957 structure with 2 bays. And this is the proposed structure with 2 new bays entering from the rear.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Hillary, would you look at the last paragraph there? I don't see us being involved in it. Did you see it?
Sorry, and the,
There, look at the paragraph on the bottom of that, it basically, the RCO is telling, would the ZBA include an agreement? of-
right, yes, no, we
don't-
could not
don't
do that, yeah.
We don't do that. Okay,
Yeah, no,
all
I
right.
just,
All right, anything else?
I just had a question because this is zoned RSA 3, which requires parking, but it didn't look like there were designated like parking spaces on the lot aside from the bays. Like, are people just parking on the
Yeah, there
lot,
is
just
no
like
park-
employees, customers, that sort of thing?
Yeah, there's no parking. Customer comes and drops their car off and leaves. They don't park and stay.
Right. No, but I mean, so if cars aren't in the bays or employees, where are people parking?
If there's room on the lot, an employee can park there. If not, they'll park on the street.
Okay. I thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, I
Planning
have a hand up
Commission.
I have a hand up, sir, from Sarah Stevenson.
All
I'll
right.
go ahead and promote them. Sarah Stevenson.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Sarah Stevenson, SaraStevenson.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sarah, are you a neighbor?
No, I'm here representing the the Wissahickon Watershed
Oh,
Overlay.
okay, good.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Yeah, so we understand that the construction on this site would change the impervious surface from 45% of the site to 52.49%. Is that correct?
Well, it's not the whole site. As shown on this image, bear with me, about 20% of the site falls within the Wissahickon watershed. And applying the impervious coverage limitations to that section of the lot, we're 376 feet short. But as compared to the whole 23,400 square foot lot, it's only 1.06%.
That's within the watershed overlay.
No, only 5,000 feet of the 23,000 square foot lot is within the watershed. The area to the left of the yellow line.
Okay.
All right. And then when you consider the introduction of impervious, so we had to meet other landscape requirements. So I can direct your attention to this plan again. So you can see the area that's enclosed between the building, that is going to be pervious. This area in the corner would be the northeast corner. That is all pervious. This corner is pervious. Now this is the area roughly where my cursor is. That's in the Wissahickon watershed. But all of this perimeter is also being introduced. So at the end of the day, if you look at the whole site, it's, I think, a net win.
Okay, well, that's more clarification than I had before I got on the call, but I would just add that in addition to adding the landscaping, which I think is excellent, I would ask, similar to the good neighbor agreement, I would just ask Mr. Sullivan to also think about mitigation plans that include considering where the stormwater is running off of the building. So if it's, redirecting the downspouts or putting in rain barrels, or as you're doing and in other places, consider where else you can be turning that impervious surface into something pervious in the areas that don't need to be below cars, as you stated with that conflict. So that's something that we would request on behalf of the watershed overlay.
Sarah, thank you very much for taking the time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, you want to respond to that?
No, I'll be advised.
Okay, all right. Okay, planning, where are we at? Planning Commission?
Yes.
Is there anyone else in the audience?
No further hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Planning Commission.
Amy Board with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the current RSA 3 residential single family to CMX2 commercial mixed use. There is documented evidence of auto servicing activities at this site since at least 1959. The request to add impervious surface in the rear portion of the lot is not supported by evidence that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the impervious surface requirements of the Wissahickon watershed overlay, nor are there countermeasures proposed to manage additional stormwater resulting from excess impervious cover. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for personal vehicle repair and deny the requested variance for impervious surface coverage.
So MI 2025-007-395-7563 Ridge Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Ty Nguyen, my vote is yes to the use refusal, but no to the zoning refusal.
Have your vote.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break.
I could do that.
Right. 5-minute break. Right. 5 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Board Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Secretary, Charlotte L. Gaston.
Present, Mr.
Board
Chair.
Member, Michael Johns.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member, Taya Wynn.
Present, Mr.
And a
Chairman.
Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is our Attorney, Hillary Emerson, our Executive Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. Recording of this hearing will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether remote or in person, if you're called to speak, you must state and spell your name and then wait to be sworn in. Once you've been sworn in, please state your name each time before beginning your testimony. Any person may enter their appearance to become an interested party to a case. There are 3 ways to enter it. You can identify the case property address on your Zoom webinar. You can see a staff member, or you can call the ZBA appearance line by the close of business tomorrow. Call 267-270-5548. Leave a message that includes your email address and the address of the property of the appeal case. The following guidance is for our remote attendees. When directed, you must raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized to speak. Second, if you're called to testify, you will be prompted to join as a panelist. Please accept the request and turn on your camera. Third, the webinar Q&A is for questions during the hearing. Do not comment on cases in the Q&A. And fourth, if you're participating by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. For in-person attendees, please refrain from talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Verbal and physical aggression will not be tolerated. Restrooms are across from the elevators. A water fountain is just outside the room to the right. When speaking on the record, you must speak directly into the microphone in order to be heard by all attendees and the court reporter. In the event of an emergency, please follow the directions given over the public address system or by the staff. The main exit is through the double doors at the rear of the room. The nearest stairwell is to the left outside the doors. In case of an evacuation, the rally point is at Love Park, directly across Arch Street. Please remain there until we can account for you. So I'm going to go over the list that we have for this afternoon. So number 1 is MI 2021-004-365, 4501 to 03 Belgrade Street. I vote to dismiss and waive and with a waiver of the 2-year rule.
Michael Johns, I vote to dismiss and waiver of the 2-year rule.
Cheryl Gaston, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Tanetta Graham, I vote to dismiss with waiving the 2-year rule.
Ryan McAdams, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Taya Wynn, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
And so number 2, MI 2024-002-779, 6907 to 11 Tarsdale Avenue. I recommend dismissal with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Johns, recommend a dismissal with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Cheryl Gaston, I recommend dismissal with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Tanetta Graham, I recommend dismissal with waiver of 2-year rule.
Ryan McAdams, I recommend dismissal with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Taya Wynn, I recommend dismissal with waiver of the 2-year rule.
And number 3, MI 2024-006-394, 1747 West Venango Street. This case is continued attorney moving party. And then number 4, MI 2025-006-395, 4020 to 50 H Street. No exhibits, first listing. Owner is Lycoming Investments, listed owner LeVar Scott.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your co-host for the session. There are no hands raised for the matter, and I do not see either party in the virtual audience today.
Thank you. So MI 2025-006-395, 4020 to 50 H Street. This case is continued to August 19th, 2026 at 3:30 and Mark must be heard.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Can we go back to the dismissals and just vote those as dismissed with 2-year rule waived and not recommended? Because we're making a decision that language was recommendation for you. So,
Right.
yeah, I'm
Sure.
sorry for the confusion.
Right, so, okay, so I think I only did on the second one or both? Both, okay, sure. MI 2021-004-365-4501 to 03 Belgrade Street. I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Michael Johns, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Cheryl Gaston, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Tanetta Graham, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Ryan McAdams, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Ty Nguyen, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
And number 2, MI 2024-002-779-6907 to 11 Tarsdale Avenue. I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Michael Johns, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Cheryl Gaston, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Tanetta Graham, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Ryan McAdams, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Ty Nguyen, I vote to dismiss with waiver of the 2-year rule.
Here you go, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5, MI 2025-006-988-7975 Oxford Avenue. Joseph Console is the attorney.
Hey.
Joe, I think I saw you earlier today, right? I mean, it
Yes.
seems like a long time ago.
It does, yeah. And you saw me
So
up here,
just,
too.
just for the record, could you please state your name because you've already been sworn,
Joseph Console.
right? Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client's Mr. James Brody, and he is the tenant hoping to run a coffee shop in this location.
Okay, and we have a letter of unanimous support from Fox Chase Civic Association, 25 total votes. Community was very receptive to having a coffee shop on the avenue, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do, yes.
All right, thank you. Share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right, hey everyone, Joe Console here for Mr. James Brody. He's on the call today. I think I just heard him raise his hand. We are seeking a ground floor commercial space for use as a coffee and prepared food shop. It's not the kind of place where they're going to make food. They're going to have that, prepared food purchased and brought in and sold at their location. It's zoned CMX1, as you can see, and we're here seeking a special exception. We believe this is a straightforward, low impact application. This use would be conditionally permitted as a special exception in CMX1. And we're here seeking the board's approval as we don't believe this provides or will cause any more of a detrimental impact than would any other similar use. As mentioned, we got unanimous approval from the Fox Chase Civic Association. Give you photos of the interior of the space. Here's what it looks like now. We have a rendering, which I'll get to in a second. Showing our posters on the outside. It's an Allstate office. Here's the layout. We can come back to that if we need to. Here's the proposed rendering. As mentioned, small space, no kitchen. A few other different angles here. Let's see. Got the lease, which we supplied, proof of mailing, and our posters, and anything else that might be relevant. We already looked through these. And we're going to look through that. There's a tax clearance certificate. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I don't see what else we would really present to you. Proposed hours are 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. No alcohol and low intensity use with community support. With that, I would call Mr. James Brody.
Sure, why don't you bring him on?
They'll be coming back in as a panelist short.
Are you there, James?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, James Brody, James Brodie.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
James, are you the applicant and the tenant for the space at 7975 Oxford Avenue?
Yes.
Are you seeking a special exception to open a small coffee and takeaway pastry shop called Avec Coffee Company? Avec Coffee Company? Okay.
Yes.
And did you hear my testimony just now regarding your application?
Yes.
Do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Pope with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommended no change in zoning to the previous CMX2 commercial mixed use. The Planning Commission voted not to approve the downzoning of many CMX2 properties to CMX1 in Council District 10 in 2021. The proposed use will be allowed by right under CMX2. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested special exception for eating and drinking establishment.
MI 2025-006-988-7975 Oxford Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Thank you, board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council. Number 6, MI 2026-00787, 226 Harvey Street. David Orphanides is the attorney. This is a reconsideration hearing. So, counsel, could you state your name? And you already been sworn once today, so just state your name for the record.
My name is David Orphanides. The last name is spelled Orphanides.
Right. And Mr. Orphanides, could you identify your client in this case?
Sure.
And
My
the
client,
relationship to the property.
certainly. I'm cutting everybody off today. Sorry. I'm eager to go. I apologize for cutting you off. Sure. 226 W Harvey ST LLC is the owner of the property.
And
And they're my client.
as you know, in the past, there's several letters of opposition relative to this case. But this is a reconsideration, right?
Sure.
The evidence and testimony presented at the November 19th, 2025 hearing in this matter are incorporated into the record for this hearing on reconsideration. The scope of this hearing is limited to the presentation of supplemental evidence and testimony only. The way we see it, there will be, you will make a presentation, there'll be questions from the board, there'll be public testimony, and then planning. Okay, so start your.
Certainly. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the property in question, 226 West Harvey Street, again, is owned by my client, 226 W Harvey ST LLC. I have with me Brady Martinez, who is the entity. He owns the entity. He's here with me today. He appeared at the last hearing as well. I have a couple of other witnesses as well. I have the contractor who can just speak to some of the costs that are associated with some of the different options regarding the number of units. I have Carlo Batts, who was before you yesterday, who submitted an appraisal report. I have Brett Slackman, who worked with Ratty and provided the financial analysis that was submitted with the request for reconsideration. So I've listened to the recording from the last hearing. It was a pretty basic presentation that was presented to the board. I think there is a basic misunderstanding right from the beginning, and that's one of the things that I presented as my first point in my request for reconsideration. This application involves a permit for a total of 6 units at this property. At the time of the last hearing, the zoning archives for this property only included the permit, and I can give you the number, but it's a permit from 2015 that was approved by variance that went in front of the community group, and I believe they were opposed to it, but the zoning board at the time voted to approve the variances for 6 units. And now, what's first of all clear, in that permit and in that approval, it was taking 4 units and a daycare, 2 units on the second floor, 2 units on the third floor, and a daycare on the ground floor, which had once been 2 units on the second floor, 2 units on the first floor, 2 units on the third floor. So it had been 6 units since the 50s. It hadn't been, I think, a single family since the 30s. I have to look at my notes on that. But long time ago it was 1, then from the 50s on it was 6. At some point then there was a daycare at 222 West Harvey Street, and they applied and they expanded into the ground floor. And I thought expansion originally meant that they were the building next to it. They're actually separated by space, which is interesting. And I'll show you some street view images where you can actually see the sign for this daycare in front of our property, in front of 226. So at some point that
daycare on the first floor, and then how many units?
So there were 6, and then they removed the 2 on the ground floor and put the daycare that was at 222 went into the ground floor at 226. And then at some point that daycare left. And in 2015, the application, it's on the application form itself. It shows daycare ground floor, 2 units on the second, 2 units on the third. And then what they applied for in 2015 was 2, 2, and 2. To put the 2 back that had been there before the daycare. So the variance, and because I listened to the testimony, it seemed that some of the neighbors were going off into single family land. This is a question of, is it going to be a 4-family with a vacant ground floor, or are we going to allow additional units, residential units in the ground floor, or maybe leave it open to someday being the daycare again? So it's not a question of, is it going to be 6 or 1? Is it going to be 6 or 2, 6 or 3? It's a question of whether it's going to be 6, 5, or 4. And if it's left at 4, then that means that the ground floor, and we're going to have testimony, is going to be left vacant because of the financial costs of incorporating the ground floor into one or the other of the second floor units. So that's number one. And the reason why we were able to figure this out is once I was retained in the permit for 226 from 2015, they referenced an expansion of the daycare from the abutting property. And again, I thought it was this other side of the twin at 228, wasn't there. 222, that's where we saw these permits. And those permits are included with my exhibit package that now provide this very important history for this property. It kind of completes the puzzle of how we got to where we got. And that also answers, I think, Board Member Nguyen and Board Member John's points where they said that there was a permit for only 2 units. That's because the only thing that was being permitted, added, was the 2 units at the ground floor. So that's what the building permits that were referenced that I've included in my exhibit book. Other permits, I think there's a mechanical permit or electrical permit that was issued following that 2015 variance and zoning permit referenced the 6 units. So just to clarify this, again, it's a question of 4, 5, or 6, not going all the way down to 1.
Are the 4 units rented now?
No, so what happened was, and this is another part, I don't know that this completely came through. So that developer started construction and started doing some work and ran out of money. Put it on the market with the permits. And my client paid, and he can testify to this, based upon there being a zoning permit and building and other building permits, construction permits, and started work based upon the same. And I guess some neighbors complained to LNI. LNI came down and said, your permits are no longer valid because he purchased it in the 20s. And it had been more than so many years since there had been activity there. And LNI deemed those permits from 2015 to have been expired. Now, and that's the permit again, that would converted the ground floor, the ground floor into additional 2 units. So when my client, and you can hear his testimony, but to quickly summarize and you can adopt this, is that he came in, there were 2 units on the second, 2 units on the third, and there had already been framing started at the ground floor to convert the ground floor into 2 units. And that's where he came in. So he then continued to do the work to renovate the property. He was already doing some
floor?
on the ground floor. And I have interior photos from when they went in. The upper floors weren't in great shape. The roof was damaged. He repaired the roof. So elements were getting in through the roof. Elements were getting in through the windows. He put in all new windows. He put in a new roof to make it weather tight. But he was also going to have to repair the upper floors. And I have the contractor who was doing the work here as well. So again, I think it's very important here to set that table and understand that, what happened, what my client walked into, and he walked into a building that was not in great shape, but 4 units on the upper floors and a ground floor that was under construction.
But just so I'm clear, but the building was an RSA 3.
It was in RSA 3, but it had been, and then in the past, I'd have to look at the zoning archives, obviously it would have been something else like R9 or R9A.
Right.
But it had been a variance. And the case law is clear. I mean, and I didn't brief it, but if I need to brief it, I will. I've briefed it and presented to this board in the past. This issue comes up very often where somebody buys a property and they think it's 3 units and it's set up as 3 units and they can't find any records and they can't get a rental license, right? So sometimes we have to, or maybe there was a permit that was issued and people are saying it was abandoned or discontinued. And the case law is clear in Pennsylvania. It's a 2-pronged test. There is an intention to abandon and actual abandonment. And here, and not using the property is not abandonment. There's cases that talk about banks taking properties at foreclosure and rental properties, apartment buildings, and because they're not in the business of renting and managing properties, they sit vacant until they sell it to somebody who then, it doesn't mean that any variances or approvals from before lapse.
Yeah, but it's vacant as an RSA, right?
So it's still RSA 5. But the 4 units were never abandoned. So that the earlier variances that predate the 2015, that go all the way back to the 50s, it's our position that those variances were still intact and that this property remained approved for 4 units at the second and third floor. The question is, what happened? The permit, the variance that was granted to replace the ground floor daycare, that lapsed by its own definition because the LNI said that they started construction, but then it continues to struggle.
Yeah. Mr. Orphanides, so if you're going to argue that the refusal is incorrect, then we need to have, because the refusal says this is for multifamily household living 6 dwelling units. It doesn't differentiate between a prior approval for 4 and then 2 additional. So if you were going to make the argument that there's an error on the refusal, then we need to have the city here, an attorney from the city to represent LNI.
The only point I'm saying is when he came back, it's still an RSA 5, right?
Right, but just because it's RSA 5, if it still has a valid variance for the 4 units, that doesn't change anything.
Well, apparent LNI, at least on the face of the refusal, doesn't seem to believe so because it said you need a variance for 6 dwelling units. So if you're going to challenge,
I've never seen them when I add units distinguish or differentiate.
They do.
I've not had them.
No, they're saying you need an entirely new variance. They clearly considered this. I mean, you couldn't go get a rental license for more than 1 unit at this property, I'm sure. So I think if they, and especially if they didn't let you have, your building permits and whatnot, it seems like LNI deemed that the variance had lapsed on this property, and perhaps the prior approvals, they may have been non-conforming, they may have considered them abandoned, but according to the refusal, what's being requested is 6 dwelling units at this property.
So the building permit, though, is for an additional 2. So, and if you look at the zoning permit that was issued in 2015, it says 6 units.
Right, but it differentiates between the 2 additional units and the 4 units that were there.
Not in the permit language.
Well, some of the information that I saw was very clear in like the application that it was adding 2 additional units, but L&I for this particular application, L&I is saying that you need a variance for all 6 units. And if you were to contest that, well, then we need to bring the city in to discuss that.
Because that's interesting, because I talked to the examiner about this whole situation and he never said anything about that, so.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
what's the
saying what's
paper-
on
what-
the
What's the
refusal,
paperwork say?
what's
I mean,
for
the
the board.
paperwork,
The paperwork
the
sa-
paperwork we have right now is what I'm
Right.
saying.
Well, it says 6, but but the zoning, but here's the thing, the zoning permit in 2015 said 6, but the building permit was only for 2. So my point is that it's clear that
So I-
that variance
I-
was
so
not.
let-
yeah,
Listen,
yeah,
you
Yeah.
answer Hillary's point.
Yeah.
If you want to contend where you are, then we need to have the city come in. I'll set right, sure. Did say. Did say, says already.
I mean, I think, I didn't put in the application again, so I didn't put in the application, I was
know.
here first
I'm
time.
not saying you
So
did.
I don't even know what the language on the actual application was, like whether they said 6 units or whether they distinguished the 4 and 2. Most people don't, when they do it online, I upload an actual application, so you have something written. They put in the dialogue box, and once you hit submit, you never see it again. But L&I might be able to pull it up on Eclipse and see what that dialogue box was, and that might answer whether or not I even want to go forward with this underlying permit application and instead submit a new one that properly details the history here.
Okay, I can
So-
tell you by looking at Eclipse what was written in
The
the
box,
description box by the applicant. I have to cross-reference. This is the only one that's open. It says 6-family dwelling, multifamily dwelling in an existing structure zoning had been previously approved for the same purpose.
I can see why somebody would, without the background, would write that, but knowing what we know, I think that that's not accurate, so then we may have to amend the application.
Well, you can try to amend it, but I don't know if L&I would agree to
They'll allow
amend
it,
it.
whether we're allowed to
Right,
submit
because
it.
they may not agree with you that prior use was still in effect of the 4 units. So I can't,
Okay, I understand.
yeah.
I
I'm
understand.
just going with what's on the
Yeah,
refusal.
and again, I don't have access to that information, but our position is what I've stated.
Yeah.
Once, like, again, seeing the zoning permits and whatever, so,
So Hillary, we could do a resumptive hearing for this? I got a date.
David, do you want to challenge the refusal?
well, I think now, like, if that's the interpretation, again, I have a different interpretation of it, but if that's your interpretation, then I think I'm gonna challenge it, yes, and then I think, but I think in the meantime, I think I need to talk to L&I as well and see even though it's written up that way, how they're interpreting it. Because it starts as a challenge, but then Len and I can have a conversation with L&I, and there's a chance that it may resolve.
Well, I mean, you're gonna need a variance regardless,
yeah,
whether
yeah.
you need 6 or you're asking for 2
Right,
additional.
there's no doubt about that, correct.
So in the refusal that was issued in 2015 or 2014, sorry, for the 2015 case, it says application is for increase in total number of dwelling from 4-family to total 6-family dwelling, multifamily dwelling in an existing structure. So that's what that refusal says. This refusal says for multifamily 6 dwelling units.
Okay.
So if you want to challenge that, then I do suggest a resumption and we'll ask L&I's attorney to get involved.
Okay, all right, and I guess I can also speak to the examiner and see if he, understanding it, he may change the wording of his refusal too and correct it. It's possible.
I don't know that, yeah, I mean, you can
I
ask.
mean, they already corrected for the parking, so, I mean, which was missed, which I had them. Do you have that refusal? Because I wasn't able to get that. So apparently,
There's another refusal for this one.
remember you and I both saw that the parking should have been included, lack of parking for the number of units.
Right, no, I
And
understand that.
it's weird because what happened is once the notice of decision, I think, was issued denying the appeal, apparently we can't get in and download the appeal
But
or
this isn't
the
ours.
decision,
That's what
the
the city
notice
has.
letter. with
Okay, because
update. Andrew told me he changed it. Di Donato.
So I only, yeah, I don't have we don't have record of another refusal being issued in this case. I can double check that. And I agree that that is missing because this is an RSA 3.
Says he did change it.
Part. Yeah, I mean, maybe he changed it, but I don't know that another refusal was issued.
I mean, it would have only changed that. It wouldn't have been.
Okay,
this
all right, all right.
So you get to go home early.
So can we do this as part of reconsideration? This is reconsideration of a decision.
But I raised this point in my reconsideration.
So I think we can, because
Viewing it.
normally we would separate this out, but I think because this goes to the extent of the variance that's being requested, we need to resolve this question prior to being able to make a decision on the merits. And it goes also to, least minimum and hardship and all of that, as well as to what's already there and what's being asked. So I think unfortunately as a preliminary matter, we do need to resolve that if it's being challenged. And I think we can encompass it as a kind of preliminary issue in the merits of this case. Otherwise, we would normally separate it.
Because I'm still looking at this as a 6-unit, justifying 6 units. So that's where we're coming from. So to us, we didn't see the distinction as being relevant, but maybe by laying that groundwork there, that changed things. Because people were
Well,
looking at
I
it
mean,
that
the
way.
place was vacant, right? It never had any work done. It's been vacant for
But
quite a
that
while,
doesn't,
right?
but in the case law,
I
that
know,
doesn't.
I know that,
yeah.
I know that, but I'm saying maybe L and I interpreted that a different way and.
I don't know how they would know that one way or the other without some of the
Okay.
information, but.
All right.
But, and then again, I've had these things.
All right, so here's where we are. We're gonna have a resumptive hearing on July 7th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. And to the people in the back, I apologize. I know you've been here the whole day. I'm very sorry, but we want to make sure we do this right.
Well, there may, if it's possible that there's a change in the refusal, I wouldn't want you to testify and then there's new information and we already
Right.
took testimony. So I'm very sorry, but we want to make sure we have everything sorted out correctly. So you're testifying on what is exactly before the board. So I can do that in a few moments. Okay.
What we say.
What's the date again, sir?
July 7th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. We voted 6. I know, we voted on this, we voted on 6, and I still think it's 6. Make sure you take some antihistamines. When are you gonna make settlement? So. Never mind, never mind. Yeah, we'll rest over the weekend then. Your lawyer represent you for that? Lawyer go with you for that? Who do you take for that? You can ask our attorney.
Just to
Look, hold
clarify.
on, let me go.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anyone from the 3:30 list, case not been called? And I want
Chair, I
to,
do not see any hands.
okay, and just so everybody knows, I want to thank our planning person here. She could have worked from home today and decided to come in. She's probably the only person from planning that came to work today because they're doing work there, so we thank you.